Councilman Reese, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. We're just testing our audio, waiting for a few more members before we get started. We're doing another test of audio with council. Can I have someone unmute and chat back with me?
Can you hear me, Ashley? No? Brian asked, can anyone hear us?
Okay, now I can hear you. We are making sure that Sosu can hear us and sending back through the broadcast. Just updating council, we're waiting for the mayor to connect. She's having some connectivity issues, but she will be with us in just another minute or two. And then we'll get started soon.
Oh, there you are. Can you hear me, Ash?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, you guys, I'm having router problems this morning. New technology. They tell me it's faster and more reliable. We'll see. Anyway, okay. Is everyone here?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have everyone we're going to have today. Councilman Delgado, as you're aware, is not going to be with us today.
Okay, and all of us are wishing him a speedy recovery for sure. So get well, Oscar. Mwah. Okay, here we go.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we will call your meeting to order today.
All right, thank you. Wednesday, December 2nd, 2020. And we are going to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. And how about we have the Honorable Doug Thornley lead us in the pledge?
Of course. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, good job. Good job. Okay, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor, transitioning to roll call. Breckus?
Here.
Dewar?
Here.
Delgado is absent today. Weber?
Here.
Jordan?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Cheevy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to send it right back to you for roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our next item today is public comment. It should be noted for the record, this section of public comment is reserved for any items not specifically on our agenda today. We received public comment from Linda Cross, Sue Fagan, Nick Angelio, Neil Sinclair, Catherine Valley. These have been submitted to council and are part of the record. Additionally, we do have one voicemail that is general public comment that is not on an item on our agenda today. At this time, Madam Mayor, we will transition to that voicemail.
Okay, thanks.
Daniel Purdy, brother of Thomas Purdy. I now understand why you all choose to sit on your hands and ignore police killing our citizens. I guess it's easy for you because just like the DA, you take political contributions from police unions and agencies. Excuse me. Some examples would be the Peppermill Casino, 11/22/17, in the amount of $2,500. Washoe County Sheriff's Association PAC, 5/24/18, $1,000. Peace Officers Association of Nevada, 8/2/18, $250. Reno Police Protective Association, 8/4/18, $500. Washoe County Sheriff's Deputies Association, 8/4/18, $1,000. Is that all it takes for them to buy you? I'd gladly pay you that to do your jobs and protect the citizens. This must be the funniest one yet. Washoe County Sheriff's Association Political Action Committee. Really? I mean, come on. Let's think about our citizens, our homeless people over this garbage. We have violence being committed against inmates at the jail. You do absolutely nothing but sit on your hands because, hey, if someone's in jail, they must be guilty. Let's remember, we also hold people in jail awaiting trial. But the fact of the matter is they set a bail so high against innocent people, they can't get themselves out of jail. So what do? They plead out. Even if they never committed the crime, they plead out because they know I'll sit in jail longer not making bail than just pleading out. That's pretty despicable in itself, but that's the court system. But you guys need to do something about the police. I had a rally out there. They're standing in a garage on the second level of the garage laughing at us. Those are the types of cops you have working for you. Not only are they murderers that get away with it because the DA refuses to look into it, refuses to prosecute it, let's them look into themselves. Sounds pretty crazy to me, the police investigating the police. You seem very interested in purchasing militarized vehicles when that money can feed the poor, substance abuse programs. I can only imagine how you treat your mentally disabled out there. I'd say have a good day, but I certainly wouldn't mean it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further general public comment for any items not on our agenda today. We will transition to approval of the agenda, and I will send it over to the city manager with any changes that he may have.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Doug Thornley, City Manager, for the record. I'd like to pull item L5 off of the redevelopment agenda, and it would be sort of the proclivity of the council then as to whether or not you want to open that agenda at all.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, with that being said, I'm going to ask council if they'd like to pull any items off the consent agenda. I'm actually going to start with item B6 and B13. And I'm going to hand it over to my Vice Mayor, Councilwoman Weber. Is there any items you'd like to pull?
Sorry,
Oh,
Madam Mayor.
I-
I would like to not pull anything because you've already pulled them. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thanks so
All right.
much. Okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
Already pulled.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, B10.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus?
I would like to pull item B2 and item B9.
Okay,
Nothing from me, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, if I can interject prior to council taking a motion on this, I just have two things to note. The first one is I would be seeking a motion for your approval of the agenda before we transition to this item. So if we can get, thank you.
Second.
All right.
Second Weber.
I have a motion and a second. All
Could
in
I
favor?
ask a question?
Go right
because-
ahead.
Because item number, under the redevelopment district, should we ask that we don't need to open that up?
We do not need to open it as that is the only item other than acceptance of the minutes, which we can bring back at a later date.
Should we state that as part of the motion?
Based off manager's comments, I believe it's included, Councilmember Weber, but just for inclusion in the record with council's acceptance of this agenda, we will not be opening the redevelopment agency at all today.
Thank you.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the
Aye.
remainder item on the
Aye.
consent agenda? All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, I'm gonna head to item B2, I believe. Is that Councilwoman Breckus?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So B2 is acceptance of a federal grant in the matter of $500,000 from the DOJ, U.S. Department of Justice for the Muni Court for an adult drug court grant program. And then the items that follow that I didn't pull are also grants to the court. And yesterday afternoon, a little more elaboration on the budget for each of these grants came forward. And that's helpful because it understands what, the program elements are. So I appreciate that added information. My only question is, are these courts associated with particular departments? We know we have 4 departments in Muni Court. We have a vacancy currently in Court 4, or Department 4, but I was just wondering what departments these go with.
Do we have our city attorney, Carl Hall?
So while we wait for Mr. Hall, yes, they are associated with departments. Councilmember Breckus, I believe Mr. Hall will be able to better elaborate which ones go with which.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's the court that's independent that has these grants and manages these grants, but I guess if Mr. Hall's the one to respond, that's great.
I also have Steve Tuttle available to answer questions for council court administrator for Reno Municipal Court.
I prefer to hear from the court then. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, while Mr. Tuttle is being transitioned over, and so
Go
that
ahead.
he's here now, I want to understand, piggybacking on my colleagues' concerns or comments, it's really related to a comment Councilmember Breckus raised some months ago, which I think is important, is that when grants are had by the court, do they affect or change our budget, or is it essentially a windfall? Councilmember Breckus, do you remember that conversation that you started some months ago? I'm trying to jive with that.
I do. I mean, my understanding of most federal grants is they can't supplant, budgeting, but I think this is the most elaboration in the 8 years I've been on the council for these grants. So I think we're making some progress to understand the budgetary implications. So yeah, I think that question and what department they are associated with is helpful to us.
All right. Hi, Mr. Tuttle. How are you? I hope you had a great week. Nice to see you. Is there anything you want to add?
I'll just take the questions. The first question, I believe, is the grants associated with individual departments within the court. The grant is actually awarded to the court itself. We do have one judge assigned to each one of these specialty courts, but if ever needed to be, we could always reassign it to another judge. And we do have backup judges. Each one of our sitting judges actually performs a service as a backup judge. In case we have a judge that is out, we can continue forward with these specialty courts by taking a sitting judge who is familiar with the program and then placing them on the bench. So if, for example, if we were to bring on a new judge today and they're not up to speed with one of these, then we would have one of our sitting judge go ahead and take on that responsibility until we could ramp that fourth judge up to take over. So they're not necessarily assigned to any particular department. They are assigned to the court, but yes, there is a primary judge that always oversees one of these programs. Does that answer your question?
Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. And first of all, I'll share that I've been able to spend several hours with you and your court staff. You've been most gracious over the last couple of weeks, and we have a couple of more modules to do as I get into the actual court settings. I'm very impressed by the work that your staff is doing, and certainly I observe that you're doing so with very limited staff resources. You have a number of vacancies. Your folks look like they're running very lean and mean, so you're to be commended for that. And obviously, grants are a benefit to us as a community. I'm trying to understand, of course, when we look at our entire city budget, and I have the budget projections for next year, and I've looked at what's happened last year. You know, we allocate, let's just say in round numbers for the sake of our discussion today, about $8 million to the municipal court. Now, the question I'm trying to get to the bottom of is that when you get a grant and it comes in and it's able to support one of these specialized courts, how does that implicate the larger budget that we've set up? And again, you may have missed my conversation with my colleague, Councilmember Breckus, but she's raised a good point in the past, and I'm trying to get to a point where I understand fully the budget side of it. How does it come in and augment the program, and where are you sending us money back? I'm just trying to understand how it works in a budgetary way. And I know you have a person in your office who works on the budget. So, so help me understand how it works.
Certainly. Basically, these grants do come in and overlay on top of the general fund money that is provided to us by the city. And any cost savings that we do realize through one of these grants, and I'm going to give you an example using the B2 item. If you look at the first line item on there, it's for personnel. This grant will pay $40,000 for a case manager, which is half of an existing position. Then yes, what happens is that $40,000 is then returned to the city in the form of salary savings at the end of every year. So by these grants, not only are we able to progress the programs forward, but we also do save some money and return it to the city at the end of at the end of each fiscal year.
Am I correct though, Mr. Tuttle? There's also some portion of savings which you are sort of putting aside for a major technology upgrade that needs to occur in your municipal court, because I think that there is something that's long-term needed, but for which there hasn't been, city resources to dedicate to it. Is that also part of what that could happen and go towards?
No, these are federal grants, and so there's very specific needs for these grants, and they have to be applied to those needs themselves. What you are referring to is the courts do retain some of the AA money, the administrative assessment dollars that are collected, and we set that aside. Those dollars are provided for in statute that basically states that the courts are able to retain some of these monies so they can enhance either the courthouse or their technology and not have to go back to the executive branch to ask for these funds. What we have an agreement with the city is that we are allowed to go ahead and hold on to this money and try to build an account so where we can go out and buy our own case management system which would cost about $1.2 million and not have to come back to the city for that type of request.
Okay, that answers my questions. Thank you so much. Councilmember Breckus, was that all you had?
Yeah, I mean, it's helpful because we have a decision ahead of us, and we're trying to figure out the right skill set to match with that. So understanding that these go to the court system, not just one particular department, makes sense, and that is helpful. And I presume each of the judges who are currently sitting has the capacity to manage these different courts, correct? So all three do DUI, all three do veteran, and all three do community?
No, we do have a primary judge that are assigned to each one of these programs, and the only time we would substitute another judge if that judge is just not available.
Okay. So are any of these earmarked for Department 4?
We would like for Department 4 to take over the community court project, but if for whatever reason that is not doable immediately, then we would look to one of our other sitting judges to take that on temporarily until we can get this individual ramped up and ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have, and if no one else has questions, I'll make a motion.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Breckus, give me a motion, please.
I move.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. I appreciate all the work that you do. Great work there. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay,
Madam Mayor?
moving on. I pulled item B6.
Moving the fire chief over now.
All right, thank you.
Might be helpful to also have Mr. Shaver join the conversation.
Hi, Dylan, are you on?
I sure am, and waiting for the fire chief, I believe. There he is. I'm here because an expenditure from the CRF funds that you have set aside in a manner that you have previously instructed from us. But I want to preview it just a little bit. You're going to hear a lot today, not just on this items, but on the other CRF items, that the city of Reno is picking up a ball that the IMT and our regional work in this area has sort of dropped. We all know that vaccination distribution is important. We have yet to see the plan from the health district, for lack of a better phrase, as to how that is going to work. And the city of Reno, under your guidance, is prepared to step in and lead. And Chief Cochran is going to talk about that leadership right now and a little bit about what it means with relationship to this item.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for addressing that, Dylan. I'm very much in support, right? I think we have to understand there's going to be some logistics in sort of figuring out what the next steps are, right? I guess my big concern is I don't want a piecemealed effort across the region. I really believe this has got to be lockstep with the health department. I think we can find ourselves in a bit of a quandary whenever I think the residents don't really know who is sort of the lead, what is happening, what is the protocol, right? I have a lot of concerns about that. I think we have seen some challenges through the health department. So I think everyone needs to be really clear on what the city of Reno's role is when it comes to distribution of vaccines. I think this is going to be, not a sprint, but a marathon. So Chief Cochran, can you kind of give me a little background of any conversations you're having with the health department, what role you you seem to think that we should play, which again, I'm super supportive. Obviously, this gives a lot of residents hope when it comes to this vaccine. And I want to do all we can to help, but I also want to make sure we have a strategic and unified plan across the region. I don't want citizens saying, hey, as citizens of Reno received the vaccine, but I live in Sparks. I didn't. Why are some people getting it and I'm not? I want to make sure this is really unified and distributed evenly. So can you give me a little idea of what conversations are happening?
Yes, absolutely. So I just want to make sure, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, great. So thank you for that. And so Dylan mentioned the IMT and us picking up the ball. And I've had a concern all along about the capacity for the region because the health district can't handle this on their own. Like IMT is not there for it. So I wanted us to be able to play as big a role as we can. We are having exactly the conversations you alluded to with the health district. They have not released it for public consumption yet, but there is a region-wide plan. And as part of that region-wide plan, we are going to be a provider, as are Truckee Meadows and other departments in the region, so that we don't get that piecemeal effort. We don't get that Reno's getting treated one way, Sparks is getting treated another, the county a third way. And I'll just kind of, this plan has been reduced to writing, but it's not available for public consumption yet. As soon as it is, I will, working through the city manager, make sure that the council sees that. So we are in those conversations. We are in the process of dotting the I's and crossing the T's as far as our strategic role as a provider. And this unit is going to give us a more robust vaccination capability. It's going to allow us to, I think you're probably aware, the vaccination that's proposed is going to be a two-step process. And we're trying to do, the region, the country for that matter, is trying to do just a mass vaccination program. And so we're going to be playing a role in that, starting with the tier 1 vaccinations, which I understand are going to be for healthcare facilities and then moving on to first responders. So that's the direction we're going. There will be a regional plan and that will be available to you. And this will allow us to play a major and a very important role on behalf of Reno in that plan.
Yeah, and I really commend you, Chief Cochran, for always stepping up and wanting to help. That is fantastic. I just want to make sure that we all have a unified message along with the health department, because, I think we've seen over the last several months that it has been confusing to the region. And I would also just say this, I'm sure Councilwoman Dewar would agree. It probably would be advantageous to come to the COVID committee and also work alongside with the physicians and the epidemiologists that we have brought to the table. I think they need to be really a big part of the conversation because they're incredibly knowledgeable. They're our experts, but I think that could be very, very helpful so that we can also help on the medical side of things along with the city and the health department. So I guess I'll just reach out to Doug and make sure that we can get, or whenever you have all those plans solidified, then we'll have you come. And I think they're a brilliant group and they've got a lot of great things to bring to the table. So it would be really great to present in front of them so that we can, again, all be sort of unified in a cohesive message. So
yes, I would love to do that. We've been working from the granular level with the health district. We are in constant communication with the head epidemiologist there, literally on a daily basis, all the way, and that's for individual questions, and then all the way up to this regional plan. And in fact, we have a COVID specialist that we brought on with CARES money, who's done tremendous work, not just for the fire department, but for the city. If any department has an issue, they can come to our specialist and she can help them. She can liaison with the health district. So it's been a very robust and a very effective program. And I would love to participate in your COVID committee.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate you pulling this for further discussion because I know there's lots of questions. And I would assume we would be coordinating our messaging and our rollout with the governor as well. I understand he's holding a press conference today at 3 to announce the vaccination plan or framework. So I just want to make sure because that is something that I do worry about, that there be some level of confusion about what's happening where and when and by whom. So I just want to make sure we're coordinating with the governor's office as well.
We absolutely are. We're not doing anything except under the direction and probably overstate to say supervision, but in coordination with the health district, who coordinates directly with the governor's office.
Okay, and then my final question is, this plan that's being worked on, do we have an ETA of when it will be made public?
I would imagine, I'm not going to commit to a specific date right now. I believe it's final, but the health district has not said, go ahead and release it. So I'm not confident doing that, but I can look into that today. And like I said, work back directly through the city manager to make sure that you are all up to speed, up to the minute. With the status of
Thank
the
you.
plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I think you're on mute.
All right, and anyone else? I should know better. We should be Zoom experts by now. Vice Mayor, give me a motion, please.
Move to approve.
All
Second.
right. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, next item pulled is item B9 by Councilmember Breckus. At this time, we will transition over Parks Director Jamie Schroeder and Jeff Mann, as well as Carrie Koski, to be able to answer any questions that she may have on this item.
Yeah, while they're coming over, I'll just say this is a change order. It's a rather large change order for the new play structure going in at Idlewild Park next to the pool there, just to the east of the pool. I've been watching it going, and the staff report was clear in saying that there was some unknown, unrecognized infrastructure, and I get that. You know, you never know really what's under some stuff in an old part of town. But I was uncertain why you had to, about the fall zone, you're gonna go rubberized throughout the whole area, which I think is a good thing, because before I thought when we had discussions, Ms. Schroeder, it was just gonna be the rubberized surface was gonna be around the fall zone, and then it was going to be some less than satisfactory surfacing around the rest of the area, like bark or something. What's going on, and is this a better change for the project?
So what we're doing, and I'll toss this over to Jeff, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Rec. This is sort of a temporary fix, and I'll let Jeff explain the true specifics of it.
Okay.
So Jeff Mann, Parks Manager, there's two different types of rubberized surfaces, and we're using both of them on this project. Councilmember Breckus, I think you're thinking of the poured in place rubberized surface, which is the unitary hard surface. And that's the finished product in the actual fall zone of the structure. And then around that, outside of the fall zone, but within the fenced in area, is a loose fill rubber surface. It's rubber mulch, similar to the wood fill mulch. The problem is right now, the poured in place rubber surface is temperature sensitive, and we're past the point where we can put that down this winter.
Okay.
So we're going to do the whole thing temporarily in the loose fill rubber, and then come back in the spring and do the final poured in place rubber surface. And then this extra loose fill rubber that we're putting in, we can reuse at another site.
Okay, I get it. I mean, I know there's no easy fixes. You know, moms come home or parents come home with sand or sometimes splinters in some of those surfaces. But this rubberized surface I know is the best, but it's also the most expensive, and it wears, right? But it's pretty healthy. It has some parameters for not having off gassing or any sort of toxicity, right?
Correct. Yes, it meets all safety standards for playground use worldwide.
Okay, worldwide. Okay, well, that's good. So then you'll pull that out. When will you be doing that, do you think? In the spring?
The final surface will be done in the springtime when temperatures are appropriate. It will probably be at the earliest mid-April, but more likely in May.
And it's just, you just don't want to leave that as a permanent fix under the fall zone, right? The other one's a better fall zone material.
It has better ADA compliance.
Oh, okay,
The
gotcha.
loose fill rubber is ADA compliant and it actually has better fall protection, but the poured in place rubber has better ADA compliance.
Okay, I gotcha. That's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, if there are no further questions from council, I'm going to ask you for a motion.
I'll move.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Sending it back to you, Councilwoman Dewar, for item B10.
Yes, I just pulled this off to just thank the council and our city manager for your indulgence. While I worked with our Public Works Director, John Flansburgh, to resolve the outstanding issues associated with the road, I was able to meet with the developer, their contractor, several homeowners, to work through a resolution. It looks like we got there. So it's a pleasure for me to today recommend accepting this portion of Western Skies Drive as a city street.
Second.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. All right, good job.
Madam
Okay,
Chair?
go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanted to interject, just to note for the record, Madam Mayor, we did receive public comment on item B13 as you pulled this item for discussion. We are in the process of moving over. Oh, Dylan Shaver's already with us to be able to answer questions, but I wanted it noted for the record that we did receive 8 letters in opposition and 2 letters of concern. These should be noted. These were received prior to 4 p.m. on the business day preceding the meeting, which was yesterday. Anything received after that time has been submitted to council, but will be included in closing public comment. Additionally, Madam Mayor, we do have 1 voicemail for this item. So before council begins discussion, we can listen to that now.
Okay, let's do it.
Madam Mayor, as we're queuing that up, I'll actually go ahead and send it over to Dylan Shaver to begin his brief presentation of this as we get the voicemail queued up for prior to council motion.
Okay,
Thank
all right.
you.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Dylan Shaver, Chief of Staff to the City Manager, here to discuss item B13. What you have before you today is a contract between the City of Reno and a company called Talkspace. Talkspace is a remote therapy company, for lack of a better phrase, that provides licensed therapy services, one-on-one sessions, through video or live chat, and also via text or voice message and other manners, sort of delivered asynchronously through an app that anybody can go to their website right now and sign up for. In response to council's request that we dedicate a significant portion of our coronavirus relief dollars towards assessing and addressing the mental health challenges created in this community by the coronavirus, and with working with some of you on what that might look like, we have brought this forward to allow Talkspace to expand their service to more than 200,000 Reno residents for a period of 1 year at no cost to themselves. The cost to the city of Reno would be $1.32 million to do this, and literally any Renoite age 13 or older would be able to participate. The cost there remains unchanged. There's a couple of sort of misconceptions out here because we presented the pricing to you as sort of a per resident per month model. The cost to us doesn't change if there are 1,000 residents who sign up, if there are 100,000 residents who sign up and participate. That remains a fixed price, reflecting both the risks that Talkspace puts into expanding their service this broadly, this quickly, as well as the risks involved to the city as well. So that while that is a pricing model, I don't want it to be confused as sort of a service model.
Okay.
Another sort of misconception is that this would somehow be sort of an exclusion of our local providers, and we've gotten some questions about that. And again, I apologize for not being more clear in our presentation of this. The first and foremost, Talkspace's therapists would by law need to be licensed therapists in the state of Nevada. They have a plan that I would certainly let them get into to ensure that there are therapists here in the locality who are participating. But on top of that, we have heard these concerns from members of the council, and we have appointed a project manager internally to the organization to call together some Zooms. I'm not even going to call them meetings anymore, just to call together some Zooms of the local providers and to see if there's a way to address other areas of need. There's a lot of benefits for the service itself. We all know, and we've all seen, that COVID has taken a tremendous psychological toll on the community, and you have made forth in your leadership a bold statement that you wanted to ensure the resources we have can address that. But at the same time, if you'll indulge me, there are benefits to our organization as well. We have 1,300 employees of this organization who have been burning the candle at both ends in response to this virus for 9 months in a row now, just as you have. And so I sat down and talked to the folks at Talkspace. We would plan to have the broader sort of Reno community portal on this, but also one specific for our personnel to engage in this process, and a plan to market it just to our people. And to give you a sense of the value there, what we are buying here would cost you or I off the street $316 a month. If we were paying for that for just 10%, for just 130 of our personnel, that alone, this service would cost the city $500,000. So we see benefits not just for the community, but for our organization at large. And then I will close to say, Madam Mayor, this is not conceived of as a replacement for one-on-one talk therapy sessions. Combating a mental health challenge of this magnitude requires an entire campaign. And this is but a piece of a campaign like that. I guess we could call it a tool in the toolbox. And so to that end, I have a handful of folks here, should council desire, to discuss the toolbox, a broader initiative of a City of Hope. We have Catherine Getsky from the IFRED Foundation to talk a little bit about that. And to talk about the tool itself, to talk about Talkspace, we have Tarun Galagali and Rachel O'Neill from his team, if you wish to hear from them, to walk you through the product and how it will work.
Okay, thank you so much, Dylan. Let me sort of explain why we're here, how we got here. I think this is really, really important. We've all talked about the first wave, the second wave of COVID, right? What I feel that has been lacking is the tidal wave for behavioral health services. It's something not that just this community struggles with, our entire country struggles with this. And now more than ever, people are feeling incredibly isolated. All of us have been at home for months on end, and our lives have changed. Whether you're a small business owner who is struggling just to keep people employed, or if you're a mother who has had to stay home with her children while they've been doing remote learning. What about a healthcare worker who literally is on the brink because she didn't realize that 9 months of her life was absolutely going to be doing everything she could to save lives? You guys all know I am so passionate about behavioral health. It is one of the things that I think absolutely goes overlooked all across the country. I think it's America's biggest and dirtiest secret, and it shouldn't be that way. And there's a massive stigma about talking about that. We do not live in an environment where it is typically acceptable. And I think everyone needs to be at the table, and I'm grateful for my entire council to realize the magnitude of this epidemic that has, sort of plagued our country, not just for the coronavirus. It started much more in depth before that, right? This is just a problem that is going to be exacerbated for years and years to come when we talk about behavioral health. More people, we know this for a fact. Statistics are proving that more people are committing suicide. More people are experiencing relapse. We're seeing a ton of that. And so I think when Dylan talks about this is one tool, clearly one tool. And I want you to understand this does not replace traditional comprehensive therapy. That is really important to know. But all of you here, we all are very, very busy. And all of us are super fortunate to have incredible support systems from our loved ones, from our family and friends. We're very, very busy, but there are a lot of other people out there that are not, that are feeling isolated, especially our seniors and our teenage population, really, really struggling. And so I want everyone to know this wasn't just money that was like, hey, here you go, here's $1 million. You guys know this is CARES Act money. We have a very limited time frame. Unfortunately, I don't like, the timeframes and distribution that we have been sort of set before us through the government. That's not that wasn't our requirement. That was the federal government. So it's made things incredibly challenging. This money, what you guys need to know, what I'm really disappointed about, is this money was set aside for a 24/7 crisis center. And you guys know how I feel about, I don't believe we should be using our jails as mental health hospitals, or our ERs for that matter. And that's exactly what we're doing. And I've been saying this, and we all just had a joint meeting about how important that 24/7 crisis model was. I mean, there was, dozens of us that went to Arizona, looked at the model. We know it works. I just feel so strongly about it. Unfortunately, people said it in public that they wanted to support it. What they didn't do is say that they would help us financially. Therefore, it is not a sustainable model at this time, which is really disappointing because we also were given a lease of a building that we could have set up this model, and it is so desperately needed. And I've talked about this so many times, you guys, and you know this. There can be a homeless man laying on the ground who has a bursted appendix. He's sepsis. What do? We take him to the hospital. We get him treated. What do we do if someone's lying there with schizophrenia, bipolar, PTSD? We let him sit there. And so I think for so long we have just dropped the ball on making sure that behavioral health is a priority. So I commend all of you council members for understanding that. With that being said, there's this money here. I want to put it to good use. And what I mean by this, you guys know it's been an incredibly stressful year for all of us. And not only for professionally, but personally. For me, you guys know this. I lost my sister and my brother within weeks of each other. Devastating, absolutely devastating. I got on the phone because some of my friends said, Hillary, I'm worried about you. I think, this could cause major depression or those types of things. So what I did was I called 4 providers in our area, and none of them could get me in for 2 to 6 weeks. Not only that, they had to take my insurance. And if they didn't take my insurance, then it was incredibly costly and expensive. Okay. Now, I want people to understand this is a very different type of model. This is a touch point model. But at that time, I realized that even the mayor of your own city could not get comprehensive therapy services. I was just thinking to myself, how can this be in a time when so many people are feeling isolated and they're struggling? This is really a big, massive challenge. And so honestly, I just needed someone just to be able to talk to. And that's it. I just needed someone to be able to talk to. And that's what I did. And so I want people to know, this is very, very different. This is a touch point model. This is a start of where people can talk about the stigma and say, hey, it's okay to not be okay. This is important. And so it doesn't replace the local therapy model whatsoever. That's comprehensive therapy, and it's so needed. And I've talked to Kat Greiger. I had an hour phone conversation with a very, very good friend of mine who I love and adore. He's like a brother to me, Con Sheehan, who has just given me so much insight, but so much insight on other things that we need to work with on our local providers, whether it's public safety initiatives or most team initiatives. I want them to be there for the 24/7 crisis center so that we have that face-to-face interaction. They are starting to come to the table, and I'm elated about that because we need local services. There were some of these stories online. I'm not on Facebook because quite honestly, I think it's very bad for your soul and it's negative. And there were some things that I saw out there that were really disheartening. I mean, not everything is the perfect pill, but there's a massive puzzle here. And this is one piece. And if there's one thing that we know, if we can get to people early enough from suicide or addiction, we have a much better chance to be able to save lives and get people crisis before that even happens. But this is something there are a lot of people ashamed to even get therapy in any comprehensive way, whether it's just talking to someone for a few minutes. And that's what I want to be able to offer for our citizens. This has no way to do with, I've heard some of this crazy, corporate greed and things like that. I don't think you know of a bigger champion in our community that fights for mental health and better mental health. But I think we can also have a massive role here with our local providers. And I'm so grateful for them. I mean, Kat's amazing. And I know Officer Castanelli is bringing a group of them together because you guys know now with this funding, because the crisis center won't be stood up, we have plenty of funding to bring them to the table and come up with some great solutions. So this is a much broader initiative called Hopeful Cities that Catherine is amazing. You're going to meet her really quickly here. She's from IFRED. And what she teaches is all about hope. And this is a curriculum that will be free, offered to K through 6th grade. And I'm so excited to have her. By the way, she's local, just so everyone knows. She lives in this community, loves this community. We've been friends for a while now. And I can't tell you how grateful I am for, being a champion for better mental health, but also providing hope in a time when we need it now. We need hope now. And so that's what I hope that this initiative sort of kicks off, this Hopeful Cities initiative. We will be the first city across the country doing something called Cities of Hope. And I'm excited. New York City is talking about doing this, and it's fantastic. But we also need our local providers. So in no way did I ever would not bring them to the table. We need them now more than ever. And some of them are really willing to step up and provide comprehensive services. This is not comprehensive. This is something when you need to reach out and have that touch model now. And some people need it now. I needed it now. And I'm grateful that I got it. So this is just something I wanted to be able to share with the rest of the community. Anyway, with that being said, I can't wait to hand it off. I think you're gonna give us a presentation, Catherine, in Hopeful Cities. So go ahead and take it away.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And thank you all council members for having us here today and talking about Hopeful Cities. I'm really excited to be here. And you guys, I've been in global mental health a long time, and this is a very extraordinary offering that you would give your community. So I wanted to share, I just saw some research, 40% of people right now after COVID, I guess this was done in June, but feel anxiety and depression. 11% are considering suicide. Almost half of your population are challenged with mental health issues right now. And it's really important we get them resources. So Dylan, I don't know if do you have the slides you want to share? Yeah, thanks. And I mean, hopelessness is the primary predictor of suicide. It's really the single predictor. Hopelessness is both a feeling of despair and a sense of helplessness. And we've created the first global program that actually teaches the how-to of hope. As Hillary mentioned, we teach K through 6, but we have a campaign that really is going to activate hope in your community, be the first ever community to activate, throughout the city, a Hopeful Cities campaign. And again, addressing the how to get to hope. So how you get from despair to positive feelings, and how you get from helplessness to inspired action. Excellent. So if you want to jump to the next slide. So again, it's the only predictor of suicide. It's also predictive of weapon carrying at school, violence, addiction, depression, dropout, how long you'll live, your crime, your accidents. So hope has been measured and studied, as is hopelessness, and it impacts all aspects of your community. So again, I mentioned hope is a positive feeling and inspired action. So a hope is not a wish. To have hope for something, you actually have to do something. And it's also measurable, definable, and teachable. if you invest in mental health in your city, you're going to have a 4-to-1 return on investment for intervention. And when you focus on prevention, that's goes up to 18 to 1. So we are the first, IFRED is the first to operationalize HOPE globally through teaching young kids, and Reno will be the first city to take it and operationalize it throughout a city. Go ahead. Next, there we go. So Hopeful Cities is really a marketing plan in action. We're going to operationalize HOPE and teach HOPE as we create awareness about the need for HOPE. So we're teaching while we're talking. Go ahead. And this is kind of the key components. We'll do a marketing campaign on HOPE with billboards, print ad, PSAs, brochures. We have the Hopeful Mind curriculum for students, free, available. I just met with the Washoe County Schools this morning. We have sunflower gardens for HOPE, artworks for HOPE. The idea is to create movement around HOPE and then share what resources are available in your community when you feel hopeless and when you need extra support and help, which is a lot of your community right now. Our key messaging for the campaign is that it's teachable and you can practice your skills. And if you can't get to HOPE, again, free remote therapy for all residents through Talkspace, in-person support, local therapist network. We'd like to get the resources available in Reno on a website so that people can easily access it, and also available on the campaign. And then who to call for crisis. So again, 11% of the people in your community right now are considering suicide, have seriously considered suicide. This is a major challenge. Go ahead. So then this is just some of our curriculum. If you want to know how we teach HOPE, you can go and learn. It's a very extensive curriculum. It meets national health education standards, SEL, it's bullying prevention, and it's ACEs informed. You can use it at home. We have a parent's guide. The parents can use hopeful language in their home and also put up posters in their home. That in general is the Hopeful Cities campaign, and I will let Taryn talk to you more specifically about Talkspace and how Talkspace fits into that. You know, I want to say you can't give someone hope. People have to create hope within themselves. I lost my father to suicide. I have experienced anxiety and depression. People can't fix me, but I could have been taught these skills at a much younger age of how to help myself and where to go for help when I need support. So you can give some person a hope and you'll sustain them for a day, but if you teach them how to hope, you teach them how to sustain themselves. So that I will hand it over now to Taryn to Talkspace. Thank you so much.
Amazing.
All right, Taryn, I'm gonna hand it over to you. We've had extensive conversations. I'm gonna tell you one thing. He is gonna be a future mayor, future senator, future president. He's amazing. And why don't you give him just a little bit of background of who you are and how I kind of, in some ways, I think we can totally relate from your background.
Absolutely, yeah. So I am actually calling in from the Bay Area, which is where I'm from, California, your neighboring state. I grew up trying to work on political campaigns and government for most of my life. I was working closely with the school board of the Fremont Union High School District in the Bay Area. I helped elect Member of Congress Ro Khanna. He represents the 17th district in California. And on his first day in office, we co-authored an op-ed in the San Francisco Chronicle saying, here are 5 steps that school boards can take to make students' lives better. And one of those steps, which was around measuring students' wellness around anxiety and depression, that took 3 years to get our school board to vote on, and they finally did. And now all students in the Bay Area will be asked questions around how they're doing. And that's just the first start. I ended up deciding to think about working at Talkspace when I said, how can I help more people? Because fundamentally what draws me to this conversation is I grew up in the Bay Area, and the Bay Area is known for suicides, for better or for worse. Around the time I was in high school, nearly 9 kids committed suicide over the course of 4 years. And something inside me transformed when that happened. I didn't know what was happening, but I think I felt myself change and grow and decide that this was the mission I wanted to work on. And when I heard about Talkspace and the work that they were doing, I thought I had to join them because it felt like a powerful way of reaching as many people who are in need of hope, to honor Catherine's work, and who are in need of someone who they can reach out to. And Madam Mayor, I want to thank you for your vulnerability, for your openness, for your leadership on this issue. It has been a pleasure to collaborate with you, members of the city staff, and to all the other members of the city council who I'm meeting for the first time. I'm grateful to be here. I was joking that one day I would like to be one of you in my own city. So I'm learning and I'm just listening, and I'm honored to be here. So what are we going to cover? Before I get any deeper, I want to share a deck, and I also want to acknowledge that with me is one of the best members of our team at Talkspace, Dr. Rachel O'Neill. She's the Director of Clinical Effectiveness. And Rachel, if you wanted to quickly say a few words about yourself while I pull up the deck, let me know.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for having us, and thank you to the council for having us as well. I'm Rachel O'Neill. I am the Director of Clinical Effectiveness. I'm also a therapist by training and currently a therapist on the network in addition to my administrative responsibilities. Happy to be here and talk with you all about Talkspace and how we think it can really help support, the growing sort of mental health crisis that many folks across the country, but in particular in the state of Nevada, may be experiencing right now.
And just a quick thumbs up. Can you all see my screen? Screen sharing? Cool. Presenting from here, and I just want to quickly kind of cover what we're going to talk about today. Three things at a high level. We talked a little bit around our intros, but three things. One is to talk about what's problem we're really solving, and I think the Madam Mayor touched on it a little bit. Kind of how we solve it and what it looks like to be a member. So you'll see what it'll feel like to be on the app, and we'll try and keep it to 10 minutes or less. If there's questions that come up, please don't hesitate to ask them, and we'll send our emails out in case there's any further clarification we can provide. So I think, Catherine, you touched on this earlier. 40% was the number the CDC had recently commissioned in terms of how many people are currently struggling from a mental illness. That's 80,000 people right now in Reno that are suffering from an issue. Most of them will not get access to care. And if the Madam Mayor's experience indicates anything, it is that our system is not set up for providing access. And there's 4 reasons for that. And the first is stigma associated with this. Let's just be honest, it's just still a hard conversation to talk about. When you talk about mental health, it is often the thing that people don't want to get into publicly or even privately at times. And then there's the issue of cost. As many of us are seeing unemployment numbers go up, we're seeing income inequality in this country hit. The people who end up suffering the most are those that either are underinsured or not under insurance. Even those that have insurance end up having to pay copay quite often, and this tends to rack up. The third is around convenience. It is just hard to get access to a provider. What we've noticed is that in the best states, it can take around 15 days. This is like best case scenario from the moment you say, I want therapy, to the moment you get it. And that's largely because you have to do the work. You get a list of, if you call an insurance company, you get a list of providers, maybe 15 or so, and you'll call their offices during your business hours to see if they're available. And then you're also trying to gauge the fourth barrier, which is quality, because really what matters is there an emotional connection between you and the provider? And that can often be really hard to gauge. Talkspace was built to solve these 4 barriers and provide care to people who are in need. At a high level, what are we? One, we're an anytime access app. That means anytime in the morning, 1 a.m., 3 a.m., 5 p.m., you're able to message your provider 24/7, 365, and you're able to get a match. This is key, in 15 minutes or less. So what would have taken you 15 days in the best states, it takes 15 minutes or less to get access to a provider. Second is, and Rachel will get into this, we are clinically proven. We've had over 10 peer-reviewed studies. The most recent was the most highly surveyed study in the country, 10,000 participants, 70% reported improvements in anxiety and depression scores. And we've had over 2 million member downloads across the country. So we are proven, ready to be rolled out right away. And the last bit is around security. So we are HIPAA, high-tech, and SOC 2 compliant, which is tech speak for we are safe. We're used by the Federal Reserve. We're used by the city of Irvine in California. We're used by Google, all of which have pretty high standards for making sure that our security and privacy platform is ready to go. And then without further ado, I'll pass it over to Rachel to talk more about the secret sauce behind Talkspace. Go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Tarun. So our providers are our lifeblood. They're what drive our platform. Tarun alluded to this already, but we do have a network of providers that have at minimum a master's degree. They also are licensed at the highest level that the state allows. So we have all independently licensed mental health professionals. We find that on average, our providers come to us with about 8 years of experience. Most of our providers are folks who may have been in face-to-face private practice, or perhaps they're in community-based mental health care, and they're maybe looking to expand their practice, or as a result of COVID, they may be looking to fully go as an online practitioner because of responsibilities to family or concerns about their own well-being in the community, a whole bunch of different factors. Throughout their onboarding process, we work with folks to train them on our platform. We recognize that somebody can be a great face-to-face therapist, but not necessarily quickly adapt their skills to the online world. So we have a number of different trainers, a couple of whom are actually featured on this slide. Bisma and Jill are two of our top trainers who work with our providers to make sure that when they're coming onto the platform, they're trained and they're ready to go, and they're able to translate those face-to-face skills to both video sessions as well as messaging-based interactions. Training doesn't stop after a provider is onboarded. We continue to help them throughout the lifespan of their time on Talkspace. That includes ongoing training, ongoing work with our network of providers, and just helping to make sure that we're delivering quality services. We do work to make sure we have a diverse network of providers. Hiring for diversity is an intentional goal. It's one of our KPIs from our network team. We do have currently 10% who are conversational in a second language, 20% who report competency in helping individuals in the LGBTQIA community who provide affirmative approaches to counseling. That's huge because we do have a large portion of folks in the LGBTQIA plus community who do seek out our services. And 30% of our provider network self-identify as a Black provider or a provider of color. And as Tarun mentioned, one of our biggest priorities is same-day matches within 15 minutes. We recognize that when people come in to treatment, when they've taken that first step, the most important part of it is getting them linked with a mental health professional who's there, who's helpful, who's ready to support them when they're ready to change in that moment.
Awesome. And I'm going to speed through the next couple slides. We are committed to spending $200,000 on marketing in Reno to not only recruit Reno providers in the city of Nevada and Reno in particular, but also help drive utilization. We do not want this to be something that people hear about once or twice. We will do an aggressive marketing campaign push, partnering with Catherine and making sure this is in line with the Hopeful Minds curriculum and that notion that therapy is a sign of hope. You using therapy is a sign of hope. And so we're going to pull together a marketing campaign. We're also, and I touched on this earlier on privacy and security, so we won't go too deep into it, but we are ready for rollout within 5 business days or less. So once we get the approval, we need some time to plan around it, but we can make this work for you and your people. The second component of the conversation I wanted to talk through was just the member demo. And I don't want to be talking at people for more than much time we have allotted. But I do want to quickly share what it'll feel like to use the app. And there's 2 things I'm going to cover here. One is just how quickly this 15 minutes happens. I won't actually spend 15 minutes getting access to a provider, but you'll see how that works. And then the second thing I'm going to talk about is how messaging therapy works, just in case you're scratching your head and saying, how does it work if I'm not face-to-face talking to someone? So those are the 2 things we'll cover. You'll see me zooming through the rest of the demo. It's not because it's not interesting. It's just because I want to make sure we get to the most important stuff and leave time for Q&A. So high level, you'll see your flag here. There'll be a URL we'll create called Talkspace.com/Reno, and anyone can start by just entering their email and entering a keyword. It could be a password like City of Hope or Reno. We'll create something together. And once they're logged into the portal, the first question they get asked is, why are they coming to therapy? And this is because we want to match them to a provider that can actually handle their issue. If they're not sure, they can say other, and they don't have to know. And then they have to answer a few questions. There's 5 or 6 questions around what gender they would prefer in a provider, whether they've been to a provider before, how they would rate their sleep, what their physical health looks like, and how they identify gender-wise. And finally, they will get matched to a provider that is licensed to provide care in the state of Nevada. And what we do is we have a back-end system to rank the top 3 providers that are available right away for you to connect with. Before we get in too deep into this, I just want to contrast this once again to the world that we live in. If I'm trying to do this as a standalone and call an insurance company and see who's available, it might take me 15 days because I don't know who's available. I don't know who's a good fit. I don't know if they can actually handle the issue. I just know that they're in the state. Here we've taken care of all the work for you. We've actually and made sure that they're licensed to provide in the state. We've made sure they're available, and we've done the matching to give you suggestions on who you might reach out to. So each provider has a little bit of a bio, has a focus area. And what we've asked them to do is also record a video or two. You'll notice again that Rachel mentioned this, we really care about diversity. A number of them can actually speak additional languages. If that's something you're requesting, that can be taken care of at the beginning of the experience. Now, each provider records a video. I'll play a snippet of one so you know what that sounds like.
Hi, my name's Rachel Deaton, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker here in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Not sure if you can hear the audio.
Hi
Can you
there,
hear it?
and welcome to Talkspace.
Okay.
My name is Naya Calderon, and I'm a licensed therapist in South Carolina. A little bit about my therapeutic style would be that
And the reason we ask people to record the video is largely because we want you to know who you be matched with, what that experience might feel like. And then when you're ready, you select your provider and you're matched. This can take less than 15 minutes. I think 15 is generally the max, just so you can kind of spend your time reviewing who you'd be a good fit for. But once you're matched, there's a series of questions around login, around consent intake, around your emergency contact. You'll see me speed through that here. We can run through it in the Q&A if it's of curiosity to anyone, but I'm going to next talk about the messaging component of the app. So you're seeing me speed through, again, just in the interest of time, just to cover what it feels like to message a provider. And I'll show you an example of a conversation. So your provider will say, hey, here's what's going on, like, welcome to Talkspace. And you'll reach out, I'm with whatever message feels right to you. I'm new to therapy, I'm looking for help. Can you help me figure out what's right? And I just want to make sure that I can be open with you. Once you've shared a little bit about yourself, you can select the button, let Jennifer know that I'm ready for a reply, and you'll get to know when she's free. So in this case, Jennifer is going to be notified by 3 p.m. And sure enough, she sees my message and she responds back. Think of this as a continuous text conversation you're having with someone. And they generally respond if they're available on the platform, but you are guaranteed a response twice a day at the very least, in the spirit of engaging with them. Now, each person also gets a 10-minute video call before they start. You don't have to use it, but just to align and meet each other over video and just connect. And we're providing, in addition to the core messaging aspect, unlimited access to audio and video. So if you're more like me, I'm more of a, if you can't tell, I'm more of a talker. I like recording things and I send it to my provider when I'm engaging on Talkspace. That's an easy way to connect, and they'll send an audio message back. We're also including a video component. So every month you can connect for 30 minutes with a provider via what feels like FaceTime or Zoom, and you're able to connect on the platform itself. And the way that works is you end up selecting book a session, you find a time that works for you, and then you're able to connect. Now, there are other parts of the app. There's parts around meditation and services that we offer that help you, you can access anytime throughout the day. You don't need to connect with a provider to do this. It's largely around maintaining wellness and thinking about well-being across the continuum. But in the interest of time, I want to stop sharing now and just align and kind of come back to what we said in the beginning, which was we are in it to help the city of Reno. When we think of this project, what we're trying to do, the reason so many of us got sparked up is this is why we came to Talkspace. We want to help people, particularly first responders, particularly teachers, particularly college students that would either feel the stigma or the cost barrier and just would not get access to care. And if we can do that for 200,000 people in Reno, that would be a dream for us. And so we are ready to go whenever the council deems it appropriate to flip the switch on and move. But this would be a dream partnership. And before I hand it back over to the mayor, I just want to once again acknowledge everyone that helped make this possible. Catherine and everyone on our team that's here, Rachel. We are super excited and hope to be delivering something of use right away. So I'll pass the baton back over to you, Madam Mayor, and open up for any questions people may have.
All right, thank you so much, Tarun. You know, one of the things is I have to say, and I'm going to be really honest, is that a part of why I really needed to seek out something like this is I was kind of suffering in silence, and I don't think anyone should ever suffer in silence. And again, I just want to stress, we have incredible local providers here, and they can sign up on the app as well. But we are wanting to work with them comprehensively because like I said, there are so many pieces to this puzzle. Someone even reached out to me and said, hey, this won't help homeless people. But remember that's a whole other type of therapy, and it needs a whole other arm to that piece of it, right? A lot of people that are in homeless situations need really extensive psychiatry, need to be followed, needs case management, things of that nature. That's a whole other arm, right? There's a lot of different arms to the type of services that we need throughout the country with mental health. This is just one piece. It's just one piece, but it was something that I could access immediately. I couldn't wait 2 to 6 weeks. I was having a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression. And so I really needed something that I could access now. But I did love the fact that actually when I did, they were local providers. And one actually, she specializes in trauma, sort of temporary trauma. And I'm not someone that needs long-term, therapy. And if I did, then I would seek it. But you know what? No one ever made me feel like it was okay to get help. It was like this secret that I lived in. And so, I really believe that if we can all do this together as a community and offer different solutions for different capacities, not everyone is going to need comprehensive therapy. There's a lot of people that feel like the stigma is too much. I've talked to a lot of police officers that say it's really hard for me to walk into a therapist's office. I'm afraid that someone might see me. And so, there's different reasons why people don't. But my biggest hope out of this, quite honestly, I hope everyone knows, is that we get to a point where people say, hey, this actually worked for me. And with that being said, I'd like to go see someone locally and in person. And I think that's a really big step for a lot of people. I think a lot of people, this will be their first time ever having some sort of touch point when it comes to, behavioral health and wellness. And I think that's the big goal here, is getting our community to talk about it. But this isn't just, 6 months, a year, 2 years. This is going to be a very, very long time. Mental health is not going anywhere. And unfortunately, we know by the numbers, it's only going to get much larger. And that is something, if we can get to people early and often, we have such a better chance to help with suicide and addiction. And like Catherine said, the teaching around hope, you guys, is phenomenal. And the things that they're doing with it is showing outstanding results. I mean, she's working with Bloomberg and some really big names in the space that are all seeing this curriculum be very, very successful. So I can't thank you enough, Turan, and all you guys have, brought to the table, because, I was worried, right? I think you worry when you reach out to a large company and you feel like, do they really connect locally? And I was really, really impressed. Everyone that I spoke to had a personal story with the reasons why they were there. I mean, many of you have lost loved ones and family members due to tragic events. And, if we as a city can start here and let our residents know that we can do this early, then I think we have a chance. I really do. So I just want to say thank you again so much for being here and your time. It really means a lot. So thank you. Anyway, okay, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Jordan. I know we have some public comment. So before we take any action on this item, we'll take questions from council, and then we can go into public comment, and then we can come back for action. So I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for being here, and Madam Mayor for being so open about your struggles. I think as your friend, we, in your grief, weren't sure how to help you. So this is a big deal. Us talking about it is a big deal. So my question is this: we had set aside in the CARES Act bucket for mental health services, how much?
Thank you. $3 million, ma'am, yes.
Okay, so are we thinking that this contract of 1.3 still allows us 1.7-ish, because I know there'll be other things that will come out of that as well, that could develop a more robust, locally based sort of counseling therapeutic program? I know there's lots of work going on behind the scenes. I'm talking from a macro level, if that's what the thinking is.
So we have tasked Officer Casanelli with pulling those interests together to see what it would look like. But in essence, yes, that's what we're hoping to be able to achieve.
And that would come back obviously to this body for further deliberation and consideration. But there is the possibility of there being 1.7 that could be allocated and dedicated for more of a locally focused. I guess my only comments to that is I would like to, if we're going to talk about those impacted by COVID and their mental health, if you've lost your job, certainly significant. If you've lost your home, even more so significant. And our unsheltered population should be right at the top of that list of folks that should be of this treatment pool. And the understanding that those individuals may not have access to a phone or a computer to access Talkspace, so they will need in-person evaluations and treatments that would likely have to be on coming to where they are. So that's a complexity that we will have to walk and talk through in a very 30 days time, not even 30 days time. So
it would take 30.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting that out there because I think there is great benefit in the 1.7 that we will likely bring back very soon to contemplate this next phase. I don't want our houseless population, they need to be at the top of that list, I guess is my suggestion. So thank you.
So Councilwoman Jordan, let me just interject here. With the crisis center model, that is really where I wanted to bring in all the local providers and be able to touch our population in the way that I think is the most effective. And so those are part of the initiatives that we want to work through with Kat. She's from Thrive. You guys will get to meet her. She's amazing. She's got this ball of energy. But really, I wanted our local providers to be able to have a place exactly to provide services through our community. For one, unfortunately, I don't know what that looks like going forward. We'd have to get a commitment from other jurisdictions and the hospitals and health providers. We've had some that have been super supportive, like REMSA. And as you guys know, REMSA is the first contact point with many of our homeless individuals that are struggling with a lot of mental health issues, right? So they're willing to come to the table. Maybe that's something that will come to fruition in the future. And originally that is what the idea was, bring in our local providers to the 24/7 crisis center so we could give the comprehensive services. Unfortunately, being in a pandemic and being under this timeline that doesn't allow us to have a lot of leeway, I thought we could get something like that done. But unfortunately, everyone said yes in public, but didn't really want to step up financially. And that doesn't make sense to hold something up and know that we're going to be closing it down in a year. And that was really hard for me because, I spent the last 2 years working on that model. However, if it's something we can stand up, which I hope we can, I think, and this is something Con and I have talked about a lot, is being able to bring those providers right there and utilizing their services in a way that I think they can be the most effective. I also think there's another population here, and that is our public safety population. Our police officers, our firefighters, our healthcare providers have never been more stressed out in their entire lives. And they need something as well. And not to mention, I think there's other ways you can look at that funding. And it could be someone right now, maybe they're a waitress and they've lost their job, or a mother that, is going through a divorce. I think a lot of people are also going through relationship issues because of the pandemic, right? That maybe they had to stop therapy with their regular therapists. And maybe that's something that we can help provide some gap funding there, or something to our MOST team. I would like to see that we are not sending our officers out on calls that they, quite frankly, are not equipped to handle. And we have put a lot of stress and strain on them. And that is not healthy for a community. That is really hard when we're sending our own police officers out to very volatile situations that we should not be putting them in. Not to mention, and eventually you guys will hear, and not on today's agenda, but I've asked for it to be on future agendas, about a lot of the struggles our police officers are going through with their PTSD and some of the things that, quite honestly, we have not done a good job in helping them with emotional wellness at all. And it's sort of really frightening to know that, because these men and women go through some very traumatic experiences, and they need some comprehensive ways to deal with this PTSD and anxiety. These are people that are interacting with our public, and that needs to happen. And unfortunately, a big part of the stigma is, they have a very hard time reaching out for help. And so I think there's a lot of ways that our local providers can really help get us through some of these difficult times, but also be a community where they start to seek therapy and feel okay about it and accept it. And that's a big piece of it. I was ashamed for a very, very long time. And it's not easy for me to admit that, because I think, especially in politics, people perceive you as not even human. So anyway, that's, I think they have a very huge opportunity to be in a community where people start to say, hey, it's okay that I go see someone, or it's okay that I get services right then and there. But I needed something right away. I couldn't wait, 2 to 6 weeks. And then I'm one of the fortunate ones, like all of you. We have health insurance. There's a lot of people that don't, and it becomes so costly, and people are struggling, and they're struggling now. I would not seek this out if we were not in a pandemic. I think this pandemic has really brought to light how we need to better leverage technology in ways that are available to us. Now, some people have reached out to me and said they don't like the Ubers and the Airbnbs of the world, but we've changed the way even how we communicate. That means you still use Facebook and Twitter. And those are services where people, the gig economy of how we communicate. And it's certainly not my form of preference by any means. I much rather prefer a phone call and actually talk to someone personally, right? So, but I think in today's times, things change, and we're fortunate to have other opportunities and ways we can connect with each other. So this was not in any way to slight our local providers. They're amazing. Like I said, the girl that I spoke to, she's a trauma provider. She's right here. I was super, super grateful. And in some ways it really helped me with a lot of the depression I was feeling, So anyway, okay. With that being said, Councilwoman Dura, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I too want to echo Mayor, your willingness, your passion, first of all, and then your willingness to be open and vulnerable about this issue. I think you are a change leader and a change agent as a leader. And I think all of us are right there with you. For those that don't know, I've had mental health professionals are a big part of my family, my father, my stepmom, psychologists, psychiatric nurses, and so on. So I've been around this field for a long time. I do think this is an amazing opportunity for the city, especially in the context that you provided it in terms of hope. You always say that a safe city is a successful city, but we also need a hopeful city, right? We don't need a bunch of people walking around with various addictions, troubles, challenges, unemployed, and all the challenges of living with a pandemic put on top of them. And maybe not even able to get a place to live, which is the topic I'll save for later in our agenda about eviction and when we get to coronavirus funding. But what I wanted to say is that I wanted to build on what Councilwoman Jordan said, as well as what you said. And that is, while we're doing this, I think we have to think about at least 4 different populations that we need to help. Well, we've actually already identified 5. So we've identified our own employees. We've identified people that would find this useful, a moment to talk or ability to text. I've certainly found myself in that space, midnight texting a friend, just to kind of get centered. Certainly done it. But then Councilwoman Jordan brought up the unsheltered population, which need a different kind of modality, as you spoke about, and a different kind of personal presence. Don't necessarily have access to phones, computers, etc., but need somebody to understand what's going on with them. But I also think, in addition to those, I think that we have people that are sheltered that are maybe more like you. They have a home, but they may or may not be able to afford, and they may or may not have insurance. They may not be able to afford therapy, even if they want it. They can't find it. They're more like you. And I think while we're developing these alternatives, we have to look at these different populations. And so I think that, you know, they may be, like you said, suffering from depression, anxiety. They may have suicidal thoughts, marriage counseling, I think you brought up, eviction challenges, money worries, loss of job, et cetera, all of which put them into a tailspin. Food insecurity, feeling worthless. We already mentioned that. And so I want to make sure that we don't just bifurcate this and say we could do Talkspace for 1.3 million, and then we would reserve the other funding, let's say, for our unsheltered population. I would rather build on that, but perhaps look at two different populations at a minimum: those that are sheltered and those that aren't. And those that are sheltered either have the stigma issue that you brought up, the public safety workers or whatever, whether it's health, police, fire, whoever. But also, you know, so in other words, let me say this a different way: apportion the money so that we don't just say we're going to look at 1.7 million for the unsheltered. I want to make sure that we build the capacity in our community for longer term therapy. I guess that's the best way I can say it. So maybe they get started. You call it a touch point. That's not a word I'm as familiar with, but I think it's a way of saying get started, break the ice, reach out, all of those kind of words. Break through the barriers that are holding you back from getting help, whatever they may be. But as we develop this, even if it takes the 30 days, even if we have to have a special meeting on December 30 or 29, right after the holidays, then I'm willing to do that, as long as we can continue to expand our local capacity. I will just share, when my dad moved here, he's a psychologist, in the 70s, and my stepmom moved here in the 70s. They were then, and that's 50 years ago now, they were stunned and shocked about the level of mental health availability, but also the treatment modalities, the fact that they were still using ultrashock therapy at our Nevada Mental Health Institute, things that harken back to the 40s and the 30s as ways of treating people. My dad wrote a whole book on looking at effectiveness of treatment. Like, how do you know you're reaching your goals? How have you been successful? You had some talk sessions, but did you move forward? And how do you feel? How does your therapist think? Do they think you're making any progress? Or is this just an endless 2-year conversation that never goes anywhere? I mean, so he wrote a whole book on that. So I got exposed to that concept of evaluating your progress. And obviously a touch point, a 15-minute, a text isn't going to solve a lifetime of problems. Yours might have been incident induced, right? You had deaths in the family, you had a wide variety of issues, people depending on you, but other people, and I'll, you know, people I know, people in my own family have longer term issues, you know, growing up issues and all kind of challenges. I don't want to take more time. I just want to bottom line say that I completely support where we're going with this. I support what Councilwoman Jordan said, but I want also a third option, which is people who are sheltered, who do live locally, who could utilize some services here and work with our local providers. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Councilwoman Doer. And you've been one of those people that I've reached out to at 1 o'clock in the morning. But again, that was my original hope with the 24/7 crisis center for our homeless populations, or those people that can't, you know, afford to get into therapy. So that was the original thinking. And I had some people that, you know, some providers that have reached out and said, you know, why haven't we been brought to the table? But they need to understand that Health and Human Services is not at the city level. This is something that we don't typically do. And I know Councilwoman Breckus, you know, always says that we shouldn't be providing services that are at the county because they get the money for them. And I get that, but I think we cannot turn a blind eye anymore. And, you know, we need to bring in those local providers that know our community, which are so critical. And so they are being brought to the table, but they've never been brought to the table before because we've never done an initiative like this. But if you do know anything about me, When I ran for office, I ran for a whole year thinking, at the city, we must have great programs for mental health and addiction. And I went into the community development and they said, are you kidding me? They said, you ran for the wrong office. That's over at the county. And so anyway, starting over, I do think the problem is so significant, much like our homeless. And the reason why we've all dedicated so many resources to our homeless population, because we're all passionate about it. But if we don't do it, who is going to? Because we are not seeing those services pop up in our community or solutions being offered. And that's why bringing in our local providers, they have ways that we can. And not to mention, when we bring in Kat to have a in-depth conversation about what they can provide, I think it's going to be an eye-opener for a lot of you, because we don't know their business like they know their business, right? And she brought up some really interesting challenges that I think need to be legislative changes. And some of those too have to do with insurance companies and onboarding new therapists and getting them into the community, right? They have some serious challenges in their profession. I think certainly as elected leaders, we can be at the table at the legislature and help them produce BDRs that can help us in our local community. That is going to be really critical, because they've got some pretty big barriers and they're frustrated by their barriers too. So it's great to hear about what those are, because that's where I think we can help them the most, and then bring them in on a community model that really makes sense and does a lot of good for a long time to come, not a one and done, but working with those providers. So
And we
anyway,
may be
okay.
getting more funding, in a couple months also.
Yeah, let's hope for that. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I have supported the use of this one-shot money that we've received from the federal government for mental health services all along as one of our buckets. I do think that the toll, is beyond anything we'll see and have seen in our lifetime, and that Americans are already suffering from a mental health crisis. I grew up, just to disclose, I grew up in a time and place that was very acceptable to treatment, mental health, and grew up with the philosophy that it's really not even divorced from one's physical health and the treating of the body. That's just where I came from. But I put a separation in, my background, my personal life, and the public policy steps that I take on. But as part of that public steps is earlier this year, in recognizing that mental health and physical health, what we see out on our streets with people dying and deteriorating, is a part of our broken healthcare system. And that's why when all those presidential hopefuls came around, I stood up along with Congressman Khanna over in California and was a state co-chair for the person who had the biggest vision for America's healthcare system, and that was Medicare for all. And that candidate didn't win, but I was with that candidate because I think that federal lift needs to come. So, that's where I'm at. But I want to talk about the deal that we're trying to ink here today. That's my focus. And the deal didn't come forward into my inbox in an agreement format until yesterday afternoon. So I have a few questions specific to the deal. Or the contract, the agreement. First of all, Mr. Shaver, you said you put a program manager to monitor this contract. Who is that within our organization?
Apologize for the miscommunication, Councilmember Breckus, Dylan Shaver for the record, of course. The program manager for this particular thing, I believe I am the point of contact on that contract. The program manager I had referenced, or the project manager I had referenced earlier, was to coordinate with the local providers on the alternative options that council members Dewar and Jardin had referenced, and that would be Officer Casanelli at the Reno Police Department.
Okay, obviously our police officers have a lot of roles and they're, high dollar people, but I guess here's my message to our city manager is in the feedback I've heard about this, reading the Salon article, the Forbes article, communication from other in our therapy community is the efficacy, the evidence base of this model, which seems innovative, and I congratulate the mayor on going out and finding it, is still open in the air. It's never been deployed in this sort of scale out to the general public. So I really hope that you can, with some of the CARES Act money, bring someone on to manage the scope and do some good work in evaluation of what it's going on. So that's number one. Number two is I'm a big fan of pilot projects to solve community problems. Now my city planning background brings me to that, but I'd feel a little more comfortable with a lower dollar amount, but as a pilot project, but obviously we know this is federal money. Is it on a reimbursement basis? So it's only, you know, at the end of the year, if they only do $300,000 worth of work, it's $300,000 to the city?
No, ma'am. For the record, again, Dylan Shaver. The dollar amount, the pricing model we laid out was just to come to the 1.32 million. This will remain the same if 1,000 people go after the services, or if 100,000 people do. And that
yeah.
Expanding capacity to provide the service in the first place, less so on the actual usage of the platform.
Yeah, that's pretty generous, and that could, I think, hit us in the face if people, you know, don't come into that. And so that is of concern to me. The other one is, I want to talk about our employees. We know that we have a healthcare program for them. We've stood with it very hard. They have two options. And I hear the narrative from you and others is, what about our employees and so on? I want to make sure that they are not displaced from their benefits that they have, or that we are not going to back off from our very successful employee assistance program. I've heard that from others. I want to make sure that they still have that track and that opportunity.
I will commit to you right now that we would not use this to supplant or otherwise change the existing benefits for our city employees. This would just be a thing we offer on top of it. And while we will promote it heavily to them, the other options that they have available to them will remain in place and unmodified.
Okay, and so if you're like a City of Reno employee, but you live in Sparks, you can do it. But if you're a Sparks resident, you can't do it, right? Is that how that would work then?
Yes, that would be correct. Yeah.
Okay, now the advertising, the branding as a City of Reno product, I have a little bit of concern that that could be in conflict. You know, if I was a therapist and I see the City of Reno branding this person's business, but not my business, I'm also a little concerned of us branding, you know, I'd rather it just be, this is a public opportunity for anyone to go to, like, I don't know, Renown, which gets Medicare reimbursement. But how is it designed? And is Ms. Goatsky going to be a subcontractor to the city through her, is she the advertising arm?
So Ms. Getsky runs an entirely sort of separate operation that Talkspace would sort of plug into in the City of Hope initiative. The work she would do would be, as with any of our CRF recipients, as a sort of subcontractor to the city. And then from a marketing standpoint, the plan would be to get the professionals on from all parties, from Talkspace, from City of Hope, and from our team, to really find a way to market this that would be the most effective and ensure the highest and best enrollment in the product.
Okay, I think that answers, I mean, people will be out and seeing that this is like a City of Reno product, like our swimming pools.
Whether or not I don't know that a decision has been made to brand it as you describe, like this is a City of Reno product. I think, you know, that would be a decision that would be made sort of by those marketing professionals.
Okay, because I saw our city flag on his demo. Now, licensure and reciprocity, have you all looked into that? And I mean, I guess they're the expert, but I understand Nevada's very tight on reciprocity. Are they going to be able to bring in these out-of-state therapists and get the appropriate licensure in that rapid time?
So Nevada actually does not offer reciprocity, is my understanding, but they do have sort of a fast track system for folks, and I can let Tarun and Rachel address that further. Their plan to ensure that there's enough therapists available to provide the service.
Okay.
I can speak to that if you'd like. We already have on the ground recruitment efforts undergoing right now. We are increasing our available 1099 contractors who will provide services, as well as hiring full-time employees to support this initiative as well. So full-time W-2 therapists that would join us. We have a marketing campaign, but we're also working with a recruitment firm who's sending us eligible candidates.
Do we have the latitude to set the reimbursement to them in the contract, Mr. Shaver?
No, that wouldn't be something we typically put into contracts like this. And Talkspace's pricing model, I suspect is proprietary, is something that we did not seek to have control over in the scope of this negotiation.
What do you pay a therapist?
There's two different pay models. So there's a pay model that would be compensated for 1099 contractors, which is based on engagement of the client. For the W-2 employee, that would be a salaried position.
Okay. And then the 13 to 18-year-olds and parental approval, is that required?
Yes, it would be the same standard as in face-to-face practice.
Okay. So I'm a 13-year-old, I get on my phone. Now that gets into and I don't know, it hasn't come across my way, but I would presume that there's some sort of consent, click the box, terms and agreements that people see. Has anyone at the city reviewed that, Mr. Shaver?
On the front end, sort of the terms and agreements between Talkspace and a Talkspace user?
Mm-hmm.
No, we have not. What we looked for was HIPAA compliance and commitments from Talkspace that of how they protected data and how they protected personal health records. We did not look into the agreement between the user of the platform and the platform.
The agreement that I got in my inbox yesterday afternoon between the city proposed and Talkspace, which is the item that we would take action on, there was a lot about public records. And for example, the mayor said, a police officer might want to use it. I'm concerned, if that text line becomes somehow a city document, then, it's I don't know. I mean, what becomes a public record that Talkspace is using or obtaining in this communication with their clients?
So our understanding is that anything that happens between Talkspace and a Talkspace user would not be a public record for several reasons. One, Talkspace is not bound by the public records law for any of their work. But two, they have medical confidentiality requirements, responsibilities under HIPAA and other acts to protect their patients. Communications between us and our personnel would be sort of a different story. So certainly the things that I would plan to do to market to our people would be subject to a request. However, just like we would not provide who had what procedures under our insurance under a public records request, we would also, if somehow we got this information, which currently as this is conceptualized, that information would never touch us. But if somehow it did, we would protect it under those same provisions.
What about the allegations in some of the media reports I saw about data mining?
Councilwoman Breckus, and I'll come back to you, but there's a few other council members that want to weigh in. And then you did ask about, I thought you asked about marketing and branding. And the way that I see this initiative is Hopeful Cities marketing and branding every service and service provider, and all from the crisis line to our local providers to Talkspace to the Hope curriculum, every possible provider. I would like to be under that sort of tier so everyone knows what we have in the community, has access. That's one of the reasons why I wanted the 24/7 crisis center, because everything was so fragmented. And it took me hours to go through all these resources, quite honestly. And when I would call them, like, the 211 line and things like that. I mean, I got to tell you, it was so frustrating because it couldn't have been so disconnected. So that's my hope with this, is bringing everyone under one roof so our entire community knows what's really out there and what's effective as well. And people that are really willing and ready to answer the phone, and not some recorded model that I got many, many times, or trying to send me to a behavioral health hospital, which was super frustrating, right? Anyway, Catherine, did you want to weigh in really quick?
Yeah, no, I wanted to echo that. It is about an umbrella and showing what are all of the services and what are the calls to action in Reno. So the local therapist would be, we'd have a landing page as well, a Reno landing page, and list that out, crisis type, that would be in the ads, that would be in all of the marketing communications, and it would really work on stigma overall, which again is is a barrier to access. So, and then also doing local PSAs of the different populations that you talk about that we want to reach, we can get them on film talking about their challenges and how they're addressing it successfully.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Councilman Reese, and then I'm gonna go to Vice Mayor Weber. So go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, for the conversation that you've started, I think one of the things that I acknowledge at the outset is that we would not be having this conversation if not for the CARES Act money, right? It is somewhat outside of our roles as a city, and certainly we acknowledge that we are not the ones who are like best equipped to deal with mental health issues. And I think some of that comes from the federal government, some from the state, and certainly ultimately from the county. But here we are, right? And I think I thank you again for your leadership on this issue and for your sincerity and willingness to put yourself out there, because I do think it's important that we have these conversations. Part of the thing too, I think, is that as we embark on this, we should acknowledge willingly and openly that sometimes you have to have a bold vision and be willing to fail, right? I don't know ultimately what the next year would entail for us as far as a success rate or what success would even look like. But without that willingness to have a bold vision and to be willing to fail, we're going to do nothing, right? And then we have done nothing. And so in spite of the fact that there are some things which I think, give me pause, I'm very broadly in favor of this, because I do think that when we stop trying is when we stop innovating. And as a community, I think we've taken the approach with the CARES dollars that we are going to go out there and we are going to do some things that maybe other communities are not doing. And in doing so, we do set ourselves up for the potential to fail. But I think if we don't do that and we don't put ourselves out there, that we will not have made some big, bold decisions that could have immediate impact. I think too, if we accomplish in this 1 year nothing more than having meaningful and honest conversations community-wide about mental health and about stigma, that for me is also enough, right? I mean, we're going to spend the next year having conversations that we would not normally have had, because there are going to be PSAs out there. We are going to have our programs put out there for our community, and people are going to use it. I've been contacted personally by, I'll say 20 people who are folks who are saying, hey, this is an exciting opportunity. I would use this type of service. I know from my own personal experience in life that my own children have benefited from the kind of telemedicine and therapy opportunities that are presented by this. And quite frankly, they're in that 18-20 category where they are not going to go and make an appointment somewhere unless they need a higher level of care than they can get. But they are willing to have these kind of conversations by text and by video chat in a way that other generations maybe have not done it. And so I don't want to discount the fact that maybe I personally am not going to pop onto this platform, but the people who will do so. And I think that they will be positively benefited by it. The last thing I want to say, and maybe this is just for our therapy community who are concerned that here we are as a city and we're sending dollars somewhere else, right? I mean, I think as we all know, our CARES Act dollars, we really have prioritized keeping those dollars local. That's why we've had 3 rounds of business grants that cover everything from fortune tellers to bars and restaurants and everything in between, because we have prioritized how this money could impact beneficially our local economy. I think it is certainly not true that doing this would be a harm to them. I think one of the emails I received said it was a slap in the face to hardworking licensed clinical social workers here locally. And I just do not believe that's the case. I believe that they are an important part of this community and for which we can support them. And that's why some of this other money that we have set aside in the bucket could certainly be able to be gone to them. I think we could look again at whether or not we would open another round of grants specifically towards that group of people. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do this in the short time that we have left that could still be made to happen. And I certainly believe our staff understands our desire to accomplish these goals. And so I'm going to leave it to our collective judgment in the next couple of weeks, how we can energize some of that money and push it out, especially to those folks in this space that really are feeling like maybe they're not interested in becoming a provider, but they want to continue their service to this community, because we can do both. And the last thing I'll say, just again, because I think it is worth bearing out, is that mental health crisis that's been brought on by this pandemic is not anything any of us could have anticipated. Certainly, there are mental health issues in this country that go back probably, quite frankly, to the defunding of mental health services that occurred in the mid-'80s and have carried forward through a lot of very difficult and complex economic times. But we are where we are today. We can address the things that we have in front of us today. And I believe this is a good way to start that. Even though I think there are some unknowns, I'm willing to sort of jump into the fray with this body. And I'm honored that this council is considering something which I think is, very much a game-changing opportunity and something that's outside the box. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of it.
All right, thank you, Councilman Reese. Thank you. All right, Councilman Weber.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and I thank you for your conversation today with all of us and with the public. I think that's really important to let folks know that it can happen. The conversations that we are having, it's how everybody feels right now. There's so many people that just want someone to talk to and to share, even maybe the littlest thing that's been bothering them and being cooped up and the whole thing. So I just appreciate this program so much, and the fact that that we have the possibility of having it here in Reno. And I hope the others look around, the county, those folks. We need to be a part of this program, all of us. And for Washoe County School District to have the program as well, for students, all of this is so great. But the one thing I wanted to ask is, and I'd like to ask our city attorney, specifically the liability. I don't see it really spelled out. Is there liabilities that the city of Reno can have with adopting this Talkspace program? And it may be there, and I've looked at it, and I know there's some other things like disclosures and all that, but I want to know if there's a liability for the city of Reno, and I don't see one.
No, I'm not really seeing any exposure to the city of Reno on this program. However, people can sue on a number of issues, so I'm not saying that somebody wouldn't claim a HIPAA violation or some other violation, but I think we're pretty well protected in this on this contract.
Thank you so much. Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for speaking out. And I just appreciate and hope that we get through this and move forward on allowing our public to have the opportunity, and our employees and many others, just to be able to make a phone call and just talk to someone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Weber. All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
On the contract, just really quickly, I was just wondering if Talkspace could address the issue. Do we have, first of all, Nevada therapists? I assume they have. And I wondered if they had any local, meaning our region, Reno, Sparks, Carson, Fernley. Do they know if they have any Northern Nevada today? Or is they going to build this group out over the next month? Or what's the thought?
I'll leave it to the Talkspace team to get into specifics.
And Councilwoman Dewar, just so you know, mine was local.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I assume there's a couple. Anyway, it was fantastic.
So we do have Nevada licensed therapists. Obviously, we can't provide service in Reno.
Right, I understand.
Yeah. Specific to the local area, I don't have the numbers offhand, but absolutely, we do have folks that are on the ground in the spaces that you mentioned. And then certainly our recruitment efforts are targeting the city of Reno as well as a top priority.
Then I was just wondering how you do recruit the therapists. How do you do that?
So we have a combination of efforts. We have an extensive marketing campaign through social media engines like LinkedIn, Glassdoor, Indeed, We also are working with a medical recruitment firm as well called Valerio, and they are sending us candidates based on the parameters that we put forward. So we're looking for independently licensed professionals with a minimum of a master's degree who are in the state of Nevada, who have competency providing online services or have the willingness to go through a training program to deliver services via telehealth.
Because
As you can
did
imagine,
say you have new training to make this work for you.
yes, absolutely.
Which is great. And, you know, the question was asked earlier about the pay scale, and while that might be proprietary or whatever, a lot of these people spend a lot of money getting to where they are, right? They had to go to college, they go to grad school, some went to to doctorate level, PhD level, or MD level, some went to postdoctorate. I assume the price is high because they have to pay, if they're traditional, they have to pay for an office, they have to pay for insurance, they have to, all this stuff that goes along with being a therapist. But do you think that if you take all that away, so they have no overhead, essentially, is what I see Ivy nodding, that they could get compensated appropriately, within their field?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I started as a provider on the platform. I have a doctorate degree myself, and started as a provider on the platform and then sort of worked my way up. I had originally been in face-to-face private practice and had made the decision to go to Talkspace for a number of reasons, but the biggest being that marketing and recruiting my own clients was a heavy lift. It's a lot to try to build up a caseload and to maintain a caseload, especially in particular geographic regions to do so. And then beyond that, dealing with insurance companies quite simply became more of a headache than it was worth. To be able
So many
to
have stopped taking insurance.
Yes.
Even dermatologists and
Yes.
MDs. Other
It
kinds
becomes such a barrier. It becomes such a barrier, especially for individuals who are in solo private practice or small groups. And so the beauty of Talkspace is all that's taken away. We work with insurance companies, but we have a completely separate department that is taking care of all of that lift, and payment is not dependent on whether or not sessions are reimbursed. Our providers get paid regardless of whether or not a claim gets kicked back from an insurance provider. So I believe it is absolutely reflective of the effort put in, but it is different. It's a different model and it's an engagement model. And what we reward is a couple of things. We reward retention, we reward quality, and we reward folks that are engaged with their clients. And that's shown through the metrics that we have in our algorithm.
And that I assume are comfortable in this world. Comfortable changing the way they deliver their services. The last thing I wanted to ask was for Catherine on the Hopes project. You kept speaking about children, and so I wasn't sure you were speaking about K through 6, I think. I just wanted to get clarity. Is it for that population, or is it for, as the mayor said, more of a broader kind of distribution of hope?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So it is, we've researched the K through 6 curriculum. Anyone can use it and download it, but it's taking the principles of how to teach hope and doing a marketing campaign, educating the general public about what hope is, the workplace will develop a workplace campaign on the How to Hope, and that'll be for adults. And we'll also have a 21-day course that anyone can take where you get one video each day with something you can do about your hope, and it'll take you through the science of hope.
So if you can just clarify, are we paying you separately under a separate contract with the city, or is it under this umbrella contract? That's where I got a little bit confused.
Yeah, it'll be separate, is my understanding.
But maybe not a large enough size that has to come to council, maybe.
Exactly.
Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And one of the things I would just say too, Catherine also has a lot of other, what do you call it? Other partners that are coming together that we want to bring in because we think that they make sense to bring other initiatives to the table with different healthcare providers, which is really exciting. And it's, I think it just helps the initiative in such a bigger and massive way to scale and to reach. So that's part of it. So, and that's actually really exciting.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Maybe the way that we are contracting with Catherine could be a model for how to contract with some of these other providers, that are in terms of a niche or something, a niche to fill, or how to go about it. Okay.
I also just want to mention, this is so innovative for a city to do. So I've been in global mental health a long time, and my goal is to really elevate Reno in taking the initiative for this, for doing a comprehensive plan for mental health and addressing mental health in a city. So I see this globally. I mean, it's so innovative and so much needed right now.
So would you be, I mean, what would your relationship with Talkspace be if you could just explain that? Would you be like their conduit for the city, or is it two separate things? Or
Yeah, it's really, I introduced Talkspace because we know we don't have the number of providers for the people that need help. So you've got to integrate technology, and Talkspace is well known in the space, has the best platform. So really, I brought them in as part of a solution, more of a comprehensive solution.
Well, that's helpful to understand. So there's you, the umbrella, and one of your, I guess, branches would be Talkspace, but you would have others under this contract we would be doing with you?
Yeah, I mean, I have, yeah, and I have a business background, and so it's how can you get the most resources to the city of Reno for the most effective cost. I think usage is going to be much higher for Talkspace. I think it's going to be a bad business deal for them, but it'll be a great learning experience for them, and they can use that as evidence and for a model moving forward.
Right.
But yeah, so that's exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And again, Naomi, my goal is really, if you are any type of provider, I don't care who you are, in behavioral health space, I want to be able to have sort of this umbrella where people can access these resources because they've sort of come through us and we know what they can provide, that they're not just a number that dials you to nowhere and gives you, you know, a long recording, which is what I found to be constant, or a lot of barriers to access. And I'm talking about even people like Juan Munez from Las Vegas, who just wrote a children's book. It's okay to not be okay. He's an artist and he's an illustrator. And I want Juan to be at the table to offer things like this to children. Let's start early and often, and not to mention social and emotional learning is really, really critical. I'm a huge fan of social emotional learning. I want all of it. And we have incredible teachers here in that space, and Washoe County actually has a great program. And I'm just shocked that so many people don't know about it and parents aren't using it. And my hope is we can build this umbrella and build it for a long time to come and really have a hub where people can access resources. And again, this is just one tiny, tiny piece of the puzzle, but we got to start somewhere. And just so you guys know, yes, people will criticize you. Anything that's worthwhile doing, you will get criticized for it. I've learned that. And sometimes you have to go out on a limb, but I'm willing to do that because I know how people are struggling right now and have been struggling, and we have never addressed it as a city, and it's time to do that. So
maybe we're having your virtual hub instead of the building, you know?
Well, that's kind of what we're trying to create. Let's hope we have that building eventually. Now that might not be next year or the year after, but by the time I leave office, we need to have that resource. All right, Councilwoman Breckus, and then we're going to move on because we still haven't even gotten to our agenda.
Yeah, just to continue my questions, because, you know, at the end of the day, people are going to be asking me if they should use this. And I need to feel comfortable that this is something that I can say, you know, try it. You're going to be safe. You're not going to be exposed. You're not going to, you know, I don't know. But one of the things was, according to a new report from the Times, and this is like this August, this year, 4 employees say that individual users' anonymized conversations were routinely reviewed and mined for insights, and that Talkspace data scientists shared common phrases from clients' transcripts with the marketing team so that it could better target potential customers. And without acknowledging that that sort of practice goes on, I just want to make sure it will not go on with our clients, and that we have the protections in the contract so that we're not putting our Reno residents into some laboratory for a marketing effort. And are those protections in the contract that I got yesterday afternoon, Mr. Shaver?
So the protections that we sought, again, were compliance with HIPAA, and no doctor would really be able to go out and kind of do what you described, sort of under federal act that's been in place for a long time. And I can, as to story that you reference, I can let Talkspace respond to that and their marketing practices along those lines. But again, what we sought were protections for our personnel that under existing law would remain in place and in force. And beyond that, Tarun, you want to take it from there?
Yeah, no, totally. I want to acknowledge the concern, Councilmember Breckus, and I think honestly, if someone were to ask me that, that's one of the first things that would come to mind. I do want to say we had Latham & Watkins, a law firm, come in and do an independent audit of the New York Times accusations. And they've released a 2-page memo, which we're happy to circulate internally, confirming that our HIPAA attestations, our high-tech, our SOC 2 compliance, our compliance with the law would never allow something where we would mine data or we would ever individually identify people's transcripts or put anyone in that position. And so not only have they done an audit, we've also had an audit done from the biggest health plans in the country, Cigna, Aetna, Optum, and the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco and New York, I can assure you, would not be using us if we weren't complying with the highest levels of privacy and privacy standards. Now, the question that you were specifically targeting around the marketing component, I can assure you that any data that we do glean from user transcripts, A, is again de-identified, B, stored in the Amazon cloud service, so there's literally no way for people to access this data. And C, to the extent that they're ever used, they're only used in the context of provider tool to help the provider experience get better. And Rachel can certainly weigh in here. Rachel, if you want to unmute yourself and talk through that, that'd be great.
Yeah, so the most common way that this tool is used is essentially it's a machine learning tool, and I'm going to oversimplify it in part because I don't understand it, because I'm not a data scientist. But essentially what it does is it gives us our providers the tools to better interpret diagnostic information and perhaps more importantly, better manage and identify risk. One of the things that drew me to the platform as a provider was innovation. And I think that we are on the cutting edge of being able to identify risk-related factors before the client comes out and says, I'm thinking of killing myself. So as a provider in my room, what will pop up will be a box and it will say things like, your client has mentioned hopelessness. Your client has talked about a recent loss. You may want to do an in-depth risk analysis. Now, I've been practicing for 18 years. I'm pretty good at this. I worked, my first job was working in a crisis mental health center, but there are things that I miss. I'm human. And there are times where I'm working with someone, especially someone I've been working with for a long time, and I may have blind spots. Those tools are invaluable. Those tools are invaluable reminders of ways in which I can continue to refine my clinical practice. And again, more importantly, ways that I can be on the lookout for areas that I may not have picked up on as a provider. That's how our machine learning works. There are other aspects as well. As I mentioned, occasionally it'll pop up and say, your client has talked about addiction issues and you haven't assessed for that. Is that something you may want to pursue? All of these things are presented as suggestions to our providers. They never trump clinical opinion. So as a provider, if I'm like, well, yeah, they were talking about addiction, but it was 20 years ago, it's not relevant now, I certainly can move forward with my clinical judgment. It's all provided in the space of the product attempting to assist our providers in their clinical practice.
So just to follow up, that's an artificial intelligence tool that's proprietary that you all have created that helps the provider, is that?
That's accurate.
Okay.
I just want to close with saying that if from the member perspective, were they to ever choose to switch providers or switch therapists, it's under their control what data they share. So we give members control over whether or not they choose to share their previous transcript or they can start clean slate. And one other thing I do want to emphasize and give a big shout out to our CTO, our co-founder. From the moment we started this business, privacy and security has been at the center of Talkspace. So other companies, when you join a platform, you'll have cookies trailing you. You'll have your data that comes from other websites about you, your user profile. We have eliminated any of that. So your provider will never know anything about you that you don't want to share, whether that's external, pre-Talkspace or internal within Talkspace. And we've regularly hired people to do pen tests to see if our data and our security compliance is up to snuff. And time and time again, whether it's HIPAA or SOC 2, we've gotten the certifications that kind of really enable us to feel confident about our privacy and data offering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just want to point out, you guys, nothing is ever perfect. I've also been to, in-person therapy And some of that works, a lot of it works great for a lot of different people. But it also depends on, your therapist and how great they are, how they relate to you. Sometimes you have to find the right one, like the right shoe, right? But I'm also going to say, not everything works for everyone. We all are, different brains, left brain, right brain, whatever you are. Some people go to massage for, mental well-being and, alternative ways to deal with stress, right? And you are probably going to see people out there, I also know technology, like, social media, people will say things and write things and people tend to believe them. We all know this. This is the world we're living in today, and they can be very inaccurate, but also that's where people love to go to also be, and I hate to say this, but quite honestly, they're negative. And we know this, that people love to talk about the bad more than the good. People love, there's been statistics on this, right? That it's like, if for a bad experience, that'll be 230 people that will talk about it. For a good one, it's like 10, right? And this is a true statistic. So you are going to see people out there and saying, hey, this didn't work for me, or I had this experience. But that's like with everything. When Councilwoman Brecka says, hey, how can I say to someone, is this safe? It's no different than you say, hey, why don't you go take a ride on the Tahoe Ditch Trail, and then they fall on a rock and now they're suing us. Whenever we laid paint on the ground at the city, things do happen. Nothing is perfect or foolproof. I think, that's just in life. We have to take chances. And with everything that we do, I think we've taken a lot of chances as this council to do some things that, quite honestly, we've taken a lot of blowback for, whether it's arts and culture, or whether it's infrastructure, whether it's policy into, our new homeless comprehensive campus, things like that. We have jobs that get very scrutinized. And so just know you will get scrutinized. But I think is when we stop trying is when we fail. But know that, you are brave for, taking something like this on. And I really appreciate, again, the city of Reno kind of steps out, and I just think that we have for a long time. We do sort of lead, whether we are a success or not. I think, honestly, this council, I'm proud to say that, even though, we all get blowback and we all think differently and we all have political views. The nice thing is, please know this council's been pretty innovative, and we've come out with a lot of policies that no one in the region has done. So I'm really proud of that. All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I will be brief, and I appreciate you saying that. I think we're all, who have been doing this for a while, understand the arrows in which we take on a daily basis. And that's just part of the program. And I think we understand that some enjoy complaining as much as they enjoy doing nothing about it. So that's just the nature of some people. My question is this. So let's say we move forward with this today, and within what is the timeline for something like this to go live? And once you flip the switch and the marketing has deployed, and on X date it goes live, what happens if 10,000 people call in and your lines jam, your system goes down, and you don't have people to help? That's my fear. I'm a little more fearful this might be more successful than we may think. And what is the fallback if it is in fact on day one more successful than you're prepared for? Can you tell me what your maximum volume first day influx has been and how you've handled it?
So,
Corinne, do you want me to take that one? Or do you want to take it?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. I agree. I think it's going to be highly utilized, and I'm going to base that on previous rollouts that we've had that have been similar with regard to offering the services to college campuses as well as to some businesses as well. I think in a pandemic, people want to talk and they want help. We did a donation back in March and April to first responders and healthcare workers, and we utilized all of the donations we had available in a very short amount of time. I can tell you that if it went live right now, we could easily accommodate 3,000 to 5,000 members in 15 minutes without issue. So we have capacity at this moment. We are actively working at ramping up capacity. It is our number one priority. I spend every morning, Monday through Friday, starts with a capacity meeting where we talk about states of need, we talk about recruitment, we talk about how we're going to be able to serve our consumers. We do not have telephone lines that jam. If somebody opens up our app, they are going to get matched with a provider. They are going to have somebody who can work with them. That is our mission is therapy for all. That is our feature. We have had similar launches in other states where we have had large accounts. The key is really preparation. And the benefit that we have here is that we've had a few weeks already in the hopper before this has went live to begin ramping up our efforts and to begin preparing. So we have hit the ground running prior to this point, and we are ready to move forward to be able to manage capacity. We hope that your consumers, your members, the folks in your city sign up. We want to be able to serve them.
So if we said yes today, I mean, how quickly would you flip the switch? I mean, what's the timeline on activation?
I think, Tareen, you could probably speak to this better than I can,
Yeah.
but I think there's been some discussions about targeting specific groups so that we're able to sort of begin to onboard folks. So maybe targeting like first responders, launching it there, and then kind of having a rollout. But Tareen, you can speak to that better from the business development side.
What we were planning on was a phased launch. So like a launch, turning it on for everyone whenever we're ready to sign the contract, certainly. But I think marketing it to people we expect to be engaging it and needing it the most. We talked about the city office. We talked about first responders, whether it's the police unit or the fire chiefs. I think if we do a targeted campaign, we'll see high engagement in those spaces. And it'll also be good proxy for us to analyze and estimate where we need to hire. And I think as soon as we close this conversation and the council chooses to vote, we will be aggressively pursuing, whether it's with full-time W2 deals or whether it's just the aggressive marketing push that we're already committing to spend. I think our intention is to support the highest potential penetration of the city and certainly do it in a phased way so we can kind of responsibly plan on our end. But if we do a phase one of sort of like a soft launch, if you will, where we turn it on, we communicate it, we sort of use that as a proxy data to imagine what January will look like, and then aggressively target that so that we're able to get within Q1, hit the goals we all decide that we're aiming to hit with this project.
The other thing this is another area that Kat and I talked about, and somehow integrating them if we found that we're at certain capacity, if there's some way to, tap into our local providers to also do that. Kat and I, we talked about that, which I think is, even more conversation needs to be had, and, what they want to bring to the table, what they think is going to be best. Again, I don't know their business like they know it. They know what their capacity is, what they can handle. Their infrastructure really wasn't in place. Do I think they could get there? Sure. And again, I think that's where, some of our local providers can also play a part in this initiative, right? And work hand in hand. I think that is also going to be, another component that could help with people that really need help. Again, and that, I think it's funny and sort of interesting because my fear was, oh my goodness, what if enough people don't use this, right? And now, I've heard a lot of feedback from citizens saying, this is amazing. I've wanted to be, like this for a long time. I just never could afford anything like this. Or I had, I've been going to therapy and I love it, but I couldn't afford it. I lost my job and things like that, right? So part of me was like, well, maybe people won't understand that talking to someone might be really beneficial to their wellness, right? And so it's interesting to hear people saying, well, what happens if it's actually much more successful, right? And so sometimes that's a good problem to have, but I think it's also a good question to raise. And also maybe speaking with Carl and having some sort of disclosure in there, if, something of that capacity, and I think that would be something we'd absolutely have to work out. But I think phasing it into populations, especially, I'm very worried about our public safety population, our police officers, our first responders, all of those people. and especially our healthcare workers, they need some really significant help now. And I think as we're going into this massive surge, and we're all seeing it, we've got a parking garage erected, even though Donald Trump doesn't think that exists. But that tells you the magnitude of the patients that they're seeing and the level of crisis that is going on in the city right now. So being able to even roll it out to them, Tarun, and maybe it's under a certain code, right? You fall under a certain code if you're a healthcare provider, first responder, and then they have, access to service as well. So
Mayor, to your point, I mean, the people are getting off shift at 11 p.m. and that we keep hearing on the national news that they're breaking down mid-shift, or they're breaking down at the end of their shift after just working 8, 10, 12 hours to save lives. Now they're going home and have to go be a regular person. And I can imagine this would be incredibly helpful on sort of when you need it. Most therapists aren't available at 11 p.m. When you're trying to kind of shift back to something.
Most people don't have a counsel like I have that will pick up the phone at 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, like Councilwoman Dewar or Councilwoman Jardin or Councilman Reese or Councilwoman Weber, right? Like, I'm fortunate. I have you guys, and so again, I think a lot of us have a great network of family and friends and people that love you, that are there for you to support you, but many people don't. And I think even being an elected leader sometimes, I have felt very isolated, like many of you might have, when we face some pretty difficult decisions. We feel somewhat alone in some of those decisions. They're not easy, right? I think honestly, to be in politics today is incredibly stressful. There's so much hate and divisiveness. I mean, if you're in elected office today and going through a pandemic and some of the, social unrest that we've seen, and we just had the fire here, our lives are stressful in politics today. It's a very, I think you make a great point, Councilwoman Dewar.
You're a nurse at Renown, and you're not going to step aside for an hour at 3 on a Tuesday to go to your counseling appointment.
Yeah.
Keep working. I mean, you're not going to the dentist either. I mean, you are going to keep working, but that doesn't mean that these needs go away.
All right, Dylan, with that being said, I think we have to go to Madam Clerk and take public comment.
Yes, Madam Mayor, at this time, we will listen to the voicemail that we received.
Yes, my name is Lisa McAllister Barnard. I am a local marriage and family therapist in Reno, period. I wish to speak on the topic of the Talkspace, proposed Talkspace contract, period. It's important for the city to realize that we have an up-and-going infrastructure to see these people here. There have been years and years of complaints on Talkspace and other online platforms. In fact, this company denies that they provide therapeutic therapy, but say that they provide therapeutic conversations with a therapist, but do not provide therapy services, period. They have problems with confidentiality and that you have to text private matters, which is not confidential, HIPAA compliant, or private. Those conversations can be interrupted, interceded with, and interfered with, period. The company charges very, very high prices for low quality therapy. It's basically text. It also abuses and uses the therapists that they hire for very poor wages. And it would be very, very wrong to take this money and throw it at this kind of technology, which has been discussed and argued with and has been found to be lacking seriously through the years. We have the infrastructure. We are already online. We are here to help our own people. It would be wrong to ignore that. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Madam Mayor.
All right, and Ashley, I didn't get her name. Will you make sure you have her name? One of the things I want to make sure is that everyone is invited to the table so we can come up with some comprehensive ways. What's the best way we can help our local providers and our community? But again, I think there's a lot of conversation to be had here, probably at the legislative level and also with the insurance companies. Like I said, I wasn't aware of a lot of the red tape and some of the reasons why I couldn't access therapy in a timely manner. And I got an education in that. And I think that that is important that we need to address as a whole. And actually, you know, we need to have better laws for, you know, behavioral health. And a lot of the reasons you may or may not know, but Medicaid pays very, very, very low, and it disincentivizes people to get into this space. And it's one of the reasons why people are not at the table. And that needs to change. It really needs to change. We need to make this a priority. I mean, you guys know we're not the legislative level, and that's where a lot of the action happens. But I do think that I really hope and pray, you know, we have a couple big champions at the legislature, but not enough, definitely not enough. So I hope even these conversations are something that our representatives in different areas of Nevada will hear us and hear the need for this. I think that's important too. That's what this conversation has sparked. This conversation has sparked that we have providers that want to help us locally. I've never had that before. I mean, I have not experienced that. That's why I'm so grateful for these conversations with all of our local providers and our local community, because I think together, obviously, we're going to be stronger. So anyway, so I want everyone at the table. So if you're a provider and you're listening, I know we had a lot of people join today, which I think is super exciting. It's a time to talk about this, and it's a time to address the stigma. And, you know, we should not be doing this in silos. I don't believe that. But maybe this is also something at some capacity the county can adopt, because they are the ones that get the funds for these types of initiatives, not us. So I hope that they're also listening. That would be fantastic to have a county-wide initiative. They really need to be at the table. So anyway, okay, I'm off my.
Thank you for your leadership. Maybe I could offer a motion to.
Yes, please go right ahead.
Okay. We did get a draft contract or a proposed contract, and I would like to make a motion to approve the contract with Talkspace for $1.3 million with the conditions and the contractual agreements that we have outlined. And that is what I'd like to do. And I'd also, as a side note, just like to say I look forward to this conversation going on, even with our remaining CARES dollars. So that's my motion.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. I have a second from Councilman Reese. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. This really means a lot. And like I said, I had so many people reach out, and they're really, really grateful that they have someone to reach out to. So Tarun and Rachel, thank you so very much. And thank you for your passion and what you do, because it really matters and it's making a difference. So we are just super, super grateful, and to be the first city to adopt, you know, therapy for, well, and talk for people in this capacity. And Catherine, couldn't have happened without you. You know, I was grateful whenever I met you a couple of years ago, and I just knew you were a shining star. You guys don't know this, but she came up with light bulbs that were different colors that changed your mood. And she was on Oprah Winfrey. She's kind of a star in the space. And she's just a wonderful, wonderful person. We're lucky that she's here, and she's going to launch the biggest hope initiative across the country. New York City wants it. And I said, no way, Reno's got to be first. You guys know how competitive I am. We've got to be first. So thank you so much, Catherine. You're amazing. And Dylan, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work and for putting up with me. I really appreciate it. And Doug, thank you so much for putting up with me. I know I get passionate and excited and a little crazed, but you guys put up with that. And I really, really appreciate it that you could see how important I felt like this was to so many people, and Devin Naoma for being such great friends, and Naomi. You guys have been there for me when, you know, I had no one else to talk to, and Councilwoman Jardin threw me a really nice socially distanced birthday party when I was in a lot of depression. So I love you. Thanks. Mwah. All right, you guys. All right. So, Madam Clerk, sending
Madam
it back
Mayor,
to you.
thank you. One thing just to note is we did skip over approval of the minutes from October 14th, so we would just be looking for a quick motion on that item.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving
Would
on.
you, entertain a small break? I don't know what our rest of our day looks like, but
Yeah, I think we should, let's break for 20 minutes and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Sound good?
perfect.
Thanks, everyone. See you soon.
Thank you all so much. Really excited. Thank you.
An honor. It's an honor to be here. Thank you all.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, Bonnie, hi.
Hi. Do we know if the mayor's coming back?
She is, she's on her way.
Okay, good. Good, good, good.
right, Madam Mayor, would you like to call your meeting back to order?
You're on mute, Madam Mayor.
That's so you don't hear my ferocious dogs barking. All right. Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you. I know some people were grabbing lunch and sometimes that takes a little longer than expected. So
Yeah, so at this time, Madam Mayor, we will transition to item C1. This is a public hearing for Pine Street Alley abandonment.
all right. Okay, at this time, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, has proper notice been given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item. Should be noted additionally, we have no public comment, and we do have Acting Community Development Director Angela Foos available to give you a brief presentation and answer any questions if council has them.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Angela.
Hi. I'm going to share my screen real quick. For the record, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director. I'm going to walk you through a quick presentation. Can everyone see that? Thumbs up.
Yep.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Wonderful. So this is kind of part 2 of an application that came before you as part of an appeal. You'll remember last October, the Pine Street tentative map project came before you. It was 48 units. These are townhome units, kind of in our downtown area, right off of Ryland and Sinclair. So the tentative map was approved. As part of that, there was one alleyway that was going to be abandoned. And so this is that next step, which is the abandonment. As you can see on the map before you, the portion to be abandoned is situated between Pine Street and Ryland Street. And here was the site plan where you can see where the alleyway is currently located and proposed to be located as part of that future plan. There was one parcel that was not part of that development. I just want to point that out on this map. It's that 215 River Rock. So that parcel, the property owner was part of the appeal and asked that we add a specific condition to make sure that they have access to their parcel in perpetuity. So a condition was added to the tentative map to make sure that this alleyway, whether it's a private easement or a public right-of-way, will always be maintained as access for that parcel. Again, as a reminder, here's some photos of what that alleyway looks like. A typical alleyway is about 20 feet wide. This one is about 13 feet wide. A little bit of history on this site. This development, when these parcels were created, goes back to the late 1800s. So this has a long, long history, well before when we had alleyway width requirements. This looks like it's been considered an alleyway as far back as 1905. So over the last 100+ years, development has occurred on both sides of this alleyway. Some of these buildings have actually been built encroaching into the alleyway. You can see that top right picture, that encroaches about probably 5 or 6 feet within that 13-foot alleyway. So the intent here is to abandon the alleyway. When that development, Pine Street townhomes, comes forward, they are conditioned to either create a new alleyway, which will be 20 feet wide, and either dedicate it to the city of Reno as an alleyway, or create a public access easement. So for perpetuity, at some point, once this portion of the alleyway goes away, the future alleyway, whether it's a right-of-way or an access easement, will forever maintain access to that one parcel. I did want to highlight that we've added an extra condition of approval that calls out specifically that that has to happen as part of the abandonment. Again, we added a condition with the tentative map. We're adding a similar condition with this abandonment so that that one singular parcel that's not part of this development will always have access. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
You know, I do have one question. It comes up with what's going on with waste management. And, you know, these public easements, I think we've always thought they were pretty simple, or private easements with public access. But how do we ensure that whoever is adjacent to this easement can have waste management service off that backside. I've lived on alley served properties for decades, and you know, you're set up often to go off that backside, and if you don't, it's not easy. And so, you know, I don't know the situation here because you got new development, you got existing development. It's a private easement, correct? I mean, you don't know, you're going to leave it to the developer's decision?
It's been conditioned that it has a public access easement. So it's not specific to any one parcel. It will provide public access, so anyone can use it.
Well, I think what we need to do a little bit further when these, you know, and I know the jurats or, you know, or the, you know, the plats get drafted certain ways, but I hope someone in legal, someone in CD, when they are drafting these for public access, are specific that includes all public services also. Right? I mean, you run a 5-foot public utility line or public utility easement around every property, right? So to me, that implies if you're going to run a public utility easement on someone's back end property against say, you know, an alley, you can take utility service off that alley. So I just want to make sure that someone somewhere on our staff is making sure that when we do these non-typical public right-of-way access arrangements, that on the back end, we're making sure that it's the easement is broad enough to point to, look, I get utility service off here if I want it, you know, whether that's deliveries, but also certainly waste management.
Absolutely. And when the final map comes forward, they are required to also provide a will serve letter from waste management. That is part of our requirements. So waste management will weigh in on how they're going to deliver or do trash pickup for all of the new created parcels. Because this will either be right away, right, in which the city will own 20 feet wide, or it will be a access easement. We are requiring it's 20 feet wide. So waste management will have the option, again, that's on them to decide how they want to do trash pickup. But we do require that they look at it before the final map is processed.
Yeah, and that's been the issue up in these private streets is I know old Reno Disposal signed off on those, but I'm just not so sure that it should be their decision. You know, if someone's had alley access forever, they should be able to have that access continue. Anyway, just wanted to bring that up because I think there's a lot of implications for this alley or this waste management service in these arrangements.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I can make a determination that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed abandonment and therefore move to approve the staff recommendations subject to the conditions in the staff report.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to item D1. This is presentation and discussion for the strategic budget reduction plan for FY 2020 and 2021. We will move over your finance director, Debbie Lochner, at this time to give you a brief presentation and answer any questions that council may have.
All right.
Should be noted, Madam Mayor, we did not receive any public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Deborah, take it away.
Get all the unmute thing. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is a follow-up to our conversation back in September. And so I'm gonna share my screen, figure out how to do all these things. And that is this one. I got the right one. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to, again, talk about how we are going to reduce our budget. The news is that our C-tax is still running slightly above budget after receiving the first 3 months of the revenue. So I will show you that. And we'll talk about the plan and a couple other funds that could be problematic for us. So we continue to review and reassess our revenues every time we get a new piece of data. The length of the time that we spent at the bottom of the curve was less than anticipated for C-tax, and for room tax, we're still having some issues there, which I'll get into in a little bit. So that length of time at the bottom of the curve really was a reflection of stimulus and extra money flowing into the economy from both the federal government as well as the city of Reno from our CRF funding. In our July sales, our C-tax receipts, is not just sales tax, but C-tax receipts were slightly above budget at 0.5% above budget. And our August C-tax was below budget, but greater than what we received last August, and September came in above budget. And so you'll see that in a minute. I will show you a chart. But this has been a reflection of the use of the stimulus money coming into the economy, our local economy, and people are spending it. So overall, this is how our C-tax performed against prior year actuals. And you can see that we were running well above prior year actuals until March, and we had a big dip in April, and then we climbed our way back up, and we actually finished the year. Originally, I think we had estimated about a $6 million reduction in this revenue source for last year, but it really only came in $921,000 under budget. So we like to show you a picture of how we ended the year, and this overall shows on the left-hand side is the revenues, on the right-hand side is the expenditures. A couple things to highlight on the revenues are ad valorem, or property taxes, came in slightly above budget. That was expected, and we are waiting for the end of this month so that we can have those discussions with the county to see what may have been appealed and where they are seeing property taxes for next fiscal year. So for last fiscal year, there really was no impact to the property taxes. And for this fiscal year, there's not expected to be an impact because when the pandemic hit, the lien date and the appeal period had passed. So those property taxes sat as is. We do expect that we will see a reduction next fiscal year, and we will be looking at that data as soon as we can. A couple highlights here. If you look at intergovernmental revenue, and we were $19.8 million over budget. That is our first half of our CARES Act relief funds. And those monies were required to be booked back to last year because we had the amount and we knew how much we were getting in the audit period. Charges for services is reduced, and that again is primarily for parks and recreation programs and for parking. And then again, so you look at our ending fund balance was actually 10.3% above budget, but without the CARES Act money, it was really only 0.8% above budget, about $1.7 million. And overall, on the expenditures, in the last part of last fiscal year, we put a hold or a slowdown on a lot of the purchases that the city typically makes at the end of the year. In addition, we scrutinized positions. We asked departments if those positions could be moved to the next fiscal year and just give us a couple months of salary savings to help with what we expected to be a large budget problem. So overall, we were able to save quite a bit of money, and you will see that when I talk about fund balance. So again, as I said, the stimulus funds have been keeping our revenues right about on budget. And those are expected to go away. I don't know what's going to happen. I know there's discussions in Washington, D.C. about additional stimulus. We just don't know what that would look like or if it's going to happen. So we're not, we're planning on it not happening and running some scenarios to make sure we're prepared. If there's another shutdown in the economy, the availability of a vaccine is not expected until next calendar year. However, most of us, unless we are healthcare workers, first responders, the elderly, or in care homes, are not likely to get a vaccine very quickly. The impact of our property taxes, like I said, we are watching that and waiting for those dates to pass so that we can start analyzing data. And we don't know what our actual level of recovery is going to be or what may be considered the new normal. So we are continuing to run scenarios and try to be prepared. So as I said, our C-tax for this year has come in right about on budget. So we're in, after the first 3 months of receipts, we're at 0.5% above budget, and on a $78 million budget to be $96,000 over budget, it's not really over budget. We're almost exactly on budget. Wanted to show a picture, and so in this one we actually added the dotted line is the budget because I think it was it shows the true picture of what we're looking at. And as you can see, in July we were almost exactly on budget, then we were below budget, and then we're above budget. So this is a very volatile revenue source, and we continue to monitor it. So for the strategic budget reduction plan, as you all are aware, we asked the departments to come up with scenarios that were for reductions of 5, 10, and 15%. Really are looking at department savings plans and looking at how we can do some other, some of the things that we do maybe differently. And then we also continue to maintain the fund balance and the budget flexibility that I have discussed with you at prior meetings in order to make our plan correct, to make it work. So overall, our expectation is of about a 5% decline in overall revenues. And this kind of lays out for you where we think those declines could be. So if there is not another stimulus, or we see another shutdown, we could see a dramatic decline in our C-tax again. So we have planned for a 5% reduction is about $10.3 million. About every 1% equals about $2 million. And these are in the red numbers are where you can see where we expect the revenues to be below a budget. And there we go. So overall, this is a summary of what the departments submitted to us for their 5, 10, and 15% reductions. I'm not going to go through all of these. It is the finance department then took those, and we had priorities and for how we would select those things that we felt comfortable presenting to council. The number one thing is to maintain our critical core services and to continue working on the council's priorities. We wanted to make sure the reductions were spread across the organization as best we could and minimize the impact to our residents as well as our employees. We asked the departments to identify cuts that could be sustainable for 2 or 3 years. Not all of them are, but we will be looking, continually revising what it is that they need to be effective in their jobs and service to the community. And we continue to maintain our position review committee. So overall, in the tier 1 department reductions, we have a revised total of a little over $5 million. We went back out and met with every single department to ensure that the cuts that they had proposed, 8 months prior, were still cuts that they could live with. And for the most part, they were. We had some adjustments. Pretty much, people move things around. There's some one-time savings as well as ongoing savings. If you remember the first original plan, HR had a very limited reduction, but they have a position that we really don't feel is going to be able to be filled this fiscal year. And so we've put in the savings for that position as well. And there were other things that we found when we actually discussed the program with the departments. So as I promised, a discussion on fund balance and what our flexibility is. So we, by saving our, by scrutinizing every purchase in the city for the last 3 months of last fiscal year, and really looking at those positions, whether they needed to be filled or not, we were able to save, as you saw on the previous slide, it was about $14 million. And part of that it was encumbrances and other things, but when you actually look at the excess fund balance that was available for us to use this fiscal year is $7.6 million. The audit is not complete, but we're fairly certain that's a good number. If you recall, we did have the council commit $7 million of this fund balance and in order to defray additional cuts. We also have, as I said before, some areas of flexibility where we could reduce some of our long-term liabilities transfers and maintain them at the prior level. And we increase this each year to try and really pay down those long-term liabilities. But there is nearly $12 million that we could use to balance the budget if things become worse than what we're expecting right now. So overall, we are asking the council to look at our 5% reduction scenario, which is about $10.3 million. And we have about $5 million in expenditure reductions and about $5 million of that committed fund balance to close the gap. And so then, again, we have the general fund capital projects. This was something we had requested council look at before to see if any of these projects, the council desired that we delay them. I'm not necessarily recommending we need to do that at this point in time. It's not a significant amount of money, and our capital program coming from general fund is underfunded. So I would recommend that the council continue with these capital projects, but that is a discussion we'll have at the end. Overall, when we came to you on September 9th, the council did agree that we should delay all of the projects in the $2 surcharge fund until such time as our revenues recover, and we will revisit those again with next year's budget development to see if there's money for projects and what those projects should be. The room tax. When we talked to you in September, we were estimating maybe a 30% decline in room tax revenues. We are actually seeing a pretty steady 50% decline. So we do need to make some adjustments to this budget. And overall, we just put this top part up there to remind the council what was decided in September. And then we have some ideas of how we could fill that gap. We've found that while the hotels can fill every room, I mean, there's no prohibition from them renting the rooms, they are limiting their room rentals because they cannot allow 100% of those people to enjoy their amenities. So this picture is much more dramatic. As you can see, we are tracking well below budget and well below past actuals. So here, some thoughts. We need to reduce our room tax budget by an additional $725,000. There is an ending fund balance that we feel we can take, half of, or 182,500 for the council side and 183,612 on the park side. And then there is, on the park side, we have the HVAC system for the Evelyn Mount. That's completed, so that 98,000 is available to reduce cuts. And we would need to either cut park maintenance by $80,000 and council's desired projects by $180,000. If we want to maintain parks in whole, then we would need to reduce $260,000 out of the council side. And there are, areas that we could look at to do that, and are happy to come back with some further recommendations if the council is not really ready to make that decision today. Wanted to just quickly talk to you about the room tax supported debt payments. Our event center bonds do have a C-tax backing of up to 15% of the receipts. Our revenues, as we said, are trending 50% below budget. And we do have enough revenue and cash available on hand to make our December payment, which we made yesterday. And for our June payment, we're estimating at this point in time needing about $2.6 million of the C-tax revenue to cover that. So we are seeking direction on the for council approval of our Tier 1 strategic plan. We're looking for direction on room tax spending reductions if council is prepared to do that today. If not, I can come back with that as a standalone item and some ideas and some more information. And then direction on whether the council would like to delay the capital projects. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was following along. I was actually taking pictures and I realized that you had the PowerPoint attached at this point in time. And I'd like to turn to page, I think it's page 15 in the PowerPoint. And this is the page where you've gone through for the general, I think it's the general fund, not capital, these Tier 1 department reductions. I just want to make sure I understand it. I mean, essentially you're asking us to approve this plan. This is part of the plan to do these reductions.
Yeah.
And so it's page 15, I think.
All right.
So my question is, and thank you for this presentation. This is different than we got last time, and I really appreciate seeing the total dollar being cut. If I see that revised totals, I'm not sure I do actually see.
So if you have the original plan is in that second column.
Yeah.
And then we have the revised one-time and ongoing for a revised total.
Okay, but that's a total. So that's the total being proposed to be cut. So for example, from city attorney's office, just to pick one, the original plan was 255,000 cut, but now it's 28,000.
City attorney is 180,037.
Oh, that's the revised total. Okay. So then you put the percent, which is super helpful because it's all relative, right? To their budget, what percent of their budget are you looking at cutting? And this is where I got just a little confused. For example, your own budget and finance, you mentioned a 5% cut, but I see 7%. Human resources, 12%. Public works, 11%. And then I'll see other departments that have, less. And I understand the units are different sizes and all that. And the smaller they are, the harder it is to make these cuts. But I just want to understand, I've been in public service a very long time and lived through many, many different budget cutting programs. And usually we're aiming across the board for X, like you said, 5%. And usually every department starts with 5%. And my question is really about the variation in these percentages per department? I just want to better understand it.
So if you recall, we looked at priorities. So for example, if I had a fire department put in that they could do rolling brownouts of stations, that does not meet our strategic priorities, you know, of what we were looking to maintain. And so overall, we took every cut that was proposed in every department and ran it through these kind of guiding principles, if you will, of can we live with this or not? Does it impact
just
or
stop you
not?
there? I appreciate that, Deborah. So here's how I view that. Having been in government a very long time and having been subject to budget cuts, you know, you become fairly strategic. And it's kind of like saying, I'm going to offer you up something that will be unpalatable to you. Your description of what you just said, we can't accept a proposed cut in that fire brownout that they proposed. That's sort of like saying, I'm just going to use something. We take my big toe, and we're saying no. You lose your balance with that, but we would take your, you know, your small toe. So I don't know. It's like unfortunately, I just don't know if I concur with that. I mean, maybe they could have cut. And your example, I didn't pick fire, but you picked fire. What if they could have cut third or second uniform, or something that is not directly associated with service the way a brownout would be? Or what if it is HR? I'm just worried about HR in this era of COVID trying to manage our resources. They don't only hire, fire, and manage things, but they're also working with our people. We just talked about a whole psychotherapy program that we're putting in place to deal with our employees, but HR, which is in place, has to manage the EAP program, et cetera. We're talking about a cut. I don't know what that cut is. It looks like you have one position starred, but I don't want you to go through everything. You said you didn't want to go through everything. I'm questioning that there's such a big variance from the smallest to the biggest in terms of percent cuts, including council, 1.8%. You know, that's not 5% either. So I just some things as we get into the conversation, I want to get a better handle.
I'd be happy to address that. So in my career, and I've been doing this for more than 2 decades.
Maybe the same amount of time as me.
Yeah, right, maybe. I've seen the cuts where they're like, okay, everybody has to cut 5% or, you know, out of your budget. And what that does is you end up with maybe a community development department that no longer has training for their professionals, or, you know, it's hard to come up with examples, but that's something like that.
Here's an example. I saw in there cutting the match for the deferred comp, or
it was proposed, but that doesn't necessarily meet our guiding principles of not affecting the employees. So overall,
on that one, I wasn't sure if that was a department proposed it for just their employees in their department, or it was proposed citywide, or
it was proposed by a department for their employees.
Yeah, so that's very unfair.
Again, that doesn't meet our guiding principles. And overall, when you look at, if you tell every department you got to cut 5%, you end up losing some of your programs that are really important, especially some of the smaller departments that run really lean to begin with. Right. And so I don't believe in just saying that everybody has to cut 5%. I believe in doing the exercise to come up with the various options and then really scrubbing it to see what can we live with that's still going to provide the best service to our community that we can, and still meet the council's priorities and still work moving forward this way.
Okay. Well, I'll just end on this. I do note, I'm going to just highlight Public Works for a minute. I see both the largest dollar cut after police, and I see the largest percent cut. And it's just something that, you know, your eye flags to those outliers. And I just hope we talk about, you know, you started on the CIP, what we were not doing, but I don't know internally what we're not doing. So I'm going to yield the floor. I just want to tell you just my first glance. I appreciate the intention and the strategic approach to this, what you just said, everything. I really appreciate what you just said. But I also just, our job as council members is to do that, a different fine grain look, a different check on this process and make sure we're all good with it. I don't know what this represents in terms of programs. You had a list on a previous slide of a bunch of programs and it was hard to tell. I mean, cutting the not deferred comp, but the retirement contributions was listed there, 5%.
It was one of the proposals. What we did is summarize every single proposal we got just so that the council could see, you know, some of these things really just are not things you should do in a 5% cut.
Okay, so I'm going to end with this. I would like to see a similar list of what we are doing, not just what the things that were proposed, but what we're actually doing.
And that is in the Word document that we provided. It has a list of line item by line item and what the what's being cut and what the impact is.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor. Councilwoman Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. And I know there's others that have lots of questions too. I guess I have two questions, and because there's so many moving parts, probably the most significant of which is what's being discussed at the federal level that might be coming our way. And I know we can't bank on anything at this point, but it sounds like if something's going to shake loose federally for local governments, it's going to happen, I would imagine, within the next 45 days. So I guess my question is, Deborah, is what do you have to have a decision on today? Are you just wanting some global discussion of, you know, we're not in favor of that, keep pursuing that, we endorse in its theory this and not that? I'm not sure what you're wanting or absolutely needing rather from us today.
I am requesting the council to approve our strategic tier 1 reduction today so that I can release all the other things and let the departments continue on with their business.
Okay, and the tier 1 reductions, should something change in the positive direction, we can bring that back and do a adjustment, augmentation, modification, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the presentation and the strategic approach. I think you're going about it in the right way. So good job. I'm prepared to make the 5% tightening. I think that it's, you know, all things considered, it's not that painful. But I have a couple caveats. Is last time we went into strategic planning and the time before that, we said a priority was structural revenue, you know, problems, the structural financial issues. And I think if we go into, you know, austerity beyond the 5% and don't companion move forward with bringing up those structural issues, and I admit, you know, the BDR that's getting floated around is maybe one of those. It's not my top one that I've identified in the past, but feasibility is a question for me. But I think that we need, if we're going to talk about going deeper, we also need to go on the structural revenue deficiencies, you know, the regional revenues, using some of our own lockbox funds. So that's just comment 1. Comment 2 is, and maybe I missed it, is the position holding or downgrading? Because in a lean organization like that, that's always, you know, front and center, the people to do the jobs. And it seems like, you know, say someone retired as, I don't know, I guess there was a parking guy who left. I don't know if he retired or what. And so that position's opened up. It's not very strategic. It's just whatever was going on with that position. And likewise in the downgrading, for example, is the parking position one that is held? And so we're only going to have one parking enforcement person going forward?
No, that's not an open position that's being held.
Oh, okay. Okay. What about,
We only looked at positions that were vacant at the time we put together the plan.
Sure. Well, one of them is,
Sorry, Jane, really quickly, and I'll let you go. Ashley, can you put up that slide we were looking at, those cuts? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
and I know there was a senior code enforcement retirement in the spring, and 5 months later, I'm realizing I've got a slew of code enforcement, this, that, and wondering what's going on there. And I know it could be very COVID and there's other priorities, but I do want to know it to the position level, because it helps me understand when I get the constituent work that's not getting, the outcomes because they've generated it up to me. I want to know if it's because of austerity that we did that. So if you could, in some way under this 5%, let us know what you're holding, what you've downgraded, or flag it for me. That would be helpful. Number 3 is on the Capitol. Those parking meters, we really never bought off on those, to my view. They kind of came out as a surprise, like, oh, the parking meters that we bought when y'all came on are now no longer supported, and so on. I'm not even sure that we have a lot of people out doing commerce to use parking meters. And so I don't know, if I was going to offer one up from what I know on the Capitol, I would want to understand the parking component better, because I don't think we really got that deep on it. And then when in budget language, when we say the council part of the room tax, what do we mean by that? What's 5 years of history of the council part of the room tax?
So there is a policy, and we'll talk about this in our next item, where there's a general fund room tax that is split 50% with council for tourism, and it has specific things, and then there's 50% goes to park maintenance.
Yeah, no, I understand that there's a policy, and I've read it and we've talked about it. I want to know practicality, that council room tax, because I read the cash disbursements and I see them going out. Is it accurate to say that's generally been reserved for special events?
Generally, the largest portion of the council side has been for special events and sponsorships and art.
Okay, so my big thing is going to be, going back to core services and making parks maintenance whole. And I go back when I first came on, we were 4 years into austerity, and the parks maintenance was getting beat up. The park system was getting beat up, and we haven't caught up. And park maintenance is a big issue for me, so I'll just add that up. And so, if we're going to take austerity from the 1% room tax that is down 50%, I would shove it all, unless there's particular, discrete items, over to park maintenance. That's my preference. The event center C-tax is devastating, and I just need to reiterate why I didn't support that refi, why I think the council was poorly advised to continue with that model. No one saw 2 recessions like this within 15 years, but here they are, and I am just so unhappy with that tool and the exposure that it's put to us. And I think that if anything, we go out looking for regional solutions, it's to back us up on that facility and that liability, because that's we need to work out on that one. I don't know what it is. I'd even private sell the whole thing, clear the bonds out, even if we sell a portion, to park some funds over there to pay debt service. I would get very creative on those properties. And if people have an interest and think it's important to their economic well-being as community members, let them come in and think about buying it or something. I find that devastating to go $2.6 million into C-tax debt service for the event center, the ballroom, and the bowling stadium is just devastating. I think we need to think, I said that before, and I'm going to say it now again, we need to think out of the box on those properties, on those big time. But other than that, I support what you're bringing forward and the action you're requesting today with the desire to look at what positions are being held, frozen, downgraded in this 5%. Thank you.
And I will tell you, in the Word document, I believe that that is outlined. When you look at the position, it'll tell you whether it's held for, half a year or until what date. So for example, if you look at police here and you see $1.2 million in the one-time savings, that is the vacant positions that they are holding for the January Academy. So we have 6 months of savings of those positions that are going to the January Academy. It's one time, but it helps.
And I appreciate that. And I know that's painful for them, but when you say the Word document, so how I operate is I got the packet on Friday, Thursday, we had a holiday, Wednesday, whatever. And then a slew of emails came in. Even some while we were been in this meeting. When you say Word document, was what I got in the packet on Wednesday, or is it an email that came in subsequent to this agenda item?
It was an email that came in after the fact, was because we needed to finalize the presentation and the document after having met with all the departments. So we needed just a couple more days, and I believe that went out to everybody yesterday.
That's
went
fine.
out on November 30th.
That's
Okay.
fine. I think we really need consistency in those emails on who they come from, what the item is, and what department, so that, as we catch up, and prepare, that's just my thought. Sometimes they're coming from one person or the other, and I think there could be a little more consistency on that. But I understand the need to get auxiliary information to us, particularly as we do our briefings. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Deborah, I can't see if there are other council members that want to weigh in, but one of the things I think a couple of us council members really expressed, and I was so nervous going into this as we looked into the future where we were going to end up, seeing that you've got code on there and parks, and then, honestly, like, where are we going to get the money for the PERS increase? This was part of the issue, is now we're cutting, and yet raises went through. And this was exactly where, I think many of us had, some heartburn issues. And so when I see code enforcement and parks, especially, I got to say, I had a very eye-opening conversation with Jeff Mann on parks. And our parks, honestly, have been so underfunded for so long, and especially now, in a pandemic, we have got some major issues in those parks, and there's just not enough funds or resources. And when I see them on the table along with code, I'm really concerned. And so where do you plan on getting that money for the PERS increase?
That's already built into the budget. It's all, so what we are cutting.
So cutting essential services, but yet we gave raises. So
but we're not cutting essential services. That's the point, and why we scrubbed through and used our guiding principles was so that we wouldn't be cutting essential services or council's priorities. We did go back and discuss this with neighborhood services, and I believe that we switched that position for something else that is not the code enforcement officer that they originally thought they could do without, and they have found that they can't. And so we switched it for other things, and pivoting staff to do some of the work that consultants have done so that we maintain our staff in lieu of hiring a consultant to do some of those works. That's what we really were discussing with the departments, to make sure they could still provide the core service and still work towards council's priorities.
Councilman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to give a little bit of pushback about council priorities and those being called out as some of these proposed cuts being in line with what council priorities are. And I'll give you an example. Is this council has been very vocal for many, many years about not having brownouts. We worked really hard to find creative and effective ways to get those stations opened. And we have been very good about increasing staffing. Yet that's the proposal we get, is to brown out stations.
That's the proposal we got. That is not the proposal that.
No. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's disappointing that that's the proposal that we received, when I think we've been pretty clear that that's not our priority, that we want to see these stations open. We want to see our code enforcement augmented. We want to see some of the issues surrounding our houseless population and some of the issues we're seeing along our river and our parks enforced and engaged with. And the thing I kept hearing was, well, you know, when it comes to it, even though we got the raises, we got the this, we got everything, we'll do uniform allowance. We'll put that on the table as a potential give back. Was that a proposal by anybody?
That would require that we negotiate. So,
But I'm going to push back because I was told that in a situation where the unrepresented didn't get a raise, gave back, other groups the same, that we wouldn't have to go into that sort of a depth of a negotiation, but rather in recognition of the largest groups within the city, and we're all in the same boat, hopefully rowing in the same direction, that there would be kind of we get it, you know, we don't want our PERS and our pay and our raises impacted. Here's a way in which we can help plug the holes in the boat, not force you to the table and pull it like pulling teeth. I'm frustrated that it doesn't appear as though there is this, we're all in this together, and we appreciate all the things that this council has done for a number of years, and let's toss out rounding out stations. That is so off direction that we've ever given. So I'm not frustrated at you. I'm frustrated at what I have been hearing as yes, we're all in this together, yet it doesn't seem to be materializing in the ways in which we can balance things out.
and I can tell you that I have been meeting with every labor group since March to update them on the financial situation, to make sure that we have those dialogues. If we did need to go to them for something, they are all standing by. If we needed to do that, we have a plan where we don't need to do that. And I can tell you from my conversations that, you know, some of the groups have really been working on, you know, operationally and changing the way they do things in order to save us money and overtime and other things. And these are the dialogues that we've been having.
No, and I respect that, and I value those conversations. And you guys are the ones that are having them on a more consistent basis. Maybe what the issue is because we as a council have said code enforcement is understaffed and you know, needs to be augmented. You know, having the appropriate level of officers to do some of the stuff as it surrounds our homeless population and the river issues in the park. So maybe we're not asking them that. Yes, we're asking. In order to shore up these other departments and these other positions and these things in which we as a unit are needing, we are asking you to look at something to help us augment in that department because it's desperately needed.
All right, Councilman Doer.
Yeah, thank you. I want to build on those comments because I agree with Councilwoman Jordan, and I had written it down. And if I happened to speak before her, I would have said the same exact thing. I've written down. So we got this a couple days ago. Honestly, it's 20 pages, 19 pages. I've been trying to go through and understand where the cuts are occurring, and to really understand some things jumped out at me. Code enforcement was one of them, not one, but two, holding it vacant 6 months. So I want to understand, did the 6 months start on July 1 or is the 6 months starting? So would you be filling it in January?
That's the plan.
So we're almost there.
They have to go through a recruitment process. They can't fill it before January anyway. So we're
But
able
can they
to
start
capture.
the recruitment? I mean, it's December.
Yes, they can put into the position review committee to start the recruitment. And I'm not sure if that happened last meeting or not. I'd have to go look, but I have told them to go ahead and start the process. And we are doing that. So, you know, again,
Appreciate that. I got the answer. Because of COVID, what I am having a plethora of complaints about abandoned vehicles, RVs in the middle of the street, sometimes with people living in them. I've had people saying, I'm keeping my RV there in case I have to move out of the house for COVID to separate my people. but it's in the city street. It's not in their yard. I see the GIS analyst, and I'm so worried about this. We have one GIS analyst for the entire city. This is the person who makes maps for the whole city. I mean, and we're going to leave it vacant. We're leaving the sustainability manager vacant for a year. I understand that saves a lot of money, but I also know that the council priority is sustainability. I know that right now in Title 18, they're looking at all of these sustainability initiatives that we haven't even really discussed in depth, other than we know it's a menu, but I don't know who is supposed to take care of that. You know, is it just the one person, which is Suzanne? And then to the issue about council priorities, I mean, I want to come across, I'm very positive of what you're doing. I appreciate the fact that more money came in. This could be a much more desperate situation. We could be looking at a 20% cut. I do want to recall that Councilwoman Jordan and I were very concerned about having to cut anything, and we did recommend, and it's not a position I like to be in, but we did recommend holding off on raises till we saw where we got. We'd be keeping everybody. It would have been maybe a 5%, you know, it would have been a deferred raise. They would get it ultimately when we caught back up, but we're past that point. We got the raises, and now if we take any of that away, it's like a takeaway, right? It's taking something away from somebody. So I just, I feel bad about it. You know, there's a lot, nobody likes to be in this position, but I do think that we should just take a close look at some of these things. I just want to make sure I know what we're doing. I mean, like the others, I want to support this effort. I just want to understand it. And you have provided the detail. It's just our time to grasp the detail from when this was sent out. And that's all. I'll leave it right there. If you have to have us take an action today, we have to. If it's the 9th, it's the 9th.
But some of these departments, I think, honestly, we should have them at council explaining, you know, it's like Councilwoman Jordan said with some of these brownouts. You know, my God, we just had a horrific fire up here. And, you know, I mean, it's really unbelievable, to be honest with you. And
well,
then,
I don't think brownout is on this list. Is that correct?
I thought I saw.
No, it
so
was.
That's where I got confused too.
It was part of what was
proposals
presented to us, but not we selected to present to you.
Right.
Yeah,
so that's in this 19-page document.
Yeah, I was looking for it and I couldn't find it.
So it's attached. I went into reno.gov, went to our meeting, found it under this agenda item, and it's the final attachment, and it says revised.
I don't have it in my agenda, but maybe you can pull that back up. I just think, you know, here we were, gave raises, and then the rest of the city suffers. This is crazy. You know, I'm really frustrated. And then also those facilities, the money coming out of the general fund. I mean,
and Ashley, if you could just increase the size too, that would be helpful.
So, Madam Mayor, members of the council, this is Doug Thornley. If I can offer, this is sort of a triaged plan for what happens if revenues decline. And while we are anticipating the state projection of a 14% decline in C-tax statewide, we are cautiously optimistic, and with Debbie's leadership and the help and support of all of our department heads, I think we are in a much better position than we feared we might be halfway through the fiscal year. So I think that this is, broadly speaking, cause for not celebration, but it is good news. These are areas in the budget where, with Debbie's help and you know, through conversations with all of our directors, we've identified flexibility for the purposes of this fiscal year. And while it is true some of these have been identified as preliminarily things that are perhaps feasible into the next fiscal year, I think now is sort of a good time to say, in the very next agenda item today, we are sort of going to have a soft opening to the budget process for fiscal 22. And to make sure that we're all playing from the same sheet of music with respect to council priorities, so that we are all very clear on what things you'd like to see accomplished in the next year and beyond. We are revising in some ways the manner in which we approach creating that budget, and there will be plenty of opportunity for input and revision as we go through that process. Today is simply, as I think you are all using it, an opportunity to provide some feedback on some of these areas, and sort of define what is out of bounds and off limits with respect to the services we deliver as an organization. And so I do want to make sure that we're not accidentally talking past each other, because the example that has sort of jumped out with the most frequency is the brownouts of stations, and Debbie has taken sort of extraordinary care to make sure that a proposal that came forward matches what we believe the priorities of the body are. And so that is why the brownout proposal is not included on this list. Now, that said, I understand and hear the frustration that it was proposed even in the first instance, and that is something that we can take more care as a staff to be cognizant of. So I think in terms of moving along today, there is a memo that you all got on November 30th that identifies down to the specific spot and with a dollar amount by department. It is up on the screen right now. If you would like Ms. Lochner to go through point by point and identify the impacts we anticipate, I think that that's something we can do, although I think we'd all prefer for it to be done quickly. I suppose my question is, do you think that that is something that is necessary today, or would you like to proceed in a different direction?
Well, Doug, could we maybe have offline briefings and just take this up 7 days from now on the 9th? I mean,
I won't be here on the 9th.
So, I mean, we can have offline briefings on it. I think, sort of the more pointed issue here is what we're asking for is feedback. And if you'd like to have offline discussions on feedback and which things you see are out of bounds and see how it gets adjusted in relation to that, we can certainly do that. But we're not asking for a specific action as it relates to the 5%.
So Doug, can you just clarify, I don't know where this is and I don't even know really what I'm looking at right here.
Yeah.
Can you just clarify, so are you saying to hold off on the code position?
What I'm saying is the code position was already vacant. It remained vacant. We realized a savings, but as we go through the next creation of a budget, that is something that we need to look hard at restoring, because we don't believe it's sustainable in the long term. Not all of these are. These are areas of opportunity and areas of flexibility given our circumstances at this point in time. They are not, and we did our best to match those with council priorities. Now, that's not always possible when you're looking at, do I leave a position vacant versus, perhaps adjusting a position that is filled within the organization. But they are conversations that we need to have in terms of the broader budget as we move into the next fiscal year, and frankly, probably the years after that, as a result of what we anticipate happening with property tax.
And just to point out, if you look, these positions, the code enforcement officer position is only held for 6 months. Those are savings that we would generate anyway, because they can't fill the position until we recruit for it. And the uncertainty of, 6 months we'll take the savings because it helps, but I want to try and give the department some certainty of how they can move forward with this current budget cycle. And if you accept this tier 1 proposal, then they have some certainty on how they can move forward. If we keep pushing it off, we're going to continue to maintain a lot of these cuts because they're unknown on what the council is going to decide that they want to, they don't want to cut $9,000 out of, Parks and Rec. So again, this is really, I'm asking the council to accept and endorse our tier 1 priority cuts so that we can give the department some certainty on how they can move forward with the rest of the fiscal year.
okay, but I'm just going to jump in here. can't we though, Debbie, I understand you're not going to be here next time, but can't, even if we talk about it now versus offline, I'm totally fine with that, but can't we give you the guidance? Can't we ask questions and have some changes made so that we could do a final approval at the next meeting? I mean, whether you're here or not, the work would be done before that time, you know, because we're giving you input right now. You just said you want input. I mean, I know you've been working on it, but literally we got this just on Monday, and today's Wednesday, and obviously we started meeting at 10. We didn't have a lot of time to comprehend it. Maybe other people are comfortable. I just haven't quite reached there. I could think it's a beautiful document. One position I haven't mentioned is a council liaison. We have people doing 3 of us, you know, that's been very challenging. I know that I, for one, have held off. Maybe this is just fine. You know, I've held off asking for certain things. I think other council members have expressed the same, and maybe that's okay to get our work done. But anyway,
that position is only listed as vacant for 6 months.
I missed that, so that should be.
It's up on the screen in front of you.
6 months. So you would be looking to fill like for January.
Yeah,
I got it. I've already experienced the pain.
And where are the cuts in community engagement? I know that would fall in there. Is that it? Community engagement?
So these 3 positions, if you go to the page before that, Ashley, and the code secretary position for 6 months. So this is neighborhood services. You see that the total reduction of $189,666, and how we accomplish that is holding 4 positions vacant for 6 months.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
You know, I think we should move forward. If you look at this, I don't want to call some of these budgeting tricks, but because we've held off so long, a lot of them are already perfected, and it's time to move on and give the department certainty. I mean, look at this. The code officer, that one has probably already been held vacant for 4 months.
That's what I just said. Yeah, it's been held.
The transportation bus trips, you know, no one's going on a bus trip. Let's just move forward and start looking to the future. We have a good idea on the revenues. Maybe we skip on the next item. I don't know. Lesson to all is, if it ain't ready to go out in the packet, when we pick it up and prepare for the meeting, you know, having something this complicated fly through on a Monday, I think I missed it completely. But you know, it's something we've been pushing off for a while. So I don't know if I'm ready to make a motion, to be honest, if no one else wants to come in on comment.
I second the motion.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
I'm not going to vote in favor of it right now. I needed more time. I didn't see the document either.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Councilwoman Jordan, did you want to weigh in?
I did, and I think that maybe we're struggling with the need to do something now, which is almost a look backwards at stuff that's already been occurring. I understand the need for departments to have some level of certainty to some degree, even if it's gray, so that they can begin the work that they need to do under the parameters that they are being asked to do it. I guess maybe this is for a larger discussion that comes back next month or next item when we start discussing the go forward, is kind of this concept and what I would say as an organization's inequity, in that there appears to be segments of our city's departments that are unbalanced in the hits in which they're taking versus others that are not. And I understand when you go out and you ask a department, an entity, give me your cuts, give me your whatever, they're not looking at it as in, well, we can give this or we'll give back that. but do they know that the parks are taking a major haircut? Code is down X officers. And oh, by the way, the unrepresented not only didn't get a raise, they had a pay cut. We got a raise, we got our PERS, we got all of that. I mean, I just feel like maybe that's the discussion we're not having. And I don't know if it swings anything in a direction.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like we're not looking at us in our totality. It just feels very departmentalized, and I get it. We have to do things in that fashion. And maybe it's just the communication to say, folks, we're in a pandemic. We are all in this boat together. Some are taking deeper hits, which have impacts to the city's services overall, which seem a little out of skew. And anyway, I think maybe we're crossing. I'm like okay with the priorities time, but we got a bigger discussion now.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the priorities are not in line where the council really needs to be. I have reservations about a lot of this. This was not sort of the initiatives that I think council had clarified. I feel like it is pieced throughout departments. I mean, I just feel like that was okay. You know, raises went through, and now, and no one wanted to really address that at that time, and it was okay. And now here we are cutting some of these things that are absolutely essential. I mean, I'm frustrated, to be honest with you. So I'm not going to support this. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion, I don't know where that, Madam Clerk, give me a roll call.
Yes, Madam Mayor, roll call vote for item D1 for approval of the reductions. Breckus?
Aye.
Dewar?
Nay.
Delgado is absent. Weber?
Nay.
Jordan?
Nay.
Reese?
Aye.
Mayor?
Nay.
Madam Mayor, the motion on the table has failed.
All right. Thank you. Moving on.
Well, wait a minute, Madam Mayor.
Well, someone can come back and sort of figure this out, because it's, to me, it felt very uncomfortable. I mean, I was just kind of in awe looking at it, to be honest with you. And I don't think it really had enough time to be baked. And the other thing is, I do think maybe these departments should be here. I think they have had things on their chopping block that, quite frankly, they weren't comfortable with, that these were services that we never should have been looking at, you know, in this capacity. I'm just frustrated. Sorry, I just am. Anyway, Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, I just want to talk about path forward. We know that we need to make some cuts. I think we could all understand that. And it's very proactive, and the staff have attempted to be very strategic. And they even gave the departments a chance to come back and revise. And I think that was very good, from 9 months ago when they made a proposal to today. All of this is good. So I don't want the takeaway to be this is all bad. This is very good work that had to be done. I think in terms of baking or just processing, I just don't think that we as council have had a chance to process it. And I think if we just study it and better understand it, we could probably approve 95% of it and make some small changes. We know that we might have to make a deeper cut 6 months from now and go to 7 or 8%. I mean, if things don't hold up, you know, with the revenues that we're seeing right now. So I know each cut will be painful, and I know that we missed an opportunity, but we are where we are. So all I want to do is, I just don't want to abandon this project. I want to just be a little bit thoughtful. I want it to come back. If Debbie's not here on the 9th, then maybe it has to come back in January, but I want to have staff being able to fill these positions that have been held already for 6 months. And the reason that you're saying it's a look back is you have been holding, as an organization, before Doug got here and then when Doug got here, positions vacant. And we want to move forward and fill that code enforcement position, right? It's up, it's ready to be filled. And unless we approve this, they can't really fill it, right? I mean, but it was set up to be a 6 month cut, and it seems appropriate. We've lived through the 6 months. This has been hard. I will not tell you there's been no pain, because I've had a lot of complaints about in the code enforcement arena. But is there another path, Mr. Manager? You know, we are where we are. We need to do something proactive, and we need to give our department certainty, and we just need to get us to a comfort level. So how do we do that? That's the question.
Well, I think that the difficulty, right, is that it's sort of paraphrasing what you said and what you've all said, is that nobody likes doing this work, right? And inevitably, some departments and some programs wear it sort of worse than others. And that is a frustration that I think we can all relate to and we're all aware of. But the difficulty here is that, yes, in terms of generating certainty so that we can start to restore some of these vacancies and make adjustments that are, I don't want to sort of denigrate the work that's been done here and say that it's not in line with what we believe the defined mission is, because we certainly do. That is not to say that there aren't some refinements that could take place. I feel strongly that your path forward really is in the next budget cycle. You know, like I say, these are areas of opportunity that have been identified. They're areas of flexibility that have been identified that are temporary, and we are halfway through a fiscal year. And at this point, I believe we have a pretty good idea of what the demands on the organization will be for about the next 6 months or the remainder of this fiscal year, in terms of where we have to deploy the resources we have. And this proposal reflects that. So I think that, you know, the path forward here is a more in-depth conversation about council priorities. It's one, frankly, that we've started at the staff level by identifying the 5 or 6 primary objectives through the strategic planning documents that you've all had an opportunity to create for us and guide our community, and how we can better build a budget that reflects those, and how we can show you in that budget sort of more succinctly how we are deploying resources to achieve those goals. But continuing to kick the can sort of down the road on these flexibilities, I think probably just leads to greater and greater frustration. So what I would propose is that we move forward with this proposal, with the understanding that I will be reaching out to all of you and better understanding your specific concerns and seeing where adjustments might be feasible.
Doug, let me just say this. I guess too, part of the frustration is you have other departments that are willing to do such heavy lifting, and then others that aren't, right? And so that gets super frustrating. And I think those need to be really identified and looked at very precisely to say that's just, you know, not going to go on. You have certain departments that are willing to like give their left arm, and then others that just snub their nose at the budget process. And then guess who ends up failing are the citizens, right, of these services. The only way I would approve this today is that we leave code in there and parks in there. I think those have to be mandatory, services that are just taken care of. I mean, especially in times like these, that's where I get sort of this frustration there. So, and I don't know, you weren't here at the time, Doug, when we already went out of the gate. So I think you can get us there, preparing and planning for, the next year, which is great. I believe you can do that. But, some of my frustration is, it was okay to okay some of these raises, and yet now we're cutting some of these things that are so critical. And I guess that's just the hard frustration of it. And again, looking at certain departments where they're willing to give everything and other departments are willing to give nothing. It's just frustrating. So Councilwoman Jordan.
Oh, I think
I thought she had her hand up. Councilwoman Dewar. And then
I just wanted to respond to Mr. Manager's comments. And I think it is this, Mr. Manager. You're looking at a council, there's 6 people here. 3 of us, I know for sure, did not see this until today. That is me, Councilwoman Breckus, and the mayor. I don't know about the other 3. So, and it looks like Councilwoman Jordan probably didn't see it either. I think it was added to the agenda packet in the electronically, but not sent to us as a memo. That's what I think happened, because I'd seen it as a memo, I would have read it. But it looks like Bonnie and Devin are nodding. I'm not sure where they're saying, but anyway, the point is I think we just got to get a comfort level on code enforcement. We've done the pain. You've already held it open for 6 months. You're about to fill it. That's the good news. We're already in December 2nd. You can fill it as of January 1. So essentially, we can fill it. We can move forward. I think that's fantastic news. So all I think is going to take, in my opinion, I heard what you said, but I think you have to give us a little deference. We just need a little time to process this and understand. Like, I would love to ask somebody, this GIS person, maybe they're not seen as mission critical, but to my knowledge, they're the only one in the whole agency that does maps. Who is doing these maps for CD? I mean, who's doing these maps for anybody? Most people don't have GIS background and training. Are we outsourcing it? I mean, those are just some natural questions anybody would want to ask, get an answer, asked and answered, moving on. Do you see what I mean? And I have no problem doing it in the public. I have no problem doing it offline. I just want to do it and then be confident in my vote. That's all.
All right. So you want to make another motion?
Madam Mayor, if I could be heard.
Go ahead.
I certainly appreciate the concerns about when we received the proposed organizationally. I mean, I received it yesterday by email because it was emailed to us, and I knew we were having this issue, so I sort of spent some time with it. But I want to, by example, sort of trying to figure out where we are as a body, because it sounds like the frustration is not about the work product or the direction that this strategic plan has, but about the timing of when we received it. And so I can appreciate that. I want to look very specifically, and I'll give an example. On page 11, it says at the top, eliminate the youth city council funding. Now, I'm the liaison to that body, and although it pains me that that would be one of the things, I don't believe that in this process, I'm going to come back and sort of advocate for that one line item to be added back, right? I mean, I'm saying I am trusting the staff and Ms. Lochner and everyone to have put together a package for us. So my question really is to the body, is it that you need more time to go through each one of the things here and say, well, I really want a, outside services, health and wellness ambassador, and I want to restore cuts for transportation. I just wonder how much minutia are we really asking us to participate in? Because if Councilmember Dewar is right that we agree with 98% of this, what is the last 2% that we need to give some finality to our staff for a fiscal year that's already over with? Like, how do we get there? And that's sort of where I'm coming from in some frustration, because I did spend a tremendous amount of time with this in the last 24 hours to look at each of these things. And while there are things that I might personally think, I really want to save the youth city council, or I want to make sure we have buses for senior trips, I just am not sure that I'm best serving this body or our citizens by going in and, interlineating some specific thing in this document. Is that what everyone wants to do? If so, then we do need the time to do it.
I'll just answer for myself since you mentioned me. I want a time to understand it and understand the impacts. And when someone asks, I want to be able to answer. And without being able to read, to spend even 5 minutes yesterday, you said you spent 24 hours. Yesterday from 5:30 a.m. all the way till 9 p.m., I was on a call, a Zoom, a meeting. I had zero time to look at anything that was mailed to me yesterday, zero. So that's why I say it could be great, but I didn't have time to see that the senior code enforcement officer, and I'm squinting here, hold position vacant 6 months, process what that means. And what it means is we're going to hire it again in January as soon as we can, to just understand, because you know what, Mr. Reese, with all due respect, we're not a rubber stamp. We are the council. We're supposed to set policy. We're supposed to understand, the actions that we're taking and what we're voting on. And I'm just not prepared to take that action. And I've said about 5 times, if others are, that is totally great. And you were able yesterday to spend the time, and I appreciate that. And I wish I had been able to.
So the motion is to move to continue the item then?
That would be my motion till
I'll
December
second.
9th.
Yeah, okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. All right. Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item D2. This is the budget guiding principle discussion and room tax fund policy. Should be noted for the record that we did receive one public comment on this item from Sarah Coyle that has been submitted to council and is part of the record. And with that, Debbie Lochner will begin her presentation.
All right. So as part of our process to develop next fiscal year's budget, we wanted to review with you the current council's guiding principles and the both formal and informal policies that the finance department uses to develop the budget. So essentially our budget process is we start, we've already started from a department side, putting together a bunch of instructions and calendars of how things will go through. We've sent some information to the departments to look at staffing and confirm our data. Then we develop the budget from January through May. Council adopts the budget in May, and we have to report what our adopted budget is to the State Department of Taxation by June 1st. After the budget, of course, then we're doing an audit. So that's really is the processes that we go through. That's our two major projects we do every year. We did take the budget guiding principles to the Financial Advisory Board for another review prior to this meeting to make sure that they didn't have any suggested changes. They did not. These are still the guiding principles that the council adopted. We had made some changes last year, and so resolution 8625 adopts these guiding principles, and we use this to continue to develop the budget. I do want to point out on number 2, general fund reserves. The goal is to keep the minimum 8.3 and up to 25. We passed the current year budget at 12%. We've been trying to incrementally increase that 1% a year. I'm not sure we'll maintain that next year, but we're going to do our best to maintain the 12% because that's where we are now and we want to maintain those. We really do want to build our reserves back up to a more sustainable level. So there are 17 guiding principles. They, again, looking at don't do budget tricks, where you put something in one year and move it to another, using your one-time money for one-time things and contributing to our long-term liabilities. So another, one of the things we wanted to have the council look at and see if this really still holds. There is a priority in the resolution of what we would do with new general fund revenues. And those, such as if you have growth in a revenue source, we consider that a new revenue. And so the one I wanted to point out, so our stabilizations fund, that is, we use the city manager's contingency to fund that. Whatever's not spent at the end of the year would go into the stabilization fund, and you'll see that in a minute. But there is a cap of 10% of your prior operating expenses. For us, that cap would be $19 million, and we have a current balance of $3 million. So that is one of the priorities for funding with new resources. Then we look at our long-term liabilities. We have our OPEB trust, and we are not yet funding at the full required contribution, but we're incrementally increasing it to get there. Our workers' compensation fund also, we are increasing it incrementally each year in order to get to the full, the full confidence level we need to be there. And then it goes to council special projects, the CIP projects that Public Works maintains, and then council identified priorities. So essentially what this is a priority order of what happens with new general fund revenues that's written in that resolution. And if this is not the council's priority anymore, that's something we would like to discuss. So our informal practices that we use as a finance department is any unspent city manager contingency funds at the end of the year goes into that stabilization fund. And it has, we haven't used a lot of contingency in the last few years. And we've been able to get that to about $3 million. That money can only be used in the event of an emergency, and there's some rules around it that are kind of complicated about the revenue. You can use it in the year when your revenue goes down, but it has to be audited, and so it's complicated. We budget 1% of our current year operating expenses to the general fund CIP. And that was what I showed you in the last item, where our general fund CIP is underfunded, but we maintain the discipline of using 1% of our operating expenses to fund the current year CIP. We increase the budget annually for the heart-lung public safety liability, and we increase it by an amount equal to 10% of the prior year's increase in property taxes. And we increase our OPEB liability funding by an amount equal to 40% of the prior year's increases in general fund property taxes. And the remaining 50% we leave in the budget for the council to identify, or where we need to spend that money or to support those priorities. So for the room tax fund policy, again, this is the policy that we were talking about in our last item, where 50% is used to develop, maintain, expand, or repair our parks and recreation facilities. And we use it for park maintenance. The other 50% is to improve the city as a final destination for visitors and tourism. And this lists the permitted uses of the room tax fund per our policy. And I will be bringing back another discussion on room tax with some more details for you to look at a future date. Another policy informal that we use under the council portion of the room tax for tourism, we increase 3% a year when to the Arts Commission. Their budget gets increased 3% a year when funds are available. So you see that go up. I believe in 1920 it was about $215,000, so it went up a little bit in 2021. Not expecting it to go up next year, but we will look at the funding. We also have a policy on art in public places. That is ordinance number 4206, and that is 2% of our capital projects, of the budget for each capital project, is used to fund art. And we currently, in the council portion of the room tax fund, budget $50,000 per year, which is slightly more than our general fund budgeted, the CIP for our general fund budget. And then with our large capital projects, that's just built directly into their budget, that 2%. And so what we are looking for council to discuss with us, if there are any suggested changes to the guiding principles, if you want us to look at our some of those practices that we currently use to develop the budget and change them, or if you are fine with our policies as they are, if you want our informal policies to be formalized, those again are direction that we could receive from council. And this is really just a kickoff to the budget to let you know the parameters we use as we develop the budget when we present it to you.
Ms. Lochner, maybe I can ask a question.
Mhm.
It's sort of twofold. It is focused on the OPEB liabilities, but it's also maybe a broader principle. And I want to sort of indicate I'm often a very optimistic person. And so I am optimistic that our downturn and our slog through the recovery will be something that carries forward into next year. But then sometime either late in 2021 or in the year after that, I think our recovery is going to be very fast, and it's going to hopefully be affect all segments of the population. And I just have to be optimistic about it. And in that regard, I want to understand, as I understand our unfunded liabilities related to the OPEB issues, is there a guiding principle that says we can defer sort of that item, the OPEB item, or other items broadly for 1 year, knowing that we're going to have to come back to it later? So I guess I'm asking a broad question about what can we defer for a year while we just hold the ship together, maintaining our core services and making sure that our human capital is the most important thing for us and that we don't want to cut. And then what can we get through in that year to try to do that? Does my question make sense?
It does. So if you recall from the last item, we talked about our fund balance and flexibility. So we have increased the funding for OPEB and workers' comp, those two items annually based on the increased growth in property taxes. So we have identified that we could go and leave it at the transfer level that we did last fiscal year. And there's about $11 million in there, right? So we can defer. We're not paying it. We're just not paying the increased amount that's going to get us up to our required annual contribution. But there is no requirement in accounting rules that requires we fund that long-term liability. It's not good business practice not to fund your long-term liabilities because they just grow if you don't fund them. But deferring for a year or reducing the funding for a year, that is one of the things that we have rolled forward as an option that we would keep in our back pocket to make sure that, you know, we don't, as you say, affect our human capital as the way we do our other things.
Well, and I guess as just a general principle, I want us to understand, sometimes people say you should treat government like a business. And I don't think government is a business, right? I think that there are lots of things about governance that are not related to profit margins and loss and the kind of general accounting principles that might apply to your own personal life or a business, right? And so for my purposes, I want us to, as a guiding principle, accept the fact that we may be in a short-term and temporary downturn, but that I expect us to come out of that. And I want us to get through it as best we can, but I'm willing to forego that, you know, as you said, putting money into something because it's a good business practice. I'm okay with if we have to take a pause for a year and revisit it, right? In part because I know we're experiencing some, you know, very difficult times. And I also know something that Councilmember Breckus was very good at pointing out is those communities that cut really, really, really deep in the last downturn, it took them the longest to recover, and some have not recovered. And so I'm trying to figure out how to balance those competing things and saying that in my esteem, those guiding principles can help us get where we're going so that we don't lose sight of the fact that this is something that is, I hope, finite in its duration. Thank you for indulging my comment. Appreciate it.
This is Councilmember
Go ahead.
Breckett. Thank you. I can support. I think those guiding principles for those of us who came on in 12 were just like a new day. I mean, there was nothing, as I recall, and it was real. Things were really in disarray, and so I think we should still stand with those principles with what we did. Hopefully, we don't go to austerity to the degree that we cannot. Follow through with the plan, the cascading plan of where we put things, that's tough. And that's why I've been such a big advocate of, fixing the structural deficiencies and clarity among all regional revenues to do the core services. It's just not Reno's core services, it's all entities in Washoe County that derive taxpayer resources. But so moving dual step with those two is important to me. I will say, I think there's a little bit of a discrepancy in the room tax fund, where you say the second part, which is the council portion, is for tourism and visitation. And that's always, particularly as we've moved into austerity now for our second recession in 15 years, is what about the residents? The residents want stuff. They don't want taxpayer money going for other people's experience. They want their daily experiences to be good. I hear that all the time. But when you look at the priorities for what that, so if the preamble to that council money, that half of the room tax is for visitors and tourism, I'm not really happy with that preamble. But the sub items underneath that are homelessness, other priorities is the council, so on and so on. And so, if you're saying, as the manager said, this is an advance on how we do the budget, I would say don't cook that item. Let the council, come forward with it and do the identity, because it really is the best discretionary we have. And it may only be used for discretionary, frankly, in my view, to backfill what parks has been cut. But that's all that I have to offer on this. I'm comfortable keeping the resolution in place.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Councilman Reese, give me a motion.
I move to approve staff recommendations.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner, for all the hard work.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item D3, this is discussion regarding the municipal court judge vacancy for Department 4. Should be noted for the record, Madam Mayor, we received public comment from Thomas Snyder, Victoria Rios, Nicole Alberti, Cheryl Cardoza, and Jennifer Salisbury on this item. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. With that, I do have Dylan Shaver available to give you a brief presentation.
Okay, Dylan, go ahead, take it away.
Thank you so much for the next installation of the Dylan Shaver. I will be very brief. Council has had this item before in November. We have before you the opportunity to select which municipal court judge candidates you would like to interview. Staff laid out a process whereby you would review each where you would review every applicant and determine your favorites to move forward. Staff recommends you select 3. If you were to do so, the 3 top vote getters through your balloting process were Christopher Hazlitt Stevens, Henry Sotelo, and Charles Woodman. Council may, of course, interview more or fewer should you so choose. Again, staff would recommend that you do 3. The next steps in this process would be for you to formalize this in some sort of motion by name, who you would like to interview, and we would target to bring those back for interview with your indulgence, Madam Mayor, on January 13th, I believe is your first meeting in January, to give council more. Alternately, We could, obviously do it on December 9th if you so wish. We could be ready for that. But again, just to give you the time you need to review things and have conversations you need to have, we would recommend the 13th of January.
Okay, thank you so much, Dylan. I would like, okay, one thing I'd like, is that a regular council day, the 13th?
Yes, ma'am.
So here's what I don't want to have happen. I would like to have a special meeting. I hate doing these along with heavy council agendas. I think it gets very clouded. I want the council to be, sort of sitting down with energy and and attention. That's one of the things I notice whenever we do that and we put it on a regular agenda. It can get a little tiresome. And so I would like to dedicate a special meeting if we have to in January to interview some of these candidates. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. I think I'm happy to support that idea. I do think having a special standalone meeting makes it better for everyone, the participants, and for our community. We often get lost in the minutia of a business meeting-like environment, and so it'd be ideal. For my part, having looked at the applications and the entirety of the pool, I would recommend the top 4 applicants move forward. I just think there's a very thin line between the top 4 and the rest, and so that would be my preference, although not a strong or deeply held preference, but simply because I think we have the time and all. Just leave it at that.
And I didn't see the voting sheet for everyone. Are the top 4 all have this? Do the top 4 all have the same votes? I assume they did.
No, ma'am. There were 3 who each got 4 votes. Again, those were Hazlitt, Stevens, Sotelo, and Woodman. If you wanted to interview 4, the next would be Steven Silva, who received 3 votes.
Madam Mayor, may I?
And he was my choice. Sorry, Councilwoman Breckus, I don't see, you didn't have any choices on there for
Yeah,
one.
when we started, I raised my hand to be identified because I did want to kind of preface this whole thing. When we decided to go forward with the recruitment that the city attorney office and the municipal court did, this getting us this application pool without us designing the process, we agreed upon a process, and I let everyone down on it because when I started to get all the people asking to talk to me and supporting others, I made a commitment to interview people. And then my own election was not called for almost 2 weeks to the day. And I wasn't going to waste anyone's time or my time on doing those interviews until my election was called. And then, Thanksgiving came around and all that. And on Monday, I did have interviews with 9 applicants. It was a really nice experience for me to speak with all of them. But I felt out of honesty to the process, so there wouldn't be any thinking that, I'm trying to game the situation, that I would just come forward and start to participate going forward. And so I just want to make a statement generally that while the top 3 and the 4th one in question are not unanimously the ones that I would have moved forward and scored, I can support moving forward with the top 3 or the top 4. And if I had scored someone else, I would not have made a difference, of the ones that I talked. So I just wanted to apologize to the body for the way that I participated in this.
And thank you. I appreciate that explanation, Councilwoman Breckus, and I think that was actually fair to be respectful of your time and their time, right? During that lag time, right? So I appreciate that. All I would say is that, and I've seen this before, now that we've seen everyone's choices, because I think, this is certainly one of those things where, you're not going around and circling, where everyone's at. So quite honestly, I think this selection process, and of course, we always get disappointed when some of your picks don't get in there, right? And to keep it fair, I would keep it with the whoever are the even vote getters of those categories, because I think that shows that it is fair. And to make sure that selection process stays in line with that. And that's what we also did with the city manager. And I think we've done that also when we appointed council. So I would just say to keep it fair, to keep the top, whatever those top 3 were, I guess. Because I thought it was 4 got all the same, but I guess not. So I would go with the top 3. Okay, Councilwoman Breckus. Or Councilwoman Dewar, sorry.
Thank you. Sure, I could go either way. I just want to acknowledge we were given up to 5. We could nominate up to 5. Last time I did that.
Yeah, Councilwoman Dewar. I remember you doing that.
I ended up being a lot of people's second vote. This time I thought I'd roll it back and only went with 3. But I will say, number 4 in my list would have been Steve Silva, and I would love to see him interviewed. So I just thought I should put that out there. It's just a random judgment call, and a lot of you selected him on your quote dance card, and I can support that, and I would like to support that. So whatever the interest of the body is, I think he's a good candidate too. And you happen to pick him, and I'm not sure who else did, but I think he's very good too. Oh, Mr. Reese. So I just wanted to put that out there. So
You're on mute.
Madam Mayor.
You're on mute.
I'm looking at you, Councilwoman Jordan.
I'm like, I can't, I'm trying to read your lips and I can't quite read your lips.
You almost did.
I almost did. I'm fine with doing the top 4. I mean, we're gonna have a special meeting for this purpose. So I always like to do, even numbers is fine. We're gonna have plenty of time if we're holding a special meeting. So, and Mr. Silva did get, a number of votes. So I'm fine with 4.
Councilman Reese, go ahead.
I'll just simply move because I think it sounds like we've got some general agreement to do it in a special and to take the top 4. That would be my motion.
I'll second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
And Madam Mayor, we're doing this in January?
Yes, okay, Dylan, what, I guess we could look at dates, but it would be in January.
We'll have Ms. Guerrero canvass your calendar, set a date in January.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I was going to ask if it could be the day after our next meeting, the 13th, and if we could look at it now. It just would be easier to be able to know, and that's the day after our next meeting. And I can throw that out there to Dylan as well.
Go ahead.
Just checking our staff calendar to make sure that there would be no apparent conflicts on our end. But if you tell us to do it the 14th, then we'll set it up for the 14th.
Looks promising as we sit here today, as you can imagine, coordinating
Yes. Change
18, 20, 30 calendars, poor Karina. But yes, I'd be happy to do it on the 14th if that suits the body.
Can also, one thing can we do, and I think this is important moving forward. So I had candidates and actually some of them were and some of them weren't on the list that was chosen, but I had candidates reach out. And I know that some of you have a preference of the way that you would like to communicate with these candidates. So can we kind of come up with a way so that they feel, like they're being respectful? Some of them really wanted to make sure that they were not taking up some of your time and what the process was. And typically I like when someone, sends me an email and then Rick can get it on my calendar. Some of you might want to be contacted directly and meet for coffee. I don't know, but I'd like to know from each one of.
We may have lost you, Madam Mayor. I'll say for my part to the body, I've already done that part of this process. For me, now it's all going to be the public process and that interview. So I don't have the need to meet with anybody. And if any of the candidates are seeing this meeting, I don't need to meet with anybody.
I'm the same. I've met with most, my picks. So those are getting interviewed. When I say met, though, it was virtual. And if I had coffee, it would be virtual.
Yeah, virtually. And I apologize. I think we're having a bunch of IT issues. There we have Madam Mayor back and Vice Mayor Weber. I wasn't meaning to step on your toes. I was just saying to the body what I had done. I think we're still having technical difficulties.
Madam Mayor, are you there?
Hear me, Devin?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. I just lost my connection. So just to wrap it up, I would like each council member to, I'm sure we have some of the candidates on this meeting, just talk about how you would like to be contacted. What's the best way to reach you and what that process is for each one of you.
Madam Mayor, I don't need anyone to reach out to me. I'm already good.
Okay, sounds good. Councilwoman Dewar.
I've met. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Weber.
Madam Mayor, I have chosen not to speak with anyone, but I'd be happy to the top 4 candidates. And so they can reach me, and many of them have reached out already. So we'll be in touch.
Okay, email?
Yes, email works, text, whatever, but I'll be in touch with them as well to get them on my calendar.
Okay. Councilwoman Breckus.
Well, like I said, I met with 9 of them on Monday. However, one did not provide an email. So when those were set up the day before Thanksgiving, we didn't get to that person, but he is in the top 4. And my liaison is already called or tried to get with him. And so I'll just have that one meeting by the 14th.
Okay, great. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. If they could just go through my liaison and we'll set up Zoom.
Okay, perfect. And I would just say, just reach out to me directly on my email, which is shevh@reno.gov, and Rick can set up a meeting. So, okay. Councilwoman Weber, I'm going to send it to you, Vice Mayor. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to have to do some reconnecting here with my my computer. So I'm going to jump off really quick.
Okay, Vice Mayor Weber, you are muted, but while you are unmuting, I will go ahead and transition us over to item D4. D41 and D42 will be taken separately. However, both will be presented briefly by Dylan Shaver. Additionally, D41 will have Brad Fitch as well.
Thank you. Mr. Shaver there? There he is.
I never left you, Madam Vice Mayor. Dylan Shaver, Chief of Staff to the City Manager, for the record, here to provide you your final planned update around the city's coronavirus relief fund allocation. As you know, I like to give you all of the background at the beginning, and I'm just going to skip ahead to those slides that are actually going to require your input today. You recall that you have set up 12 different categories for expense. Today we are here essentially for 3 items. One is we wanted to preview for you the final round of business relief programs that we will conduct. 2, we want to highlight for you that while there are funds remaining across the categories you have created, that given the spread and the severity of the disease in the community, that we should be prepared to move those with little notice into the sort of regional response efforts that we are taking across the board. And I'll talk a little more about what that means. And then the third item, which is the next item on the agenda, would be the resolution delegating certain authority to the city manager in order to ensure the spends are spent both in a timely manner as well as within the guidelines this council has set forth for us. So jumping right in with both feet, you will recall that we received about $46.6 million. You put together a very ambitious program for the way those funds could go out into the community. And in total, about 41 million of those have been, almost 42 million have been spent, leaving us with about 4.6 million to push out into the community in the month of December. Going line by line, which I will just do very quickly here, except in a couple of areas. The line one, the reimbursements directly to the city, for things like employee overtime, public safety expenses, and substantially different work assignments. We've sort of declared mission accomplished in that bucket, leaving nothing on the table at this point. Our commitment to the REOC, our regional obligations here, where you allocated just over $6 million, are largely spent. And I realize that we've given you sort of a poor sense of what that has meant for you and for the work done in this community. These are the funds that reserve our share of these regional costs that include moving the unsheltered population into the Reno Event Center. It included, I believe, the purchase of certain equipment and PPE to be used on efforts across the region. And looking forward, this is an area where we think that there's still a lot of opportunity. It is no secret, for example, that there is a huge challenge as it relates to testing in this community. And I wish there were a more diplomatic way for me to say it, but the health district's public testing apparatus is essentially collapsed. We have our own employees, police and fire, who are waiting more than a week for test results. These, not to mention the waits that you or I, as just members of the general public, would be expected to see. Contact tracing becomes essentially a completely defanged tool in the response of delays that long. If contact tracing doesn't begin until 10 days after somebody shows up for a test, the effort becomes essentially impossible. If somebody is expected to wait 10 days at home and perhaps cannot for whatever reason, then a 10-day delay also calls into question the entire purpose of the test in the first place. This is an area that we have identified both as a city and as a region where there should be some leadership. An example of that leadership would be Rebecca Venus's great work in setting up pop-up testing across the region. There was just one such event where we had to take resources completely outside the WCHD infrastructure that involved our fire personnel, the National Guard, and Renown to actually process the tests completely outside of what WCHD had set aside. Events like that are not going to be enough. And so we have been working as well with a provider that we all may know, Walgreens, to enhance testing, the public testing capacity in this region with same day or with 24-hour turnaround test results by 400 tests a day. Of course, like any public health effort, whether it is standing up a temporary hospital site, whether it is doing a mobile testing site, whether it's just expanding testing capacity, the dollars involved with this are fairly high, and the city's share of that would be just over $2.6 million. But on the other hand, it is an effort that relieves pressure on the state lab. It relieves pressure on the health district's infrastructure and the public testing apparatus there. And for the symptomatic individuals who would show up and take a test, it gives them certainty at the beginning of the process. I reiterate that right now we have people who, may have symptoms, a member of your own body who may, who, if having to decide to sit at home after taking a test for 9 to 10 days, or going to work and making their wage for the day or whatever without an uncertain test. I think we all know the decision we would like to make when faced with that, but I think that we have seen by the way this is spreading in the community, many people are not.
Dylan, Mayor, Vice Mayor, may I ask a question at this point, or?
Yeah.
Okay. My concern on the rapid test has just been their quality, their accuracy. Has it improved? I'm totally supportive of more testing. I totally understand the problem. I don't want anybody waiting. I wanted to spend more money, to be honest with you, on testing when we started. So that's where I was. But I just want to make sure, are these tests accurate? What's their false positive, false negative rate? Do you know?
So my understanding, and by no means am I a public health official, so I can just give you sort of my best understanding as it relates to, these are the Abbott ID Now tests that do have a slightly higher false positive rate. We have seen, but a false positive.
We can live with a false positive.
Yes, ma'am.
And so what we don't want to do is give an appearance of greater accuracy, have people go back to work, really be positive. And so I would just like to get a sense of that. I would rather, I've talked to the health department so much about the accuracy tests or lack of. And the other thing is, I'm not sure the Walgreens data is not getting into our regional database, in the level, the speed, the time frame it needs to. And so I think that if we're going to spend this kind of money for Walgreens, then we need to hold their, put some requirements in the contract just to get the data into the health district ASAP. That's one, accuracy and getting the data in.
And I think that's a priority of everybody's. And
I don't mean the data positive to the employee. I'm sorry. I just mean whether it's negative, positive, whatever, they have been slower to get their information, or maybe I'm mixing it up with CVS. I don't know, but I think both of them have had challenges. So that's all.
So I think what you're referring to is heretofore, Walgreens has one facility in our community that does these rapid tests. It's their site at Moana in Virginia.
Right.
And those sites are paid for by the Federal Department of Health and Human Services. That transition, when we've been talking to Walgreens, so when they get positive tests, they report to the state, and then the state reports things back down. We have arranged that Walgreens would daily report directly to personnel here on the ground rather than going through an intermediary.
Right, so they could send them to both places simultaneously.
Yes, ma'am.
That'd be great.
That's great.
But this is just, sort of a case in point for the regional expenses that are still lingering and that we're kind of looking at as we finish out this year. There may be any number of things that pop up. We're in this unfortunate position to have had now the President of the United States elevate that, our hospital capacities are dwindling. And so these are the sorts of things that end up in this bucket, because should the need arise to set up some other facility or to sort of react to things that even today, as I am talking to you, we have not anticipated, this is the category from which we would draw those funds.
Well, and just to that point, Dylan, we got an article today in Newsweek that said, and I don't know whether it said Nevada or Reno is #2 in most COVID hospitalizations. We were listed in the top 5 states, and we were #2 in the whole country for hospitalization for COVID. So I just wanted to mention that. I don't know if people really understand how pressed our hospitals are.
Is it per capita?
I will report later in this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, before we move off of that slide.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Shaver, I'm not sure I totally understand the dollars here, because you've indicated what's already been committed and what remains. And when I see total remaining as 384,000, but then your ask at the bottom is 2.625, those just are not matching up to me. So is there, so your proposal is that we use 2.625 to enhance public testing. Where does it come from if the total remaining is only 384?
So I'm sorry, the encumbrance is reflected in the total remaining. So this would be after committing those funds, which again would be done sort of at the region through the EOC. There would be 384,000.
Okay, so your 2.625 enhancement is in the total committed bucket already.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm happy to support your proposal.
Thank you, sir.
Is that a motion?
Yes, but I'm not sure if we're breaking it out that way.
Could we just do them all? I'm sorry I broke in, but I really wanted to ask that before I forgot. Thank you.
Totally understand, but I'll be prepared to make a motion when the time comes.
Right. Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes, go ahead. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. So, Mr. Shaver, can you clarify for me about the testing is simply the testing component, not the contact tracing?
Yeah, it would not be the contact tracing component. That would still be sort of done at the health district level. We have put a request into the state for use of their contact tracers. But realistically speaking, and this isn't Dylan talking, this is something Dylan read that Anthony Fauci said, that at this point we are so widespread that contact tracing, until we can get sort of test turnarounds under control and get these sort of like multiple contacts, social spread under control, that contact tracing is nowhere near the tool we would like it to be.
Well, and I will tell you from a family member's experience that you are spot on. And that's why I was kind of asking is what sort of resources are being dedicated to the contact tracing? Because I've not found it to be a very effective tool. And I'm just curious if it's kind of being abandoned at the health department at this point. I had a family member who tested positive and was told, well, stay put, which the person did, and self-isolated, and said, we'll call you to begin the contact tracing process. And they called 4 days later. So at that point, what's the point? It made zero sense to begin the process so much later. And I know it's resource driven. I know there's not enough bodies to follow that. So I was just curious if the Walgreens had any component of that. I actually don't think it should or needs to have that. I was just curious if it did. So thank you.
No, not at this time.
Thank you. I think we can move on.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Moving on to line 3, this was the sort of remote work and facility compliance to make sure that our experience here, both as staff and for the public when they may return, is safe. You can see this is almost entirely spent. Some great news around this is that the IT department has diligently worked with a third-party provider that will allow us to resume public comment, as well as the boards and commissions that have been on hold for all of this time from these funds. But this is also sort of what has allowed us, I'm not sure if you saw, but in light of the spike in cases and the governor's recent pause, we're basically back down to a skeleton crew here at City Hall. I'm only in today because my Wi-Fi doesn't work that well, and I knew I needed to present to you. But by and large, most of our personnel are remote, and this is how we have been able to support that across the organization.
Right.
I'm sorry, should I interrupt, Madam Vice Mayor, or do you want to?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, just on this, I'm going to just say if we do end up with some extra dollars, I still would like you guys to evaluate the walkthrough system to give people that extra sense of certainty. I heard that it was explained that it was as big as a semi-truck or something. It's really not. It's only about, I don't know, 6 feet long and about 6 feet wide. So I just want to, before we leave it, I at least want to put a marker here. Haven't forgotten. I have to highly compliment you. If you have figured out how to open up our meetings to public comment and our boards and commissions, that is a major milestone. Congratulations. That's huge.
It was the sort of thing, and I previewed this last time, that we wanted to be able to do with a certain level of confidence. I don't think that was an ideal situation for anyone. There is still going to be some risk. I don't want you to make you think we found the silver bullet that will make this nuisance free. The White House hasn't been able to do that with their Zooms.
Right.
But I know that Rishma and her team have been working really hard at this, and we're gonna stay on it and refine it as time goes along.
It's fantastic.
As for the cube, we continue to review that and find a way to work it into things.
Okay, thanks.
Is that what it's called? Cube? I'm sorry. Is that what it's called, is a cube?
It has a more formal name than that, Madam Vice Mayor. It just was not at the tip of my tongue.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on.
For support for the unsheltered population, just 2 weeks ago, you had an entire meeting about this particular project, and I'd be remiss not to applaud the hours that you, your colleagues from our regional partners, and the folks on the City of Reno team have put into that. But that project is well underway. Mr. Stockham had us all in at a very early morning meeting the day after the joint meeting to make sure that this would get spent in the way that you had directed.
Dylan,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I'm yelling out.
No,
I
go ahead.
apologize for that, Mr. Shaver. It's hard to raise your hand because we can't see each other. So
Right.
I'm gonna speak up. One of the questions I had, and I know that Manager Thornley was looking at this, 2 questions while we're on the temporary shelter facilities. The picture is up there. 2 things, and I did have some employees who interface with the unsheltered population at our shelters on a daily basis, and they were curious what the requirements were for mask wearing by the homeless population while inside one of our facilities and interfacing with our employees or our contractors. So anybody have any updates on that? And then 2, the confirmation that we are allowing 24/7 folks to stay in the tents should they choose to because of the cold weather, that they can stay inside.
Taking those in reverse, my understanding is that the hours have been extended to allow for people there. That was my understanding last time, and we had sort of commitments along that chain. And then we had sort of found afterwards that those commitments were not being honored and had to revisit them. Understanding is now they are. I did not, check this morning, but we continue to monitor that to make sure that that we're not throwing people out into, I think it was 22-degree weather this morning. And then as far as mask wearing, that's not a conversation I've had. I think you mentioned Mr. Thornley. If you've had that with him, I was not involved in running that answer down, and I apologize. But
Dylan?
Yes, sir.
This is Doug Thornley, Councilmember Jordan. So what we have been able to run down is that previously what we were doing was providing masks and encouraging folks to wear them, but we are going to implement mandatory mask wearing in our shelter. Yes.
I appreciate that. And it's not just for those that are working there, it's for the fellow homeless population. I mean, I know we're doing our level best for the spacing, but as this pandemic rages on, that's just another level that, while I don't believe that's a governor mandate, that's certainly something that I do believe is in the best interest of everybody in those facilities. So thank you very much for following up on that.
Councilmember Jordan or Vice Mayor?
Go ahead.
And I apologize because my audio cut out for a second. And I know, Councilmember Jordan, you were focused on the mask wearing at the shelter site, but I also thought, did you say you were concerned about mask wearing on RTC, like on the buses? Like, what is going on with that issue? Because I thought they're sort of
we are, yes, the RTC buses are mandating mask wearing on our buses, and it's clearly displayed, said you have to wear a mask when you come on the buses. The same is with what I was hearing was from some of the folks working in some of our shelter facilities saying is there a requirement that those who access our temporary shelters, our CAC, or wherever it may be, that they need to have a mask on? And we were trying to track down if the governor's most recent mandate said indoors, which is part of his new thing, or if it excluded homeless. Regardless, we're saying locally, if you're going to access our shelters, we're asking you to put a mask on.
Well, and I guess the same thing would be true then if we're saying you're going to ride on our buses, then both passengers and the bus drivers must enforce the mask mandate, right?
Yes.
So I didn't mean to get off topic. I thought it was what you were mentioning as related topic though, because I guess it's something I want to follow up with our manager about, and I'll just flag it. I want to make sure that RTC has not become some super spreader of COVID, because like you, I'm concerned about the populations that are in our shelter. I'm concerned about the folks who are on the buses, just moving things and people around. So thank you, Councilmember Jordan. I apologize for the intrusion because the audio cut out on me and I wanted to go back to the item.
No worries.
Thank you both. Is there any other comment, questions?
I have one. Viewer.
Thank you. The mayor's on.
Oh. Okay.
I think she's asked. Madam Mayor, there?
On here anymore.
I don't see that she's on there. It popped up on mine. So thank you.
For 1 second. All right. So I just wanted to ask if this is the place, Dylan, that we need to talk about those that are becoming homeless, or is there a different place? And I'll just tell you what the issue is, and if it's later on the agenda, I'll just hold to. It's about the evictions. Is this the place or later?
So I believe the next item on the list is housing. So if I go back to my screen share here.
Can we do that next? Any other questions?
No.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is sort of the housing support line item. You set aside 3.3 million. We had a list of programs to send this out into the world with, but largely these funds have ended up at the Reno Housing Authority. There remain about $1.2 million in this bucket. RHA has indicated they've got enough in terms of distributing through the end of the year as they have capacity to give out. There certainly may be more need than that, but we have explored with them the option of using some to frankly bring on more people to help them process applications and get more money out the door. That does not feel very likely at this point. We're going to continue to pursue it. We've also sort of looked at the previously praised program Mr. Hall put together that has been sort of set aside, with the Justice Court not taking up any evictions until January, with and the sort of Supreme Court rulemaking process for the state's eviction program. The future of this just remains very very murky at this time. So if you've got a question about it, I'll take it now.
Yes, I have a question.
Thanks. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, so I am preparing for a talk that I'm giving tomorrow in concert with Justin Jones and Bailey Bordelin about evictions, and it's going to be a live stream. And so in preparation, I've been visiting with the various attorneys involved, apartment association, just to get a snapshot on where we are. You may remember that on behalf of the mayor, I put together a white paper, and the governor, whether it was our white paper or something else, adopted almost everything we recommended with regard to evictions. So the question is, I asked all of these people, this is what they told me. They said that the money at RHA is, they have money to vouchers to pay for people that have rentals, and that some of those landlords are refusing to accept them. Some hotel owners are refusing to accept them. They're just waiting till January. They just want to basically reset, kick the people out, start fresh with some new tenants. They told me that despite the ban on evictions, the ban from the governor was lifted, but the ban from CDC stayed in place. But there was question about how is it being interpreted. And landlords are going ahead and filing for evictions. And some people are being evicted, even though the CDC eviction ban is in place. So those people have left. The sheriff has delivered notices. Those people are out on the streets, not knowing where to go, not having money. So one of the things I've talked to with Washoe Legal Services and others is, could we, even just for the next 30 days, allocate this money potentially to a nonprofit such as Grant Denton, working with the Karma Box or whoever, because it seems like RHA has their hands full and not everybody's taking their offer, to just get these people housed, whether it's in a motel, hotel, some other room for the next 30 days, because what they're expecting is January 1, they're going to have a complete tidal wave of evictions. They said that the day that the governor's order expired on October 15th, on October 16th, they had about 200 evictions filed, despite the CDC ban. And what happens is those are filed. The tenant gets a notice. They are supposed to file stuff with the courts and with their landlord. And then what happens is when they do, the landlord drops the case and they're just waiting for January. Okay. So and some of them have been filed eviction with a 7-day notice, a 30-day notice. I mean, if I was that person, I'd be confused. So my ask is, couldn't we look at some of this money and just making it available for housing? You said earlier that some of the casinos are holding rooms because the people can't circulate in the casino. You know, they can only have so many people. I heard that earlier in this conversation. It may not have been accurate. It wasn't said by you, but it was somebody else meeting. But I just wondered, could we push this money out? It's winter, so that these people are not unsheltered, and buy them some time to get relocated. And the second part of this is, can we use this money? Some of these people, if they get filed an eviction, they're going to owe $5,000, $8,000 immediately, like 8 months of rent, 5 months of rent, $1,000 a month, whatever. And that's due immediately. It's it's called pay or quit. You got 7 days to pay or you got to be out. Could we use some of the money to get them set up in a new place? They have a bad debt, yes, but with a down payment money and so on. In other words, do you see where I'm going with this? 2 parts. Could we house some people, and could we also resettle people if there are rooms available?
I do think that our heads were in the same place. Just last week, I did a conference with Ms. Bordelin as well as Ms. Contine and her team from Washoe Legal Services on just this concept. And my understanding is we'll be seeing a proposal from them in the next day here. In fact, I've got an email from Dion that was sent to me during this meeting asking when I can talk to her about it. So
okay, perfect. Well, I didn't know any of that. I just was doing my own homework and this came to me, and so great minds think alike. Great, thank you.
Nobody's plan is to abandon any of this, and I think that the city manager is gonna and his team here, we're gonna put together to fund these things as you have envisioned.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. That's great news. Okay, let's move on. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Going back to my shared screen, line 6 is business relief. And as you know, we've done sort of several different programs of this, 2 rounds of economic assistance conducted through this, 1 round conducted through the Audacity program, as well as the arts support programs. Now, the business assistance programs, you have assisted 324 businesses in this community to keep their doors open during a very, very challenging time. Staff is recommending at this time a 2-pronged approach to finish out this particular line item. One would be allocating another $1 million to the that have already been reviewed, already been scored by Audacity to basically award grants to 100 more women or minority-owned businesses. This is something that could be done fairly quickly as the applications have already been sort of scored and reviewed and all of that. The other would be taking about $800,000 and allocating it to the businesses that have been scaled back further by gubernatorial directive. Those would be bars, gyms, and restaurants. that are already in our system. And let me explain that just a little bit. For both rounds of the business assistance program that we have conducted in-house, Council approved an award maximum of $20,000. But the requests coming through the door were such that we could not give anybody the sort of maximum amount, even though a great many applicants applied for it and could demonstrate a need for it. And so instead, the average award that went out through the city program was just shy of $10,000. So essentially what this would allow us to do would be to go into those businesses that we believe will be hardest hit between now and the end of the year. It is pretty clear where policymakers believe the challenges are going into the winter, and it is possible that after the governor's sort of 3-week pause that he may see fit to scale things back further, and he's already indicated sort of the areas where those are. And so to that end, we would recommend, prioritizing again, these businesses that have further had their capacity reduced to get these funds out to the community and get them out quickly before the end of the year. There is a challenge in conducting an entirely new sort of third round of the program, just because we would need to take in applications and then sort of go through the scoring process and all that. And so what we still wanted to come up with something that would allow more businesses to participate in these programs while at the same time assisting ones that are the hardest hit this time.
Perfect.
The food insecurity line items.
May I be recognized?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't see you. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Stop
On that other one,
Breckus, I'm sorry.
Thank you. On that one, can you bring the slide up, someone, on the going to the Audacity Fund?
Mm-hmm.
I would really argue that rather than go with the 1 million to those that are there in line and queued up, and I know there's hard feelings, if they're not queued up, and some of them are probably looking, but I would urge we move it all to the businesses that are allowed to be open, where it's been identified that they are a cause of spread. We're not seeing them open in other states, or they're further closed down, and incentivize them to yield their business license for a period of time in return for this revenue. Because I think that things are getting so serious with the spread and the community spread that we need everything we have in terms of arsenal to attack the spread. And having these businesses open even at these reduced capacities is bringing people out into the community and helping the spread. So I would like to see $1.7 million geared maybe on a first come first basis of here's how much money you get if you yield your business license for 6 weeks. That's what I'd like to see. And I have suggested it to staff for several months now, but they're just, they've come up a little lighter than I would prefer to see, of 792,000, just to the gyms, bars, and restaurants. I want it to be linked over to yielding the business license, no business activity in return for this revenue. You also hear that some of these businesses it's not even worth it for them to be open for 25% or so on occupancy. Maybe with the food you do just, you're just takeout, maybe, something like that. But I think things are that critical that we need to go that hard into trying to, soften the blow for these businesses that are still operating where you see spread. But, I know on the 100 women and minority owned businesses, you might have someone over there who is a you know, a massage therapist, and she's waiting in line too. But I don't know. I think that we should get pretty much more strategic and pinpointed with this revenue in this area. My suggestion.
Madam Vice Mayor.
And Councilman,
Vice Mayor Weber, you're muted.
Thank you so much. I just said it's a matter of time. No one could tell that I was muted, right? So Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I think the problem in doing what Councilwoman Breckus is suggesting is there's not enough money in the pot that remains in order to prop up a business to completely close down, and then you're picking and choosing, you know, which ones, and you might hit one employer that has 15 employees, and then you have to skip four. I just don't know that there's enough money there to have it be fair. I will say this on the women and minority businesses, there were a lot of applicants and a lot that didn't get anything. So I like that we are expanding the circle so some will get something, and those who already came in that maybe got a lesser amount will get a little bit more. I don't like the idea of picking and choosing who to shut down. I think if we can't do all, then we shouldn't do any. That's dicey to me. So I'm not in favor of that approach. I think what Mr. Shaver has laid out here is a fair and expansive way of a program, pretty detailed program that we did previously, that just kind of expands the circle and increases the amounts for those that suffered previously and are suffering even more now.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. Is there any others? I can't see anyone else.
Vice Mayor Weber.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, I was on my phone and then it wouldn't let me log back in through my computer. So actually I was trying to get in on the mask discussion. I just wanted to get some clarity there. But let me ask you really quick, Dylan, when we're talking about the Audacity Fund, would that money go to the Audacity Fund and then they would administer it, or would that be through us?
So the answer to that question, Madam Mayor, as frustrating as it may be, is yes.
It would go back to them?
So the city, just as in the first round, the city administers the fund. Audacity administered the application process. And so these funds would stay in the city. What we would do is work with them to get basically the next 100 business names down the list and basically pay down the line to get awards out to those next 100 businesses.
And one of the things, and I asked this in the last meeting, I think it was, to get someone from their organization to come and address the council, because I think there were some issues. So I want to be really careful about moving forward with them, because there were a lot of people that didn't get it, right? And sort of looking at that process. So I just want to make sure, I guess what you're telling me is you would get the names from them and then we would pay them.
Yes, ma'am.
And then do they get a fee?
So they got a fee in the first program. We would negotiate a separate, significantly lower fee to basically reflect the hours that go into refusing or to reviewing the applications and making sure all the paperwork is correct. And I want to make clear that's an amount we're going to pay whether we do that in-house or not. And given that there are 28 days left, our general preference would be to expand the organization's capacity to do reviews rather than do those in-house. There's simply, we are running out of staff hours in terms of the eligible timeframe to do that ourselves.
Yeah, I guess I'd just like to understand their process a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I would say this, that I would think they would have more of their ducks in a row so they can just hand you sort of over here are the applicants that we wanted to fund, or were they just stopping at 75 and they were like, okay, good, we're not going to review the rest of them? I mean, I would think in some way, and I hope that they would have a little more, and maybe they do, maybe I'm just speaking out of turn here, but some sort of structure where it was more organized to say, hey, here's the information. We already paid you to do this, right? And so I just want to make sure that, we're not sort of chasing our tail here.
Yes, ma'am. And there are two layers of review that I should be clear, right? The first is when an application comes in, it's reviewed for things like eligibility. On the Audacity side, they scored, each application had 3 reviewers, and they were scored on a number of criteria that we've discussed in these meetings before. And then those were ranked. We then indicated to Audacity we would provide awards of up to $1 million. So they from there did a second layer of review of the applicants that has more to do with compliance paperwork and making sure the LLC name and address match on the W-9 and on the application forms and all of that, which is a much more time-intensive review process that they then did just for those businesses where they knew they would be giving out an award. They did not do that second analysis for those businesses that we were not going to fund awards for. So that component, whether it is us or Audacity, would still need to be done for these next 100 businesses.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Councilman Reeves.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I want to understand, Dylan, in this, or Mr. Shaver, in this particular section, your preference, because of the lateness of the hour into December, is to essentially go back through applications that have already been made, but which were not fully funded. Is that a fair way to characterize it?
Hit it right on the head, Councilman.
Okay, so from my perspective, because I know that staff is very stretched thin and we have 20 plus days to get the money out the door, I'm okay with that. But I will say, going back to a conversation we had this morning with regard to our larger and broader licensed clinical social worker community, I was hoping that money could be directed at that group of businesses in the form of grants, much like we did with bars or restaurants. And so I guess this is the time for me to say, is this that place, or have you got something else that you think could potentially be there? Because admittedly, I'm not asking you to start up a new staff round to do that if we don't have the bandwidth.
So I mentioned earlier, and we'll touch on again later in this presentation, we have sort of appointed a project manager to meet with that LCSW community and the other sort of folks that we discussed this morning, and come up with a solution along the lines of what you discussed. If it's another round, if it were just to be sort of a round of checks in the form of economic assistance, that would be unlikely to achieve, but I don't think that's what you're asking for, and I don't think that's what they're going to come back to us with.
Well, I guess my point is, I heard from a number of LCSWs that their business was down because of COVID, right? People cannot go to their offices. They are not doing the same amount. And as a result, they are like a bar that was experienced revenue loss. Now, admittedly, all of those entities could have been in on some of our earlier programs, right? Because we know from everyone from fortune tellers to dry cleaners to, I'm sure there were other businesses, and I'm not picking on any in particular, could have been in there. I'm saying, are we not in the position to have another round that might be very targeted at this community? And if we're not, I'm okay with that, but just putting it out there.
I would not advise it as you describe it, simply from a timekeeping perspective, and I hate to say that right now, but for one of these programs to go from sort of opening to award takes about 5 weeks, and we simply don't have 5 weeks left.
So based on that representation, that I'm okay with going back into the well of people who have already applied either to Audacity or to our own programs. I, like the mayor, am concerned about going back to Audacity because I don't really want to pay for the work and the scoring that's already been done. And so if that is ultimately the issue, then I would just err on the side of all the other, the stuff that was in our camp and not with Audacity. But again, I don't have a strong inclination about it. I'm just saying, in the absence of that, whatever the path that is easiest to get the money into the people who need it, that's what I'm in favor of.
With your permission, I'll share my screen again.
Hey, okay, wait, Dylan, are we moving on or are we going back to the screen?
Well, if you would like me not to move on, I don't have to move on.
No. One of the things I just wanted to clarify, because like I said, I was trying to jump on, but I was on my phone and then it wouldn't let me participate. We were talking about, the mask mandate. And to my understanding is that it is mandated everywhere across the city. Is that something that we need to put a resolution in so our residents understand that, especially right now? I mean, we've got to take this so seriously, and every single resident should be wearing their mask. I get it's political, but too bad, so sad. It's a time where we have to do whatever we can to help protect our healthcare workers and those that are getting infected. And if we have to, send a strong message, I mean, it is, from what I understand, am I right, Dylan? It's a mask mandate across the state of Nevada, and that goes for Reno. I don't know why we should have any gray areas here.
I think that the question, well, first of all, yes, of course, you're right. But the question being discussed earlier was specific to some of our facilities for the unsheltered and whether or not they were being required to wear them.
But why wouldn't they if it's mandated? Am I right?
Well, you are right, and moving forward they will be, but we're talking about a population where it's very difficult to sort of enforce rules, and that are not always in a setting where rules are top of mind. And
well, I guess my point is, I would imagine that the shelter is the shelter is a place where they are, from what I understood, that they have been passing out PPE and masks and things that are needed. Am I right? Because if that's a problem, then we need to make sure that we're taking care of those needs, right? So that they can. And I've actually seen that quite a bit of homeless people wearing them.
And Madam Mayor, I think where some of the confusion was coming in was that the unsheltered population was exempted initially from the mandate that came down from the governor and the mask wearing. And where there was the questions was in his most recent discussion of you have to wear them inside, outside all the time, is that population still exempted? And I think what I was getting at was, well, regardless of the gray, we own the facilities and we can layer on a stronger, mandate as it relates to that within facilities. And let's do that. It just remove any gray. Yeah. So that's what I was, I believe it was already kind of mandated, but let's just clarify.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I guess I wasn't aware, and I kind of came in on the tail end of that. So me in masks, I was like, wait a minute, who's not wearing a mask?
But Madam Mayor, I think your point is well taken. And while we don't own, for example, the RTC buses, it is imperative in my mind that we are not pushing people who potentially do not know they're exposed with COVID through those systems. My understanding is that there were something like 20 plus bus drivers who have been infected with COVID or are currently battling COVID infections. Now, that concerns me because, as you said, the governor's mandate was very specific. And if RTC or Keolis and I'm not sure all the players, are not enforcing mask mandates both by drivers and by passengers, and basically saying you don't get to get on the bus without a mask, That's a problem for me, Madam Mayor, and
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
really worries me.
Councilwoman Jordan, tell us what's you're experiencing over there.
Yes, and I'm trying to get absolute definitive without any caveat clarity. The understanding that I have is that yes, anybody that gets on the bus is told they must wear a mask in order to ride the bus. Yes, has there been drivers that have been have come down with COVID? Yes. And my understanding, the last update that I got was that many of those were traced back to not during them, in fact, driving the bus, but rather at another home gathering or something else. So, but I am getting absolute 100, no exceptions. Everybody's got to wear a mask or you don't get on the bus. And this is where some of the confusion with some of the mandates coming down from the governor's office, there were some exceptions. I don't believe there's any of those exceptions from a functionality standpoint anymore, but I will get absolute definitive answers for all of them.
And Councilwoman Jordan, I also thought that you guys had some supplies. If someone were to get on the bus and they needed it, you could give it to them, right?
They're mounted right on the dash of the buses. They don't even have to interface with the bus driver in order to access a mask. They're on every bus that they can have a mask. And my understanding is if you don't put it on, you don't get on.
Yeah, so no mask, no ride. There you go, folks. No mask, no ride.
Topic.
No mask, no ride, walk. There you go. Go ahead, Councilman Jordan.
I like it. I just wanted to reiterate that too, and we may be getting, conflicting information, but I too had heard about quite a few bus drivers, and even if they weren't getting it on the bus, they need to be wearing a mask so if they do have it, they're not transmitting it to their ridership. I also heard that they were getting written up by demanding that they wear masks, that this was being considered a defect in their performance. And I can't qualify that. I don't have direct information. So if you could reach out on that topic too, Councilman Jordan, that would be awesome. Just get some clarity on this and let's move forward. That'd be great.
I'll ask Director Thomas, to give a written update on all of these things to all of us.
That'd be great.
Thank you for that. That really is important to me, and I appreciate it. I know it was a little off topic, but we were talking about masks, so thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead, Dylan.
Dylan, you're muted.
No. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but Dylan's muted. There you go.
Okay, there we go. So bucket 7, and somehow we advanced forward to 10. Bucket 7 is the bucket on food insecurity, where council's already approved a number of contracts. Been no real changes there. We do continue to look for new opportunities here. It's likely these will be rolled into your other priorities as the deadline gets closer. Mental health response, you took a major vote earlier today, and I've previewed a couple of times that we're finding other ways to engage the community and get those funds out into the world in the manner that you described. Line 9, the enforcement and communication sort of area, there are some funds left here. But would be remiss not to reiterate the great work the communications team has done in communicating with this community. I think we know that there's a light touch between communication and enforcement and the way to best handle this, and they've done a great job sort of finding that balance. Line 10, there have been no changes since the last time I presented here. This is the tracing, measurement, prevention. We did reimburse the Regional Planning Authority for some of their work time in developing the threat meter. But the remainder of these funds, again, will likely be absorbed into your other priorities. I'm going to skip line 11 to just get to line 12, which is the remote education relief bucket. In light of further school closures, we have sort of solicited some proposals. We're reviewing a handful right now, again, just to see the ways we can best provide support to remote education. But that line is almost entirely expended at this point. Line 11, and if we have not already done so, Madam Clerk, would you please let Mr. Fitch into the room? But line 11 is the Parks Enhancement and Programming Support. We have heard so much of your feedback about the importance of activating our outdoor spaces so that people can have sort of a safe way to recreate in the winter months. And to that end, we have tasked Mr. Fitch with doing just that work, and he has put together a great program that he will preview for you now. Brad, if you're in, I can stay in the driver's seat on the slides if you want. I've got them right here.
Yep, that would be perfect. Thank you.
Great.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. For the record, Brad Fitch, Community Liaison, and again, thanks for the opportunity to just give a brief presentation on the city's plans for outdoor activation this winter season. Next slide, please. So at the November 4th council meeting, Councilmember Reese and Councilmember Dewar did request some space making activities for residents to spread out, recreate, and enjoy the winter months. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the Parks and Rec Department, Community Development, Special Events, and Neighborhood Services, because we really have collaborated and brainstormed over the last 3 weeks to come up with something that we feel confident we can execute. And so next slide, please. That leads us to I'll Be Home for Reno, a winter activity series for 2020. And so we really looked at creating a more robust series outside of recreation. So it comprises of 4 parts. First, we have seasonal festivities, outdoor recreation, activity and educational opportunities, some public art and small business support, and special programming, performing arts, and some community engagement. Next slide, please. Thank you. So first up, we have seasonal festivities and some winter activities. And if you haven't had a chance yet to see the tree in City Plaza that Mayor Sheevy and the O'Brien family lit last week, I hope you get a chance to see that.
Phenomenal.
Oh,
Madam,
thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
I apologize, and I didn't mean to interrupt Brad, but I did want to say, holy smokes, this tree is unbelievable. And I just wanted to tell you, Brad, I know that we talked last year when we were talking about oofing up the tree and getting lights on it, and I kept saying more lights and more lights and more lights. Boy, did you deliver. And while we all didn't get to go down there and experience it in person, I did go the day after, and I just watched families pull up and their kids would get out and they'd take pictures and they were in awe. So just know your work and all those involved is really being enjoyed by many. It's beautiful.
Well, thank you. And I do have to give a shout out to Reno Tahoe Window Cleaning, who put up with my late night text as I, every day was zooming in and saying, oh, you missed a spot there. We need more lights there. And Larry Panetto and Special Events was really key to bringing out the ornaments and also tolerating me. So thank you. So along those lines, we are going to have Councilmember Dewar and the Chabad of Northern Nevada will have a virtual menorah lighting on December 10th, Thursday, December 10th. Right now, our parks folks are fabricating some green orbs that you see on your screen there. These will replace the light fixtures on all of the light poles on Riverside Drive, and that should be going up shortly. Matt Basil, our urban forester, and his team will start this week on wrapping all of the new Midtown trees. So there's 175 of those total. So hoping that will create a nice effect down there. And then finally, in this section, we're going to launch a an online form for residents to submit their own addresses. I've heard that Christmas lights are in hot demand this early in the season, so I expect we'll have some Christmas vacation displays that folks can drive by and see. Next
Before
slide,
you
please.
leave that slide, I just have to thank you for the trees. Councilwoman Darden and I worked really hard to make sure that there were outlets at the base of these trees so we could do exactly this. And to see this come to fruition immediately after, you know, planting the trees is going to be phenomenal.
Next slide, thank you. So next we have recreation, activities, and educational opportunities. So first up, we did partner with Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation to create a winter hike series that really is tailored for our senior population. We wanted to give them an opportunity to get out and do some low impact 1 to 2 mile hikes within the city limits. You know, unfortunately, we weren't able to find a temporary spot for the outdoor rink. So thank you to Councilmember Dewar for linking us up with Reno Ice. And Reno Ice will have their grand opening on December 15th. And we will be able to offer a free ice skate once a week for 14 weeks starting at the end of December. So trying to support them as they get started. Also working right now with Patagonia to come up with a more robust excursion challenge for those adventurous snowboarders, skiers. So that is in the works and we should have some updates there soon. The Lost in the Wards scavenger hunt is really a way to encourage people to get out to all of our parks in all of the wards. And we're sort of mirroring what the Nevada Day Treasure Hunt organization does. And they've just completed their 19th year. So we're working with them to come up with the clues and, you know, where we can place these medallions. And so we've got a parks staff member that's working on that. And then finally, the Parks Department has created activity kits over the last few months, and we sort of wanted to add to that and make it a little bit more robust. So we are working right now to secure 2,500 you know, holiday, hot chocolate s'mores, educational materials into a kit. And we will do a distribution in each ward sometime in December as well. So the public art, local business support, the arts and culture team did secure 18 artists, and thank you to Councilmember Jardin for helping offset those artist fees. That we will have 18 window displays in the Brewery District, downtown and midtown. We're working to create a map where people can, where we can identify those locations. So sort of driving people to these spots and also encouraging them to shop local. The infamous Santa hat is being installed this week or next on the Believe sign. So that will definitely add to the plaza. And yeah, and then finally, we met with the marketing subcommittee of the Downtown Reno Partnership. And we just want to make sure that we're also working with them to, you know, get their downtown holiday deal hunt program supported. And then finally, some special programming for, you know, the folks that might not want to be out in the cold. We will have a Cinema Under the Stars, a temporary pop-up drive-in starting this month. And it'll be a free opportunity for families to come see a movie in a safe manner while making sure, Madam Mayor, that they do have opportunities to get funnel cake and pretzels and all sorts of carnival food.
Yeah, they better. They better. I want every fried food you can think of, Brad.
Okay.
Just a fried Twinkie. Okay. There
Yeah.
you go.
Another thing that we thought would be really nice is sort of a outreach campaign for our residents is we're spinning on the dog days of summer. So this is the dog days of winter, where we're really encouraging, and Councilmember Jardin, you've done it today with your dog, is really to get our folks out into our park system and take pictures of their dogs being dogs. And, you know, I guarantee we all have a picture of our dog, at least one on our phone. So I think it will be a fun way just to get their dogs out there being goofy. And then finally, Casey Mathewson and I met with the Pioneer Center about 2 weeks about how we can continue to support the performing arts community, specifically using their outdoor plaza to either encourage or promote small outdoor concerts. But I am really excited to announce that we are going to partner with them for a virtual benefit concert in March of next year. And we have secured Broadway star Jessica Vosk to do that concert and masterclass for our community. So I think that will have a really good impact for them, and hopefully we can raise some money from them that way.
That's amazing, Brad. Tell us I don't know if everybody knows who she is and what she does.
So yeah, Jessica Vosk, she was on Broadway as the main character in Wicked for their 15th anniversary. She has a rather large social media following as well. So they've committed that they'll be able to do, a live feed and a Q&A with residents while she's here in March. So she's very, very talented. So, and finally, I just want to thank City Manager Thornley and Mr. Shaver for giving me this opportunity to sort of spearhead everything. So, Madam Mayor, with that, do you have any questions?
All right, Brad, fantastic. I love this. I love your energy. Like, I can just tell this is just so suits you. So you did a phenomenal job. And then,
thank you.
And then I've had so many people, and you know this, before we actually lit the official tree, you had to go in there and experiment and make sure it was working or it wasn't working, whatever. So when he did that, some residents happened to be close by, and they were just so in shock, because they said they've never seen our tree like that. Anyway, so I got sent a really, really nice email, and I said, I wish I could take credit, but it's all Brad. I am a little bit of a Grinch, I hate to say, during Christmas, because it's tough on a lot of people. The holidays are tough on a lot of people. So I just want you to know you did a great job bringing a lot of people some joy early, I think, when we needed it. And because I think a lot of people were worried that we weren't going to be able to do something like that. The Midtown lights look amazing. I actually think those should be up all year round. They just sort of add to the flavor and the vibe of an environment where people are, and they're white. So, that could be all year round. So Brad and council, I think we should definitely do that.
Yeah, I let the cat out of the bag to a couple down Midtown business owners, and a couple of them have already gone out and started decorating trees that are right in front of their businesses. So that's kind of cool too. And I told them, Brad and I had a conversation about what color, and that is why we pick white, because it would go with all the seasons. And we also talked about maybe getting some floodlights so that you could flood those trees with green for St. Patrick's Day, or
awesome.
Red for Valentine's or whatever, so that you can change the color, but still have the white lights, still have that effect. So over the years, it'll evolve, I'm sure.
Well, don't you worry. I'm sure Jessica Schneider will have some amazing tree that, you're just going to notice.
She already has it rolling.
Yeah. Well, and here's the good news about her. So just say this, any business that is struggling to get creative, call Jessica. She can do it all for you, and she loves to do it. So they're in good hands down there. But I love it. I'd love to see the white lights stay up all year round, because again, I've seen a lot of cities that do it. And I think it just adds a lot of energy to an area that is really turned around. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Fitch for the incredible amount of work that is going on, and quite frankly, is going to continue for the next several weeks on all these projects. Can I just ask, in what way are we sharing the all stay home for Christmas campaign? How are we going to share it with our community? Because I think that's part of the key, is making sure people know, like, I totally want to go to the drive-in and eat funnel cakes if the mayor will be my date, but I will do it in different cars, right? But how do we know about it all?
So Natalie and Chad are working on graphics right now and creating a separate page on our website. So we'll be able to launch that shortly. And then, as these events, the tree, the menorah, will be able to really start to push on social media to make sure people know everything that's coming up.
All channels, Brad, all channels.
All channels.
Okay, what else? Do we have to just accept it? What do we need to do? Brad, I'm super impressed. Great job.
Thank you.
And it's worth noting at this time, if I may put him on the spot, I believe this was Mr. Fitch's first presentation to you as a body. And you just did exceptional, Brad. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Were you nervous, Brad?
Well, you can't, this is the beauty of being able to sit at the counter and not at the podium.
Well, you looked really comfortable. You did a great job. And honestly, I hope you are enjoying sort of these new new initiatives we're throwing at you, because you've shown that you can just knock it out of the park. Great job.
Thank you so much.
That does conclude our portion of item D41, and the motion would just be to accept the staff recommendation if you were so inclined. There is another segment of this presentation on your agenda as D42 that we can get into after that.
I would move on both. Do we need to discuss that one? Well, I'll just move on D41, move to approve staff recommendation.
And Madam Mayor, second for discussion.
All right, motion in a second. Go ahead, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I didn't want to move off of this without giving some high praise to Dylan. We know we have, I don't want to say moved the ball, but we've shuffled the pieces on the chessboard a couple of times, and you've always handled it really well. I do want to give you particular kudos for the Walgreens contract. That's huge. That's huge. And I know that was you. So kudos to you for that. That builds confidence in our community's trust in being able to access a test and being able to get the results back quickly. So good for you. I know you did all the legwork on that. Way to go.
Thank you so much. It has been an honor to have the opportunity to work on this on your behalf. I wish I could stand here and take credit for myself. You know that there's an entire team standing behind us on this one that have really done it. And you know, for those of you listening right now, I will pay this compliment forward in private. But to everybody on the team who's helped out with this, I want to reiterate what Councilmember Jordan said. It's been a huge lift, and we appreciate the opportunity.
That's it. We have a motion.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
All right,
we
we
do
have
have,
a second. Ash?
I just wanted to remind everyone, you do have a motion and a second on both of those items.
Sorry, I've got some, I don't know, some ringing happening in my house. I'm trying to figure out where that is and what's wrong. Anyway, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item D5. This is discussion of an interlocal agreement between the Reno Housing Authority and the City of Reno.
Actually, Madam Mayor, Madam Clerk, I think we're still on D4 too. I believe the motion was limited to only the first portion of that agenda.
Motion to D42 to approve the staff recommendation. And this is to allow our manager to allocate beyond his spending authority on this.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
I'd like to comment on this.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is after whatever doesn't get spent can roll in with greater flexibility for us to use for public safety, correct?
For the record.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Breckus, for the record, this is Doug Thornley, City Manager. What would happen, the manner in which we've approached this problem is anything that is remaining as of December 30th would be allocated as reimbursement to some of our public safety functions and would roll forward, yes. That is correct. It would roll back into the general fund.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of a nuance that, you know, I found very interesting is, you know, the comment, and I'll just say, you know, if we have $50,000, can we do the, you know, the thing to clean your shoes when you walk into the building? If we have $50,000 left over, we can roll it back into the general fund. And I'm always looking to protect the general fund. So, you know, we have our intentions, but I'm very excited that this, you know, there could be an avenue to clear us out, help us out going into the spring on the general fund if it comes to pass with some of these fund buckets, if you will.
What we are trying to do is deploy every dollar in a meaningful way for our community. And I know I don't have to tell any of you, but the lift from Mr. Shaver and our staff here at the city in terms of getting as much money out the door as we have in ways that help our businesses and help folks have increased access to testing and protect our employees has been, as you all just said, nothing short of remarkable. And the manner in which this money was programmed from the federal government, I think we've all sort of discussed at one time or another, just, I don't know that anyone would wake up and say, if I had 6 months to spend $46 million, I'd have trouble doing it. But as it turns out, it's an extremely difficult task to do in a responsible and meaningful way. And so, we will continue to try to do that before December 30th. But ultimately, I suspect what the state will see is that we spent, $100 million of a $46 million allocation is the way we've talked about it, because there are always more needs to be met.
Well, Mr. Thornley, on that note, I didn't hear during Dylan's presentation the other half, and maybe I just missed it, the other half of the $3 million that we were going to program for additional therapeutic needs, mental health needs. Did you mention that and I just missed it? Or okay, but you're going to continue working on that, on some outreach there. Okay.
Yes, we are going to do our level best to spend the money in a way that is CRF compliant prior to December 30th. But bucket number one is sort of a reimbursement to that general fund. And then there is, what I am saying is there is a fail safe in the event that we cannot get all the money spent in that way. It would be rolled essentially into bucket one and reimbursed into the general fund.
Right. That was Councilman Breckus's point. I think my point was just making sure that we had the other half of the mental health programming. I know it's going to take a heavy lift to spend 3 weeks talking about how can we deploy the other, but I think you saw the interest that we all have in both sheltered and unsheltered, if I have to say that. Okay.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are moving on to item D5, interlocal agreement between the City of Reno and the Reno Housing Authority. Madam Mayor, it should be noted we have no public comment on this item.
Okay.
Move Arlo over, please.
Yes, we will transition. Arlo Stockham should be on and be available to turn on his camera to fill in any blanks.
Afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Arlo Stockham, Acting Assistant City Manager. I do have a brief presentation today on this item. I can skip it if you'd like, but otherwise, let me share my screen. So this is our final proposed interlocal agreement with Reno Housing Authority. This is a key and necessary component of realizing the Nevada CARES Campus Plan that was approved at your joint meeting, whenever that was, 2 weeks ago now, time flies. Just very brief background. I'm sure you recall the joint meeting on November 18th. The Nevada CARES Campus Plan was approved. Two components of that on land acquisition, the Governor's Bowl acquisition, which does not require this agreement. However, the Governor's Bowl site is really insufficient for all the needs of sheltering and related homeless services in that area. We were able to patch together a purchase agreement of the Wells Cargo property adjacent to the Governor's Bowl as a three-party agreement in partnership with the Reno Housing Authority. Part of the approval on the 18th was a term sheet for the agreement between Reno and Reno Housing Authority, and the agreement in front of you today would implement that term sheet with final language. I should note the final language has been refined right up until this morning with Reno Housing Authority staff. So that is reflected in the memos that went out this morning from myself and Mr. Shipman. I do also have to give a lot of credit to Mr. Shipman and the rest of the team for really helping to pull this complex agreement together. It's taken a lot of work, and much thanks to the Reno Housing Authority. I believe we have Amy Jones on. I can't see her on screen if you have questions for her. So how that looks is we will now have a much larger site for homeless services to accommodate the increased demand due to COVID in the Spaghetti Bowl area. How that site would be divvied up is the homeless shelter on the eastern portion of the Wells Cargo property. The Reno Housing Authority is on the western portion of that property, and then additional homeless services can be provided on the Governor's Bowl site. The preliminary site plan looks like this for the shelter site, and then that would transition into Reno Housing Authority property and the transitional housing there. The term sheet, just in brief, it's a little bit complex because some property reconfigurations are necessary. But essentially the city and Reno Housing Authority jointly purchased the property. The contributions are $5.15 million from Reno Housing, of which 1.15 would be reimbursed to them through our prior year CDBG funds that have not been used, 800,000 immediately, and then the remaining 350,000 at a somewhat later date. Within 30 days, we need to initiate a boundary line adjustment to get to the final property configuration, after which RHA would quit claim their ownership of the resultant parcel for the shelter. The second reimbursement would come within 12 months from our CDBG funds. We are responsible for hazardous remediation. We have expertise and funding available for that. That's just something new that Reno Housing Authority hasn't done in the past. So we'll handle that piece of it. We did do a phase 1 and we're comfortable that those expenses are going to be minimal. And then RHA is committed to coming forward with a project within 36 months on their property. And lastly, we would grant them an easement for access directly off 4th Street. So that in essence is the proposed agreement. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thanks, Arlo. Any questions? See, you did such a good job, Arlo, that no one has any questions.
We questioned out 2 weeks ago, I guess.
All right, okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Weber.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
If I may, Your Honor, just if we could just make it clear that the motion is for the amended agreement as of early this morning, just to make that clear.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Seconder agrees.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm not going to support. I think at the joint meeting a couple weeks ago, I explained my opposition to bringing in this piece to the super shelter. It was a late inclusion after the lawsuit. I'm also concerned about the forward committing of CDBG outside of our CDBG process. We never really went through that process. And also I'll just note the 36 months for the housing authority to bring forward the housing plans. We need housing now. And I wish we had used this $11 million to buy some housing now. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, one thing I did want to bring up was the CDBG money and committee. I really, really want, and we can talk about this and we'll put it at a future agenda because I know we need to get going, but you know, I know we have the committee, but I think it really needs to be the discussion of the entire body, because otherwise then, you know, certain wards sort of get a little looked over. And I really think we need to come up with a better way of how we're allocating it and making sure that it is distributed evenly through, you know, the different wards, or at least we're all voting on it. Cause I just think that that's fair. I've been in certain wards and I think to myself, well, why hasn't that been taken care of? We can do CDBG on it. And then it come to find out that money was already spent in other wards, and not saying that they're not worthy of that money either, but I do think it should be a vote of consensus of the council. So I think we could come up with a better way, but we can do that on a future agenda. All right, that being said, I'm a
Madam
motion.
Mayor,
Oh,
could
go
they
ahead.
just really briefly, could you just clarify how much, I know I have the document in front of me, but I'm having a trouble. How much is from CDBG? It says 1.1 million. So we had
Yeah.
made allocations. Is that correct?
It'll be a total of 1.15.
Yeah. So we had made allocations. I actually serve on that committee. So is this being pulled from a future? I was unclear what the source of the CDBG was.
It's prior year allocations that have not materialized. And the reason for that last 350,000 coming at a later date is that would be from the agenda item we have coming forward for the affordable housing out west a little bit. So we are expecting that's going to get approved and we'll get that money recouped from prior years. If it doesn't, we have COVID supplemental funds from CDBG that can be used for this. But the bottom line is this is not touching our current or future year allocations. This is from prior projects that didn't materialize.
Well, I have one of those prior projects that didn't materialize, and it was for Robin Hood Park, and it didn't not materialize because of me. But and to your point, Madam Mayor, I mean, I've already on the committee put in a pitch that Moana Pool is a citywide need for everyone. I have not gotten a allocation in 6 years from CDBG, but I am happy to support this, and I'm going to vote for it, and I believe it's important. But I also, there hasn't been a process for this reallocation. It's just gotten reallocated after we've approved it, even whether in the committee, which I've only been on for less than a year, or in our body, we'd approve stuff and it would then, things wouldn't work out. It would end up getting reallocated. So I do support it, but I just wanted to say that. Okay. Thank you.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed? Opposed. Okay, motion carries. Council or Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Transitioning to item F1, this is an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney. To note for the record, we did receive a letter of support from Susan Fisher on behalf of People for Bikes with some concerns.
Fantastic. Okay, go ahead and take it away, Carl Hall, our city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6584, ordinance to amend Title 6, Chapter 6.06 of the Reno Municipal Code, entitled Rules of the Road, Restrictions as to Speed, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right.
Refer.
I have a motion to refer. Second. Do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Can I just get a clarification? You said that I had seen the letter from Susan Fisher, but I thought she was supportive, not expressing concerns. Could you say that, Ashley?
She is, to clarify for the record, yes, Susan Fisher is in support. She just said that the ordinance does not specifically address bicyclists and bicycle speeds.
And was she saying that bicycle speeds should be restricted?
That was not something that I understood her comment to mean beyond just stating that it wasn't in there.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Madam.
Madam Mayor, moving on. Next item on our agenda is G11. This is appointment to the Access Advisory Committee, of which you are the current liaison.
All right, fantastic. Hold on one second. Madam Clerk, I would like to reappoint some major rock stars. Eric Jimenez. He is phenomenal. And he is always doing something that is benefiting our community and our state. So I'm really proud of him. He's doing great work. Okay, so Eric Jimenez and Jack Mays and Diana Robetti. And all three of them are amazing. So I'm excited to have them back on And I don't know if you guys know Diana and Jack Rovetti, but they're amazing people. It's just a great board. So anyway, there it is. So that's my motion. I'm sticking to it.
Second.
Would someone like the second? All right, I have a second from Councilman Reese. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam
Madam
Mayor,
Clerk.
thank you. With that, moving on, it will be noted that the next items are the ward-specific neighborhood advisory boards. This was brought forward in anticipation of some of the boards and commissions coming back online in the coming months. If council members are ready to make their appointments, they may do so at this time. First ward is Ward 1, Councilmember Breckus.
No, I am not prepared to do that. I know we put some of the groundwork in to start the NABs. And I know we have a number of vacancies, but I'm going to be talking to the manager about it. As you can imagine, I'm getting a lot of outreach from the upper part of Ward 1 that was impacted by the fire, wanting to convene neighborhood discussions, you know, basically in whatever forum. And we've used the NABs before for that. But I've given some thought to perhaps in this, you know, digital virtual world that rather than convene it with the NAB, we convene it as a town hall with the appropriate staff and so on and have a larger audience. So I just want to explore that with the city manager before I reconstitute this NAB. So I'm going to take a pass today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will wait and I will circle back with the manager once you've had those conversations and we will bring back what is necessary. Moving on to Ward 2, Councilmember Dewar, if you're ready to make appointments.
So I'm going to hold the appointments until that first meeting in January. I think it's January 13th.
Okay.
And I've had a couple people reach out to me. And I want to make sure I have the full list and understanding of who wants to be reappointed, if any.
All right. We will bring this item back in January, and as notification to the public, applications are due generally 2 to 3 weeks before the council meeting date, so that way we hit all of our internal staff deadlines.
And let me ask, I know you keep applications for a year. Will these people like term out at that point, or can you keep them on this list?
We keep applications on file for 1 year unless there is a specific request from council members to keep them on longer. However,
Well, I just want to make sure all of these people get to stay on this list.
these people will come back, yes, because we're continuing this item.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Ward 3.
Continue for Ward 3.
Correct, thank you. And I'm not taking motions on these. If the city attorney feels otherwise, we can do that. However, based off the way that I believe it's written, I think we can move forward. He agrees. Ward 4, Councilmember Weber, if you're ready to make appointments at this time, you may.
Okay, I would like to, thank you. I would like to ask for reappointment of Corey Bond and appointment of John Briscoe and Jared Souther. That's 3. I still have 3 more. I'd like to bring the rest of them back, but I'd like to, please. Thank you.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And I'm so glad Corey is still serving. It's unfortunate that we don't get to see everyone as much.
Right.
So glad to hear that. Okay.
All right, Ward 5, Councilmember Jordan, if you're ready to make your appointments today, you can, or we can bring this back for you.
Actually, I'll make 2 today, Alex Goff and Mac Rossi.
Great.
And bring the rest back.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Both great choices. Okay, good job.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to item G21, these are the annual appointments of council members to various boards and commissions.
One thing I would like to ask council, what I really would like to do is keep everyone where they're at with your existing boards. First of all, we don't have Oscar here. But second of all, the last year has kind of been on hold. A lot of us haven't been at some of our board meetings. And so I would just ask to make it, you know, very easy and consistent with where we sort of picked up from last year, right? Since this year has kind of been on hold, I hate to say it. So I'd just like to ask the council members if they would stay in their current places And then if there's a board you want to be in and someone wants to trade with you, then we could bring that back at another meeting. But for right now, I would just ask that.
I'll second.
Breckus.
Yeah, I don't support that. I have long sought the RTC seats and both are open. And I am asking for the consideration of those seats at this point. I'd like to work for other, advance my desires, which I think are, based in our master plan for outcomes with our transportation investment decisions and mobility options for all users. But the lack of support for me to take one of these two seats as one of the long-term standing members is noted, acknowledged, it's respected. But Madam Mayor, I understand that you don't want me there because you've said that you want to keep everyone where they are. I respect that, but I note it and I won't support it. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilwoman Breckus, first of all, let's clarify some things because you have a tendency to put into your own words, I guess I would say. I never said I don't want you there. If you want to be on a certain board, I'm going to ask you, go to that prospective board member and have that conversation with them first before you blame me for it. I've actually tried in the past, Councilwoman Breckus, and unfortunately, because sometimes, you have a hard time getting along with others, which is unfortunate. Then it makes it really difficult to help you get there. And I've tried in the past. So
I accept and acknowledge your statements and your perceptions of me, Madam Mayor. I'm not bringing it to the individuals. I'm bringing it to the body and asking my 5 colleagues who are here today for that appointment. You've stated how you want to go, and I respect always the decision of the council. We're never wrong in our decisions. We have final authority on this. But I am making my request to my colleagues and, let the votes go how they go without any personal animus or commentary on anyone's behavior. Thank you.
okay, I appreciate that. I really do. Thanks for clarifying it because it's appreciated. Anyway, okay, with that being said,
Madam Mayor, can I interject just to make one clarification in the record prior to you calling for the vote? I would just like to note for the record, an update to the spreadsheet is that the Special Events Subcommittee is actually Councilmember Weber and not Councilmember Delgado, and Youth City Council is Councilmember Reese and not Councilmember Delgado. Those are the only changes to note for the record.
okay, sounds good. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed. Thank
you. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good, everyone. Okay, Madam Clerk, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving on to item H1 for updates from council members on boards and commissions.
Madam Clerk, you went out. What did you say? Sorry.
Item H1 is updates from boards and commissions from council members.
Okay, thank you so much. Any updates from boards or commissions from council members? Seeing there are none?
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Uh,
We will move to item J1. This is closing public comment. Should be noted for the record, Madam Mayor, closing public comment is reserved for either items not on our individual agenda or for items that were received after 4 p.m. yesterday, which are on this agenda in order for us to capitalize and ensure they're all in the record. We received public comment from various people: Kate Settinger, Cassidy Demore, Aaron Snell, Nicole Pavlatos-Deveau, Allison Zarko, Kat Greger, Mac Rossi, Caitlin Wallace, Bo Keenan, Jill Pelcarini, Susie Kelly, Jenna Fiedler, Nora Ann Breckler, Elizabeth Deere, Rhonda Thiessen, Paulina Connolly, Kimberly Heiss, and Caitlin Tucci. These have all been submitted to council and are part of the official record. And with that, Madam Mayor, transitioning to your motion for adjournment from the body.
all right, thanks.
Move to adjourn.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful night. But now we have to go in redevelopment, don't we?
We actually do not need to open redevelopment, Madam Mayor, because you pulled the one item in the beginning. So you all get to go home at this time. We'll see you next week.
All right, goodbye, everyone. Thanks so much.
I'm already home, by the way.
Yes.
Well, that's true. There's your advantage.
I think we are all home.
Doug, go home.